Welcome to Sleepy Love Tales, soothing romance for a restful night. If these stories help you unwind, be sure to subscribe. For now, close your eyes and let's begin tonight's story. The Duelist's Promise. The salle d'armes on the Rue Saint-Honoré kept its secrets behind shuttered windows and a discreet brass plate that caught lamplight but revealed nothing. Inside, the air held the particular stillness of a room where violence had been practiced into art. The faint scent of lamp oil, leather, and honest sweat. The scrape of boot leather on polished wood. Christophe Valmont arrived precisely at the 9th hour, as was his custom in all things. The November rain had followed him from the Palais Royal, darkening the shoulders of his coat, and he shook the water from his hat with the same measured economy he brought to every gesture. He was a man who moved as though each action had been weighed beforehand and found just sufficient. The foyer was empty save for a single candelabra and the distant whisper of steel meeting steel. Valmont removed his gloves finger by finger and waited. He had learned patience in harder schools than this. The instructor appeared without preamble, emerging from the practice hall with a blade still in hand, not brandishing it, merely carrying it as one might carry an extension of one's own thought. The weapon found its place on the wall rack with a precision that spoke of ritual rather than habit. "Monsieur Valmont?" The voice was carefully modulated, neither high nor particularly low, the accent educated Parisian with something underneath it, not quite erased, not quite rural. "You're prompt. I do not waste the time of masters." A slight inclination of the head acknowledged the courtesy. The instructor was perhaps 30, slender in the manner of men who favour endurance over strength, dressed in the simple dark coat and breeches that served for teaching. Dark hair was clubbed back severely. The face was clean-shaven, fine-boned, unremarkable until one noticed the eyes, grey as winter rain, and watching with an attention that felt like being weighed on scales one could not see. "I am called Beaulieu," the instructor said, "and I'm told you wish to improve your defence." "I wish to remain alive," Valmont replied. "I have been challenged 3 times this year alone, twice by men who had some justification, once by a fool who believed reputation could be borrowed at sword point. And the outcomes? 2 recoveries, 1 burial." Beaulieu's expression did not change, but something flickered in those measuring eyes. Not judgment exactly, but assessment. "You come to me to increase that proportion, or to decrease your need for it. The latter, if possible, the former, if not. Honest, at least." Beaulieu moved to the weapons rack and selected 2 practice rapiers, testing each for balance before choosing one and extending it hilt first. "We begin." The first lesson was revelation. Valmont had studied with 2 previous masters, one who had taught him to kill efficiently, another who had taught him to make it appear beautiful. Beaulieu taught him that he had been fighting as though his body were an instrument to be commanded rather than a language to be spoken. "You think too much," Beaulieu said, after the 5th exchange had ended with Valmont's blade knocked aside almost contemptuously. "Your mind decides, then instructs your arm. By the time the message arrives, your opponent has already moved. Then how? Stop thinking with your head." The practice blade tapped once against Valmont's solar plexus. Not hard, but present. Impossible to ignore. "Think here, where breath lives. Your body knows things your mind is still debating." They worked for an hour, and Valmont found himself disassemble like a pocket watch, each component examined and found wanting, then slowly, carefully, put back together in a configuration that somehow made more sense than the original. When Beaulieu finally called halt, Valmont was breathing hard, his shirt clinging to his back beneath his waistcoat. "You have good instincts," Beaulieu said, wiping down the practice blade with a cloth. "They have been trained out of you by men who preferred system to sense. And you prefer sense to system? I prefer students who survive to students who die beautifully." Valmont found himself smiling, a rare expression and one that felt strange on his face. Then we are well matched in our goals. Something passed between them then, a current of understanding that had nothing to do with swordplay. Beaulieu looked away first, busying hands with returning the weapons to their proper place. Same time tomorrow, Monsieur Valmont, if you will have me. The words hung in the air a moment longer than strictly necessary. Then Beaulieu nodded, once, and disappeared back into the practice hall. Valmont walked home through rain-slick streets, and could not say why his pulse still beat faster than the walk demanded. The lessons became ritual, 3 times weekly, then 4, then 5. Valmont found excuses to appear on days when no lesson was scheduled. Question about footwork, a request to observe other students, a simple desire to verify that Beaulieu's other pupils received the same fierce attention he did. They did not. He watched from the shadows of the observation gallery as Beaulieu worked through the prescribed forms with wealthy merchants' sons and minor nobility. Patient, professional, competent. But there was none of the crackling intensity that characterized their own sessions, none of that peculiar current that made the air feel charged, electric. Valmont told himself this observation was professional interest. He was unconvincing even to himself. It was during the 7th week that things shifted. They had been working on deceptive distance, the art of appearing farther away than one truly was, when Beaulieu stepped in to adjust Valmont's stance. Hands on his hips, turning him incrementally, a light touch at the small of his back. "Here," Beaulieu said, and the voice was closer than it had ever been. Warm breath against Valmont's ear. Feel how the weight shifts, not leaning, centering. Valmont felt considerably more than the shift in his weight. He felt the heat of Beaulieu's body near enough to warm his shoulder blades. He felt his own pulse hammering against his throat. He felt the sudden, overwhelming awareness that they were alone in the practice hall, the afternoon light slanting through high windows, and that Beaulieu's hands had stilled on his hips but had not moved away. "Like this?" His own voice came out rougher than intended. A pause. Then Beaulieu stepped back cleanly, completely. Yes, exactly like that. They didn't speak of it, but Valmont noticed afterward how carefully they avoided contact. How Beaulieu demonstrated at a distance, using words where touch had served before. How they both pretended this was normal, expected, how it should be. The pretense lasted 3 days. "Tell me," Valmont said during a rest between exercises, "why did you become a master of arms?" Beaulieu was drinking water from a plain glass and paused mid-swallow. Set the glass down with care. An unusual question. Is it? Men usually have reasons for their professions. And what is yours, Monsieur Valmont? Why does a gentleman of obvious education and means make himself famous for duelling? I asked first. A flicker of something that might have been amusement. Very well. I learnt the blade because it was the one skill that could not be taken from me. A man with a sword and the knowledge to use it need never be powerless. A man, Valmont repeated softly. The grey eyes met his, perfectly level, perfectly opaque. Yes. The silence stretched. Valmont had built a career on reading men, on seeing through their masks to the fear or rage or desperation beneath. Beaulieu's face gave him nothing, and yet that very blankness spoke volumes, a wall raised with too much care. "I duel," Valmont said finally, "because I am very good at it, and because men mistake courtesy for weakness. I find it useful to remind them otherwise." "And do you enjoy it? The reminding?" "No." The word was honest, stripped of artifice. "I enjoy very little, Beaulieu. I do what I do well because it is what I know how to do." A sad epitaph, but an honest one. Beaulieu picked up the practice blade again, weighed it, set it down. Honesty is expensive. everything worth having is. Their eyes met again, and this time neither looked away. The moment extended, fragile and weighted, until somewhere in the building a door banged shut and they both startled like conspirators caught in the act of plotting. "Again," Beaulieu said, and the professional mask was back in place, from the third guard. But Valmont noticed as they moved through the forms how Beaulieu's breathing had changed, how those careful hands trembled, almost imperceptibly, before finding their certainty again. He noticed, and he wondered what it meant that he had been watching closely enough to see. Winter settled over Paris with unusual ferocity. The Seine glazed with ice at its edges. The poor froze in their garrets while the wealthy built their fires higher and attended more salons, as though the concentration of warm bodies and warmer wine could hold back the cold through sheer collective will. Valmont found himself attending fewer such gatherings. His evenings were occupied with thoughts he could not quite name, and his mornings with anticipation of the lessons that had become the fixed points around which his days revolved. They had developed a custom of extending their sessions beyond the prescribed hour. Sometimes Beaulieu would ask about Valmont's opponents, what tells they had displayed, how he had read their intentions. Sometimes Valmont would press for details about Beaulieu's philosophy of the blade. The conversations meandered, circled, approached intimacy without ever quite breaching it. It was during one such extension, with the December light already failing and the practice hall lit more by shadow than by candles, that Beaulieu said something unexpected. "You asked once why I chose this profession." Valmont looked up from the bench where he'd been catching his breath. "You answered, power, independence." I answered partially. Beaulieu was standing by the window, silhouetted against the last of the daylight, face unreadable. "The full truth is that I chose it because I had no choice, because the alternative was to be something I could not bear to be. And what was that? Powerless, dependent, confined to a life where every freedom must be begged for, every desire filtered through another's permission." The words hung in the cold air. Valmont rose slowly, drawn forward by something he could not name. "That is not the life of most men." "No," Beaulieu agreed quietly. "It is not." The understanding hit him like a blade slipping past his guard. Clean, sharp, irrevocable. The careful neutrality of clothing. The voice pitched just so, the way. Beaulieu never attended the social gatherings where students invited their masters to be seen, to make connections, to build reputation through association. The walls, Valmont thought. All those careful walls. "I see," he said. Beaulieu turned from the window, and for the first time since they'd met, that composed face showed something raw. "Do you?" "I think so." Valmont took a step closer, then another. "You live as you must, not as you were told you should. At considerable cost. All freedom has a price. And if the price is discovery, scandal, the loss of everything I have built..." Valmont was close enough now to see the tension in Beaulieu's throat, the pulse beating visible beneath skin, close enough to notice details he had trained himself not to see. The curve of a lip, the delicacy of bone structure, the particular quality of fear mixing with something that might have been hope. "Then I would say," Valmont replied, and his voice had dropped to something barely above a whisper, "that you have built something remarkable enough to be worth defending." Beaulieu's breath caught audibly. "Why are you here, Valmont? Truly?" "I don't know." The admission cost him. "I came to learn the blade. I stayed because..." He stopped, started again. "I have spent my entire life learning to read people, to see through their presentations to the truth beneath. And you, I cannot read you. Every time I think I have found the pattern, you shift. It drives me to distraction. Is that what you want? To solve me like a puzzle?" "No." The word was immediate, certain. "I want to know you. The difference is considerable." The grey eyes searched his face, looking for the lie, the trap, the inevitable betrayal. Valmont held himself still and let himself be examined. He had nothing to hide that mattered. "If you knew me," Beaulieu said finally, "you might be disappointed." "I doubt that." "Or horrified." "I have killed 3 men, Beaulieu. I'm not easily horrified." A ghost of a smile touched those careful lips. "You killed men who were trying to kill you. That is different from what I am." "And what are you?" The question hung between them. Beaulieu looked away toward the darkening window, toward anything but Valmont's face. "I am someone who should send you away before this goes any further." "But you won't." "No." The word was quiet, defeated, strangely triumphant. "God help me, I won't." Valmont reached out, slowly, telegraphing the movement, giving Beaulieu every chance to step back, and touched fingertips to the back of a hand. The contact was electric. Beaulieu flinched but did not pull away. "What are we doing?" Beaulieu whispered. "I don't know, but I find I no longer wish to stop." They stood like that as the light failed completely, touching only at that single point of contact, breathing the same air, balanced on the edge of something neither of them had words for. Finally Beaulieu pulled back, but gently. "You should go. I have students in the morning." "And tomorrow?" "Our lesson?" "Tomorrow." A pause. "Yes, tomorrow." Valmont collected his coat and hat, moving through the familiar ritual of departure. At the door he turned back. Beaulieu was still standing by the window, a dark shape against darkness. "Thank you," Valmont said, "for your honesty. It may be the most foolish thing I have ever done, or the bravest." He left before Beaulieu could reply, but he carried the image with him through the frozen streets, that solitary figure, silhouetted and still, wrapped in shadows that were both armour and prison. The lessons continued, but something fundamental had shifted. They no longer avoided contact. When Beaulieu adjusted Valmont's grip, the touch lingered. When they worked close-quarter techniques, they stood nearer than strictly necessary, until Valmont could smell the faint scent of soap and steel, could see the fine texture of skin at Beaulieu's throat. They talked more freely now. Beaulieu spoke, carefully, in fragments, about a childhood in Normandy, a family that had expectations that could not be met, a decision made in desperation and maintained through discipline. Valmont found himself reciprocating with truths he had not voiced in years, the loneliness of his reputation, the exhaustion of maintaining walls, the creeping suspicion that he had turned himself into exactly the kind of man he had once despised. "Then change," Beaulieu said simply. "It is not so easy as that." "Nothing worthwhile is easy. But you're not carved in stone, Valmont. You can become something else." "And what would you have me become?" Those grey eyes met his, direct and devastating. "Happy. I would have you become happy." The words struck him with unexpected force. When had anyone cared for his happiness? When had he? "And you?" Valmont asked. "Are you happy?" Beaulieu considered the question seriously. "I am free. It is not the same thing, but it is not nothing. It should be both. Should, yes, but we live in the world as it is, not as it should be." Valmont caught Beaulieu's hand, not a touch this time, but a grasp, firm and sure. "Then we change the world. You cannot be serious." "I have never been more serious." Beaulieu stared at their joined hands, then up at Valmont's face. "You understand what you're suggesting? The risk? Not just to me, but to you as well? Association with someone like me could what? Damage my reputation as a duelist? Beaulieu, I am already notorious. What is one more scandal to a man who has built his life on the edge of propriety? This is different." "Yes," Valmont agreed, "it is, because I have never cared before." The admission hung between them. Beaulieu's fingers tightened on his, a convulsive grip that betrayed everything the careful face tried to hide. "This is madness," Beaulieu whispered. "Then let us be mad together." The rumour started as such things always did, with a whisper in a salon, a raised eyebrow, a question that was not quite a question. Valmont heard it first at the Countess de Brienne's Wednesday gathering, from a man whose name he could never quite remember, but whose talent for malicious gossip was legendary. "I hear you have taken up with Beaulieu," the man said, his tone carefully neutral. An unusual choice of master, is it not? Valmont kept his expression bored. Unusual in what regard? "Oh, merely that no one seems to know anything about him. No family, no history. Rather mysterious for someone teaching the sons of the best families, wouldn't you say? I would say that a man's skill with a blade matters more than his genealogy. Of course. Still, one does wonder. There is something odd about him, don't you think? Something not quite." The man trailed off, his implication hanging in the air like smoke. Valmont excused himself before he did something regrettable, but the poison had been planted. He began to notice other things. The way conversation would still when he entered a room. The knowing looks exchanged between acquaintances. The invitations that had been extended were now quietly withdrawn. Paris society had caught the scent of scandal, and like wolves they were circling. Valmont went to the salle d'armes earlier than usual the next day, his mood black. Beaulieu took one look at his face and set aside the practice blades. "What has happened?" "They are talking, asking questions." Beaulieu went very still. "About me?" "About us." "There is no us. You are my student. I am your instructor." "Do not insult my intelligence, Beaulieu. We both know what this has become." "Then we must end it." The words came out flat, final. "Immediately, before you are damaged beyond repair." "I don't care about—" "You should." Beaulieu's composure cracked, voice rising. "You should care, Valmont. You have a name, a position, a future. I have nothing but this." A gesture at the practice hall, bitter and encompassing. "And even this is built on a lie that could collapse at any moment. I will not drag you down with me." "That is not your decision to make, isn't it? You think you understand what you're risking, but you don't. You cannot. You have never had to hide what you are, never had to wake each morning and put on a mask so complete that you sometimes forget what lies beneath it." Valmont stepped closer, but Beaulieu retreated, maintaining distance. "Then let me know you. Let me see beneath the mask." "No." "Why?" "Because if you truly knew me, you would leave. Everyone does, in the end." "I am not everyone." "You're exactly like everyone." The words were sharp, cruel, designed to wound. "You see what you wish to see. Some romantic notion of forbidden love. Some adventure to relieve the tedium of your privileged existence. But when reality intrudes, when the scandal becomes real, when the costs become clear, you will do what all men of your class do. You will protect yourself and sacrifice what is inconvenient." The accusation stung, precisely because Valmont could not entirely deny it. How many times had he done exactly that? How many people had he discarded when they became complicated, problematic, embarrassing? "I am trying to be different," he said quietly. "Trying is not enough. Not in this." "Then what would be enough?" Beaulieu looked at him with something that might have been grief. "Nothing. There is nothing you can do, Valmont. The world is what it is. We are what we are. And some gaps cannot be bridged, no matter how much we might wish otherwise." "I don't believe that." "Then you are a fool." The word hung between them, and Valmont felt something in his chest constrict. "If that is what you think of me, then perhaps you're right. Perhaps I should go." He turned toward the door, waiting, hoping for Beaulieu to call him back. But only silence followed him into the cold December morning. 3 weeks passed. Valmont did not return to the salle d'armes. He threw himself into his old life with savage determination, accepted every invitation, attended every gathering, made himself visible and sociable and utterly conventional. It did not help. The rumours persisted, growing more elaborate with each retelling. Valmont had been seen entering Beaulieu's establishment at odd hours. Valmont had cancelled social engagements to meet with his instructor. Valmont had been observed looking at Beaulieu with an expression that was decidedly unmasterly. And beneath the gossip, a darker current. Questions about Beaulieu's past, speculation about the instructor's origins, whispers that became more pointed, more dangerous. Valmont heard them and felt sick with complicity. By pulling away, by trying to protect his own reputation, he had only drawn more attention to the very thing he had hoped to shield. He had also, he realised with growing clarity, made the worst mistake of his life. On the 23rd day of his self-imposed exile, he received a note. The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the message was clear. You were right. Some gaps cannot be bridged, but perhaps they do not need to be. Perhaps we need only build a bridge strong enough to span them. Beaulieu post-scriptum. I lied. I am not brave enough to do this alone. Valmont read the note 3 times. Then he pulled on his coat and went out into the snow. The salle d'armes was dark when he arrived, but the door was unlocked. Valmont climbed the familiar stairs with his heart hammering against his ribs, uncertain what he would find, knowing only that he could not turn back now. Beaulieu was in the practice hall, standing in a shaft of moonlight that fell through the high windows. No candles, no pretence, just that solitary figure, waiting. You came, Beaulieu said quietly. Did you doubt I would? Yes. The honesty was stark. I have spent 3 weeks preparing myself for your absence. Valmont crossed the space between them, and this time he didn't stop at a careful distance. He came close enough to see the shadows beneath Beaulieu's eyes, the tension held in shoulders and jaw, the way hands clenched and unclenched at those sides. I owe you an apology, Valmont said. You were right. I didn't understand the risk. I didn't understand what I was asking of you. And now? Now I understand that I was wrong. Not about wanting to know you, that desire has not diminished, but about thinking it could be simple, or easy, or without consequence. Beaulieu closed eyes, a gesture of something that might have been pain or relief. The consequences have already begun. There is an investigation. One of my students, his father has connections with the Lieutenant General of Police. Questions are being asked about my background, my credentials, my right to teach. Then we leave Paris. And go where? Live how? Valmont, you're not thinking clearly. I am thinking more clearly than I ever have. He reached up, slowly, carefully, and touched fingertips to Beaulieu's face. The skin was cold from the winter air. I am thinking that I have spent my entire life being what others expected me to be. I am thinking that I am tired. I am thinking that when I am with you, I remember what it is to want something more than mere survival. Beaulieu's eyes opened, and they were bright with unshed tears. You would give up everything? Your name, your position, your entire life? My entire life is duels and salons and endless crushing loneliness. What exactly am I giving up? The possibility of something better, a conventional marriage, children, respectability. I don't want conventional, I want... Valmont stopped, searching for words adequate to the feeling in his chest. I want you, just as you are, whoever you are. You don't even know who that is. Then show me. The challenge hung between them. Beaulieu searched his face, looking for the weakness, the doubt, the moment where conviction would falter. Valmont held himself still and open, offering nothing but truth. Finally, Beaulieu stepped back, reached up to the ribbon that held back that dark hair, untied it with hands that trembled only slightly. Hair fell loose around a face that Valmont had studied for months without truly seeing. Still the same grey eyes, the same fine bones, the same mouth he had tried not to stare at. But different now, revealed. "My name is not Beaulieu," she said quietly. "It is Madeleine Beaulieu, if you prefer, and I am what you have likely already guessed." "A woman," Valmont said, meeting her eyes. "Madeleine, I have known this truth for months. I was only waiting for you to feel safe enough to share it. Yes. Teaching swordplay to men who would have you arrested if they knew. Yes. Living alone, unprotected, building a life from discipline and deception. Yes." Valmont let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. "My God, you are magnificent." Of all the reactions Madeleine might have expected, this was clearly not among them. She blinked, and a single tear escaped to track down her face. "You're not horrified." "Horrified? I am awed. I am humbled. I am entirely undone." He cupped her face in both hands, thumbs brushing away the wetness at her cheeks. "And I am more certain than ever that I would be a fool to let you go. Valmont, Christophe. My name is Christophe. Christophe." His name in her mouth sounded like a prayer. "This cannot work. You must see that. I see that it will be difficult. I see that we will have to be cleverer than those who would destroy us. I see that we will likely have to leave Paris, reinvent ourselves, build something entirely new." He leaned forward until their foreheads touched. "And I see that I do not care, because the alternative is to live without this, without you, and I find I cannot bear it. You're either very brave or very stupid. Can I not be both?" She laughed, a sound that was half sob. "You're impossible. I am in love with you. It amounts to the same thing." The words fell into silence. Madeleine pulled back just far enough to search his face. "You cannot mean that. I have never meant anything more in my life. We have known each other mere months. I have known you every day of those months. I have seen you patient with fools, fierce with competence, careful with truth. I have watched you move through the world as though it might devour you at any moment, and yet you do not hide. You simply become sharper, quicker, more absolutely yourself." His grip on her face gentlened, became a caress. "How could I not love you? You love an illusion. I love a woman brave enough to become a man to claim her freedom. I love a swordsman who fights as though every blade were a prayer. I love—" He kissed her forehead, her temple, the corner of her mouth. "You, however you choose to exist in this world." Madeleine made a sound that might have been surrender. Her hands came up to grip his coat, holding him close even as her body trembled. "If we do this, if we truly do this, there is no safety, no guarantee. We could lose everything. We could, but we could also gain something worth having. And what is that? Each other. Is that not enough?" She looked at him for a long moment, and he saw the exact instant when the walls came down, saw vulnerability and desire and fear and hope chase across her face like clouds across the moon, saw the moment when she decided to trust him. "Yes," she whispered. "God help me. Yes, it is enough." He kissed her then, finally, inevitably. Her mouth was soft against his, tentative at first, then hungry. She tasted like winter and salt and something he could not name but would remember forever. They broke apart only to breathe, foreheads pressed together, hands tangled in each other's clothes. "What do we do?" Madeleine asked against his mouth. "Now, or in general?" "Both." Christophe pulled back just enough to meet her eyes. "In general, we plan. We find a way to disappear from Paris before the investigation finds what it is looking for. We go somewhere we can be what we need to be, together. And now," he smiled, and it was not the careful expression he showed to Paris society. It was real and raw and entirely hers. Now, we stopped being careful. She must have seen the desire in his face because she coloured, even in the moonlight. But she did not pull away. "I have never," she started, then stopped. "That is, I have no experience with... Nor do I. Not like this." He touched her hair, learning the texture of it. "We will discover it together. Here? I have rooms nearby, but only if you wish it. I will not press you for anything you're not ready to give." Madeleine looked around the practice hall, the space where she had built her life, maintained her disguise, held the world at bay through discipline and deception. Then she looked back at him. "I have spent 10 years being careful," she said quietly. "Perhaps it is time to be reckless." His rooms were spare, gentlemen's lodgings without pretension. Christophe lit candles with hands that shook slightly, aware of Madeleine standing in the centre of his sitting room, still wearing the severe masculine clothing that had become her armour. "I should tell you," she said suddenly, "that I am afraid." He turned from the candles. "Of me? Of this? Of wanting it? Of what happens after? The after is uncertain, but the now..." He crossed to her, took her hands in his. "The now is ours, whatever we make of it." She nodded, and he saw her gathering her courage like a blade being raised to guard. Then she reached up and began to unwind the linen that bound her chest flat. "Let me," Christophe said gently. His fingers found the pins and clasps she had used to reshape herself, and one by one he removed them. The coat, the waistcoat, the careful binding beneath. Each layer revealed more of her, the shape she had disguised, the delicate skin that lived only in shadow. She stood before him finally in nothing but her shirt and breeches, and he could see the vulnerability in the way she held herself, prepared for rejection or disgust. "Beautiful," he said simply. "I am not. You are." He traced the line of her collarbone down to where her heart beat visibly beneath skin. "You are everything." She pulled him down into a kiss that was deeper than before, more urgent. Her hands found the buttons of his coat, his waistcoat, working them free with fingers made clever by years of precise movement. His own hands learned the map of her, the sharp edge of shoulder blade, the dip of spine, the unexpected softness of breast against his palm. They made it to his bedroom through mutual momentum, shedding clothes like unnecessary armour. The bed was cool linen and moonlight, and when they fell into it together, Christophe felt something in his chest unlock that he had not known was closed. "Tell me what you want," he whispered against her neck. "I don't know. I've never allowed myself to." "Want?" "Then let me tell you what I want." He kissed the curve of her neck, her shoulder. "I want to understand you. I want to learn what brings you joy, what makes you tremble, what makes my name sound like something sacred on your lips." She gasped as his kisses travelled downward. Her hands tangled in his hair, holding him close. "Christophe." "Yes, like that." He took his time, mapping her with hands and mouth, learning the language of her body. She was responsive in ways she clearly had not expected, shocked by her own desire. When his hand slid between her thighs, she tensed. "I have you," he murmured. "You're safe with me." She relaxed incrementally, and when his fingers found the heat of her, she made a sound he would remember for the rest of his life, surprised and desperate and entirely his. "Please," she whispered, though whether she was asking him to stop or continue, he was not certain. He chose to continue, slowly, learning what rhythm made her breathing change, what pressure made her hips lift toward his hand. She came apart gradually, beautifully, her face transformed by something beyond pleasure, a kind of recognition, as though she were discovering a part of herself that had always existed but never been acknowledged. When she finally shattered, she cried out his name, and he held her through the aftershocks, feeling humbled and grateful and entirely undone. She pulled him up to kiss him, tasting her own pleasure on his lips. "I want to touch you," she said against his mouth. "You don't have to. I know. I want to." Her hands were clever and careful, learning him as he had learned her. When she wrapped her fingers around him, he groaned into her hair, overwhelmed by the sensation and by the knowledge of who was touching him, what it meant. "Show me," she said. "Show me how." He guided her hand, his own covering hers, finding a rhythm that made his vision blur. She watched his face with the same fierce attention she brought to everything, as though she were memorizing him. "Madeline," he gasped, "I'm going to—" "Yes," she said simply. "Let me see you." Pleasure overtook him with his face buried in her neck, her name on his lips, her hand still moving on him with careful, perfect pressure. Afterward they lay tangled together, breathing hard, the sheets twisted around them. Christophe pulled her close, her back to his chest, his face in her hair. "That was—" he started. "Yes," she agreed. "It was." They lay in silence for a long moment. Then Madeline said very quietly, "What happens now? Now we sleep. Tomorrow we plan. We find a way to build a life that can hold both of us. Is that even possible?" He tightened his arms around her. "I don't know, but I am willing to find out." She turned in his embrace, her grey eyes searching his in the darkness. "I am afraid I will wake and find this was a dream. Then I will be here to remind you it was real." She kissed him, soft and slow. "Thank you." "For what?" "For seeing me, for choosing me, for being reckless enough to believe this could work." "The recklessness is mutual," she smiled against his mouth. "Then we are well matched." "Yes," he agreed, "we are." Dawn crept softly through the windows, illuminating two figures nested close. Christophe woke first, careful not to disturb the woman sleeping against his shoulder. In sleep, Madeline's face was unguarded, young, the tension that she carried like armour fallen away. He studied her, the dark sweep of lashes against her cheek, the soft parting of lips, the way her hand curled against his chest. This was the person she had hidden from the world, protected behind layers of disguise and discipline. That she had chosen to reveal herself to him felt like a gift beyond measure. She stirred as the light strengthened, grey eyes opening to meet his. For a moment there was confusion, then memory, then something that might have been wonder. "You're still here," she said softly. "Where else would I be? I thought perhaps I had dreamed you. If so, we're sharing the same dream." She reached up to touch his face, fingers tracing the line of his jaw. "What do we do now?" "Now?" He caught her hand, pressed a kiss to her palm. "Now we decide what we're willing to fight for." They rose and dressed, Madeline in her masculine clothing, Christophe in his gentleman's attire. The transformation was jarring, a reminder that the intimacy of the night would have to be hidden in the harsh light of day. Over breakfast they made their plans. Christophe had some resources, money his father had left him that he had never touched. Madeline had saved most of her teaching fees, knowing that her position was always precarious. "We could go to Italy," Christophe suggested. "I have cousins in Florence who have not seen me since I was a child. We could present ourselves as what? Man and wife, brother and sister, as what we are. Two people trying to build a life." Madeline set down her cup. "You understand that even if we leave Paris, even if we find some place more tolerant, I cannot simply become what you need me to be. I cannot wake up one morning and be comfortable in skirts and silence. I am not asking you to. Then what are you asking?" "Nothing. I am offering a partnership, a life where you can be whoever you need to be, and I can be the person who stands beside you. People will talk. Let them. What can they say that is worse than what has already been whispered?" She looked at him for a long moment. "You're serious about this?" "Entirely." "You would leave everything you know?" I would leave everything I am supposed to be, to become something better." Madeleine laughed, a sound edged with disbelief and hope. "You are either the bravest man I've ever met or the most foolish. I believe we've had this conversation before, and my answer remains the same. You are both." The decision, once made, became action. Christophe settled his affairs with ruthless efficiency, selling his lease, converting assets to portable wealth, writing letters to acquaintances that said nothing while implying his departure was for business interests abroad. Madeleine was more surgical. She had always known this day might come, had planned for it in the quiet hours when fear outweighed hope. Her students were referred to other masters, her weapons and equipment were sold or given away. The salle d'armes was vacated before the month's end. The only thing she kept was her blade, the rapier that had been her first, the one she'd used to teach herself the art that had become her freedom. "I will not leave this," she told Christophe. When he found her in the empty practice hall, the weapon laid across her knees. "It is the only thing that has never betrayed me." "Then we bring it," he said simply. "Whatever matters to you, we bring." They left Paris on a grey morning in late January, when the city was still sleeping off the excesses of the previous night. No farewell gatherings, no dramatic gestures. They simply departed, two travellers among hundreds, unremarkable and unremembered. The journey to Italy took 3 weeks, by coach, by horse, by foot when the roads became impassable with snow. They travelled as Monsieur Valmont and his companion, a young man of indeterminate origins who served as secretary and guard. The disguise was familiar to Madeleine, comfortable in its deception. But at night, in the inns where they stopped, Christophe would take down her hair and kiss the truth of her until she trembled. They made love quietly, urgently, claiming each other over and over as though repetition could make the impossible real. Florence welcomed them with spring flowers and indifferent curiosity. Christophe's cousins were less concerned with his companion's gender than with the possibility that Christophe might want to borrow money. When assured that this was not the case, they offered the loan of a small house in the hills above the city and left them to their own devices. The house was old, vine-covered, with a courtyard that caught the morning sun. Madeleine stood in the centre of it and turned slowly, taking in the walls, the sky, the space that might, possibly, become safety. "What do you think?" Christophe asked. "I think it is a beginning." They spent the first weeks making the house livable, learning the rhythms of the city, figuring out how to exist as something other than teacher and student, gentleman and secret. It was not always easy. Madeleine struggled with the enforced intimacy of shared space, with being known so completely that disguise became impossible. Christophe struggled with his own uselessness, a gentleman trained for nothing practical, trying to build a life with no framework to guide him. They argued, they learned, they compromised, and slowly, carefully, they began to build something that resembled a life. Christophe found work tutoring the children of English expatriates, teaching them French and swordsmanship. The irony was not lost on him. He who had learned to teach from Madeleine, now passing on her wisdom to privileged children who would never know the source. Madeleine was more circumspect. She taught privately, 1 or 2 students at a time, carefully vetted. Women, mostly, who wanted to learn to defend themselves and didn't ask too many questions about why a young man would be willing to teach them. One such student was a widow named Caterina, sharp-eyed and sharp-tongued, who saw through Madeleine's disguise within 3 lessons. "I have not said anything," she told Madeleine over wine one evening, "because it is not my business. But you should know that Florence is full of people living as they must rather than as they are told. You're not as alone as you think." The words were a gift Madeleine had not known she needed. That night she told Christophe about the conversation, and he held her while she cried, not from fear but from the release of tension she had carried for so long that she had forgotten it was there. "You see," he murmured into her hair, "we can do this. We are doing this." "I know, it's just—" Strange to believe it, yes, I understand. I wake some mornings and think I have dreamed you, dreamed all of this. She pulled back to look at him. "And what do you do then?" "I reach for you, and you are real, and I remember that sometimes the impossible is simply the difficult disguised as the unattainable." She kissed him, long and deep. "You're becoming a philosopher. I am becoming happy. It is terrifying." "Good," she said. "We can be terrified together." Spring became summer. Summer faded into autumn. They built routines, morning coffee in the courtyard, evenings walking through the city streets, nights tangled together in the bed they had learned to share. There were still moments of fear. Word from Paris, carried by travellers, spoke of the investigation into Beaulieu's identity. The authorities had found the salle d'armes empty. The instructor vanished, but suspicion lingered like smoke. "Do you regret it?" Madeleine asked one night, after particularly disturbing news. "Leaving?" Christophe considered the question seriously. "I regret the necessity of it. I regret that the world is what it is. But choosing you, choosing this life, no, never. Even though we must still be careful. Even so, Madeleine, I spent 30 years being exactly what I was supposed to be. Perfect, presentable, empty. I am done with that. I would rather be imperfect and real with you than perfect and alone without you. You are not imperfect. I am deeply imperfect. I am reckless and impulsive, and I have thrown away a comfortable life for something uncertain and difficult." He pulled her close. "And I have never been happier." She tucked her head beneath his chin. "Nor have I. It frightens me sometimes, this happiness, as though it might be taken away. Then we will simply have to hold it tightly while we can." The proposal came in October, presented by Caterina over dinner. "There is a man," she said, "who wishes to open a school, not for young nobles learning to duel, but for practical defence. He needs instructors who understand that a blade is a tool, not a toy. I thought of you both." Christophe and Madeleine exchanged glances. "Both of us?" Christophe asked. "You think I have not noticed that you teach together? That you move around each other as though you share one mind?" Caterina smiled. "My late husband was a swordsman. I know what partnership in the blade looks like." "It would require revealing," Madeleine started. "Not necessarily. The school would welcome anyone willing to learn, regardless of sex or station. If you wish to teach as you are," a meaningful look at Madeleine, "you could. If you wish to maintain your disguise, that also would be acceptable. The choice would be yours." The offer hung between them, tempting and terrifying. "May we consider it?" Christophe asked. "Of course. But do not wait too long. The world may be slow to change, but it does change, and opportunities like this do not come often." They discussed it late into the night, weighing freedom against exposure, possibility against fear. "What do you want?" Christophe asked finally. Madeleine was quiet for a long time. "I want to stop hiding," she said at last. "I want to teach as myself, whoever that is. I want to wake in the morning and not spend the first hour constructing a mask." She looked at him. "But I will not risk you for my freedom." "Then risk us both for our shared freedom. Because I want the same things you do. I want a life where we can be ourselves together, without apology. It could all fall apart. It could. Or it could work. We will not know unless we try." Madeleine took his hand. "Then let us try." The school opened in the new year, in a converted warehouse near the Arno. The sign above the door read Accademia della, Lama, Academy of the Blade, and below it, in smaller letters, instructors, Valmont and Beaulieu. They taught together, Christophe in his gentleman's attire, Madeleine in whatever clothing suited the day, sometimes masculine, sometimes feminine, sometimes something in between. Their students were a mix of men and women, young and old, wealthy and poor. Some left when they realised the truth. Most stayed. Word spread, as it always did. But in Florence, among the expatriates and artists, and those who had come to the city specifically because it asked fewer questions than other places, the scandal never quite caught fire. Instead, what spread was reputation. The academy became known for producing students who understood the blade not as a symbol of status but as an extension of will, who fought with precision and intelligence rather than brute force, who carried themselves with a confidence that came from competence rather than privilege. And at the centre of it, the two instructors, who moved around each other like dancers, who finished each other's sentences, who demonstrated techniques with a partnership that went beyond mere skill. People speculated, naturally, but speculation without confirmation is just noise, and Christophe and Madeleine had learned to live in the space between truth and revelation. They did not flaunt their relationship, but neither did they hide it. They lived as they could, partners in work, partners in life, partners in the small domestic rituals that made a life worth living. On the anniversary of their first lesson, Christophe found Madeleine in the empty practice hall, running through forms in the early morning light. "May I join you?" he asked. She smiled and tossed him a practice blade. "Always." They moved through the familiar patterns, the dance they had been learning for over a year now. Advance and retreat, attack and parry, the constant negotiation of space and distance and pressure. At the end, they stood facing each other, blades crossed at the guard, neither pressing for advantage. "To first blood?" Madeleine asked, eyes bright with challenge. "No," Christophe said, "to happiness, to freedom, to us." He lowered his blade in salute. She returned the gesture, and they stood like that in the morning light. Two people who had risked everything for the chance to be themselves together. "Was it worth it?" Madeleine asked quietly. Christophe looked at her. This woman who had taught him that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to be vulnerable anyway. Who had shown him that love was not possession, but recognition. Who had transformed his life from something he endured into something he chose, daily, with full knowledge of its costs and its gifts. "Every moment," he said, "every single one." She crossed the distance between them and kissed him, there in the space where they had first begun to see each other truly. The kiss tasted like salt and morning and promise. When they broke apart, she took his hand. "Come, we have students in an hour and I want breakfast first. Practical as always. Someone has to be." They walked out together into the Florentine morning, hand in hand, no longer hiding. Behind them the practice hall waited, empty now, but soon to be filled with the sound of steel on steel, the scrape of boots on wood, the patient instruction that turned fear into competence and strangers into students. It was a small life, perhaps, measured against the grand ambitions of Paris society, but it was theirs, built with intention and protected with love. And that, they had learned, was enough. More than enough. It was everything. In the quiet moments, when the day's work was done and they sat together watching the sun set over the Arno, Christophe would sometimes ask Madeleine what she was thinking. "That I am happy," she would reply, "and that I spent so long being afraid of exactly this." "Do you still fear it?" "Every day, but I have learned that fear is not a reason to stop. It is simply a companion on the journey. A wise philosophy. I learned it from someone who taught me that the blade is not the point. The point is what you choose to defend with it." "And what do you defend?" She would take his hand then, threading their fingers together. "This. Us. The life we have made from impossibility and stubbornness and love. A formidable defence. The only one worth maintaining." And in the gathering dark, with the city lights beginning to glow like earthbound stars, they would sit together. Two people who had learned that sometimes the bravest act is not to fight, but to choose vulnerability, to let down the armour and trust that what is revealed will be met with recognition rather than rejection, to love and be loved for exactly who you are. This was their promise, made once in darkness, renewed daily in light, and it held. A love remembered. Eleanor Callahan's fingers traced the outline of her reflection in the bathroom mirror, following the map of wrinkles that had settled into her face over 84 years. She didn't mind them, these etchings of time. Each line had its own story. Laughter lines from summer picnics with the children, worry lines from David's motorcycle accident in 83, the deep furrow between her brows from the day James forgot her name for the first time. "Ellie," James's voice called from the bedroom, unusually clear this morning. "Have you seen my watch? The gold one?" Eleanor closed her eyes briefly, savouring the sound of her nickname on his lips. These moments of lucidity had become rare treasures, appearing without warning and disappearing just as quickly, like fireflies in the growing dusk of his mind. "Coming, love," she called back, quickly dabbing Chanel No. 5 behind her ears, a ritual she maintained despite knowing he rarely noticed anymore. She found James sitting on the edge of their bed, dresser drawers pulled open, his pyjamas still on but inside out. His white hair stood up in tufts, and confusion clouded his eyes despite the momentary clarity in his voice. "The gold watch," he repeated, his hands patting the bedspread. "My father's watch. I need it for—" Eleanor knelt carefully before him, her knees protesting the movement. "For our anniversary dinner tonight," she finished, reaching for his hand. 60 years, James. Can you believe it?" His eyes, still that remarkable shade of hazel that had made her stumble over her words at a dance hall in 1963, flickered with something. Recognition, perhaps, or just the reflection of her own hope. 60, he murmured, squeezing her fingers. Then, "Who are you?" The question no longer stung as it once had. Eleanor simply smiled and pressed her palm against his cheek. "I'm Eleanor, your wife, and tonight our family is coming for dinner to celebrate us." James nodded, accepting this information with the placid trust of a child. Eleanor helped him dress, guiding his arms through the sleeves of his favourite cardigan, the navy one with leather elbow patches that their grandson Michael had given him 5 Christmases ago. Before James's diagnosis, he had been meticulous about his appearance. Pressed shirts, polished shoes, his silver hair always neatly combed. She maintained these standards for him now, a small act of preservation. The doorbell rang as she was adjusting his collar. "That'll be Margaret," Eleanor said, kissing his forehead. "Our daughter. She's bringing those lemon squares you like." James blinked at her, and for a terrifying moment, Eleanor thought she saw not confusion but utter blankness in his gaze, as if looking through her into an endless void. Then he smiled, the crooked, charming smile that had once made her knees weak on dance floors and in darkened movie theatres. "I like lemon squares," he said simply. Margaret's voice carried up the stairs, followed by the deeper tones of her husband Robert and the excited chatter of their daughters, Lily and Emma. Eleanor guided James toward the door. "Dad!" Margaret's face lit up when she saw him, and she embraced him carefully. At 57, Margaret had inherited Eleanor's petite frame and James's expressive eyes. "Happy anniversary." "Thank you," James replied automatically, social graces still deeply ingrained even as other parts of him slipped away. "Grandpa," Emma, 16 and luminous with youth, bounded forward. "I brought you something." She pressed a small package into his hands. James stared at it, uncertain. "Open it, dear," Eleanor encouraged. His fingers moved slowly, methodically unwrapping the gift. Inside was a small digital picture frame, its screen coming to life with a slideshow of family photos. "See, Grandpa," Emma explained, standing close. "It has all our pictures in it. Look, there's you and Grandma at the beach house, and there's when you taught me to fish, James." Watch the images flicker past, his expression unreadable. Then, with startling suddenness, he said, "Cape Cod, 1988. David fell off the dock." The room went still. Eleanor exchanged a glance with Margaret, whose eyes had widened in surprise. The photo on screen indeed showed their vacation home in Cape Cod, though from a more recent trip. "That's right, Dad," Margaret said carefully. "You remember David falling in? Mum had to fish him out because you were laughing too hard to help." James nodded, a small smile playing at his lips. "He splashed like a seal, all arms." Eleanor felt a familiar tightness in her chest, hope and heartache intertwined. She had learned not to expect these moments of recollection, nor to expect them to last. David arrived 30 minutes later with his wife Tara and their son Michael, now 28, and sporting a beard that made him look startlingly like James in old photographs. The house filled with a comfortable chaos of family, coats being hung, food being arranged, furniture being shifted to accommodate everyone in the living room where Eleanor had set up for dinner. "Mum, this looks beautiful," David said, helping her arrange the table. At 59, her firstborn still had the gentle demeanour that had made him the peacemaker of the family. "How are you holding up? Really?" Eleanor considered the question as she straightened the linen napkin she'd ironed that morning. A small indulgence for a special occasion. "I'm still here," she said finally. "We both are, in our own ways." David's eyes, so like his father's, softened with understanding. "Remember what Dad always said about marriage?" Eleanor smiled. "It's not about the years, it's about the moments." "Yes." "Well," David said, glancing over to where James sat in his armchair watching Michael adjust the sound system. 60 years is a lot of moments." Eleanor followed his gaze. "Yes," she whispered, "a lifetime of them." What no one mentioned, what had become an unspoken understanding, was that these days those moments existed only for her. For James, they appeared and disappeared like raindrops on hot pavement, evaporating almost as soon as they fell. Margaret appeared at her elbow. "Mom, we found the record." Eleanor turned, her heart quickening. "You did? I thought it was lost in the move." Margaret held up a vinyl record in its worn sleeve. Frank Sinatra's "Come Fly With Me." Their wedding song, the one James had insisted they dance to at every anniversary celebration. "It was in Dad's study behind his medical journals," Margaret explained. "Michael's setting up Grandpa's old record player now." Eleanor took the record, running her fingers over its surface. Another piece of their past preserved despite everything. "Thank you, darling. This means everything." As the family gathered around the table, Eleanor watched James carefully. He seemed content, if slightly bewildered by the activity around him. He ate methodically when food was placed before him, smiled politely at conversation directed his way, but remained largely disconnected, a benevolent observer at his own celebration, until Margaret raised her glass for a toast. "To Mum and Dad," she said, her voice wavering slightly. 60 years of showing us what love looks like, in good times and in hard ones. You've taught us that love isn't just the grand gestures, it's in the everyday moments of kindness, patience, and choosing each other again and again." James suddenly straightened in his chair, his gaze sharpening. He reached for his water glass with unusual precision. "To my beautiful wife," he said clearly, looking directly at Eleanor, "the love of my life." The room fell silent. Eleanor's hand trembled as she raised her own glass, her vision blurring with unshed tears. For this crystalline moment, James was fully present, fully himself. "To us," she whispered. As the evening progressed, Eleanor found herself alternating between host and caretaker, making sure everyone had enough to eat while monitoring James for signs of fatigue or confusion, Yet something about tonight was different. Whether it was the familiar faces, the music playing softly in the background, or some mysterious alignment in the misfiring synapses of his brain, James remained unusually engaged. When Michael suggested they move to the living room for dessert and the sharing of memories, Eleanor braced herself. These moments could be particularly difficult for James, highlighting as they did all that he had lost. But as they settled into their seats, James reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with surprising certainty. "Dance with me, Ellie," he said. The needle dropped onto the vinyl with a soft hiss, and the rich tones of Sinatra filled the living room. Eleanor stood frozen, James's request echoing in her ears. "Dance with me, Ellie." Words he had spoken hundreds of times throughout their marriage, but hadn't uttered in nearly 3 years. James rose from his chair without assistance, extending his hand with a grace that seemed to shave decades off his stooped frame. The family watched in silent amazement as Eleanor placed her hand in his, allowing him to guide her to the centre of the room where they had pushed back the furniture. "Come fly with me, let's fly away," Sinatra crooned as James placed his right hand gently at the small of Eleanor's back, taking her other hand in his left, the proper form he'd insisted on learning before their wedding because, as he'd told her, "I want to lead you right, Ellie, always." They began to move, not with the vigour of their youth, but with a measured dignity that held its own kind of beauty. James guided her through the steps with surprising sureness, his eyes never leaving hers. "The last time we danced," he said softly, for her ears alone, "was at David's wedding anniversary, 5 years ago." Eleanor's breath caught. "Yes," she whispered, afraid to break whatever spell had momentarily cleared the fog from his mind. "You wore green, with little rhinestones, and those ridiculous shoes that hurt your feet." A laugh bubbled up from somewhere deep inside her. "They were torture devices. I took them off under the table and you smuggled them out in your jacket pocket." James smiled, a real smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You walked to the car in your stockings. I carried you over that puddle in the parking lot." "You did," Eleanor confirmed, tears threatening again. "You've always carried me over the rough spots, James." They continued moving to the music, unaware that Michael had begun quietly filming them on his phone, that Emma was wiping tears from her cheeks, that David and Margaret were clutching each other's hands so tightly their knuckles had gone white. When the song ended, James held Eleanor for a moment longer, then leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. A proper kiss, not the confused peck he sometimes offered when prompted. Eleanor closed her eyes, memorizing the feeling. "I've loved you for 1,000 years, he murmured against her mouth, "and I'll love you for 1,000 more." Eleanor pulled back slightly, a small laugh escaping her despite the emotion tightening her throat. "That's from that song Emma likes, the one from the vampire movie." James's eyes twinkled, actually twinkled with mischief. "Did I get it wrong? I was trying to be romantic." Eleanor cupped his face in her hands. "You've never gotten romance wrong a day in your life, James Callahan." They returned to their seats to enthusiastic applause from the family, James giving a small, courtly bow that made the grandchildren giggle. As they settled back into their chairs, Eleanor felt a strange mix of elation and terror. These moments of clarity were precious beyond measure, but they also sharpened the pain of what would inevitably follow, the confusion returning, the light in his eyes dimming once more. "Should we share some memories? Now?" Margaret suggested. "That's what we planned, right, Mum?" Eleanor nodded, pushing aside her apprehension. "Yes, let's do that." One by one, the family began to speak, sharing stories of James as father, grandfather, husband. David recalled fishing trips where James had shown infinite patience untangling lines and baiting hooks. Margaret spoke of how he had driven 8 hours to her college dormitory when she'd called home homesick and ready to quit. how he had walked the campus with her all weekend until she remembered why she'd wanted to be there in the first place. Michael talked about his grandfather teaching him to change the oil in his first car, and how James had slipped him an extra $20 afterward, whispering, "Don't tell your grandmother I'm undermining your allowance system." Lily remembered being terrified of thunderstorms as a child until Grandpa explained that thunder was just the clouds bowling, and every time we heard it, it meant someone had gotten a strike. Emma, the youngest at 16, spoke last. "When I was little and stayed over, Grandpa would make pancakes in funny shapes. Not just Mickey Mouse ears. He'd try to make pancakes that looked like us, or animals we liked. They were always terrible," she said with a laugh. "Like nightmare-inducing terrible. But he was so proud of them, and he'd make up stories about each pancake as we ate them." She turned to James, her expression softening. "You always made me feel like the most important person in the room, Grandpa. You still do." Throughout these recollections, James listened with unusual attentiveness. Sometimes he nodded or smiled in apparent recognition. Other times he looked puzzled, as if hearing about a stranger's life. But he remained engaged, his hand resting on Eleanor's knee, occasionally squeezing gently when a particular memory seemed to resonate. After Emma finished speaking, a comfortable silence fell over the room. Then James cleared his throat. "I'd like to. Say something," he announced. The family exchanged surprised glances. James rarely initiated conversation these days, especially in group settings that tended to overwhelm him. "Of course, Dad," David encouraged gently. "We'd love to hear from you." James straightened in his seat, and Eleanor was struck by how much he suddenly resembled the man who had stood before classes of medical students for 40 years as a respected professor of cardiology. His shoulders squared, his chin lifted, and when he spoke, his voice carried the authority that had once commanded hospital rounds. "I know I'm not always here," he began, gesturing vaguely toward his head. "I know I forget things, important things, people." His eyes found Eleanor's. "I forget you sometimes, my love, though never for long. Your face might slip away, but the feeling, the knowing that you are my heart, that stays." Eleanor pressed her hand to her mouth, unable to speak. "The doctors explained what would happen," James continued. "Back when I could understand it. Like water draining from a bathtub, they said. But that's not how it feels. It's more like standing in a dense fog. Sometimes the fog thins, and I can see everything clearly. Your faces, my life, all of it. Then it thickens again, and I'm lost." He paused, looking around at the family with remarkable clarity. "Tonight the fog has lifted more than usual. I don't know why. I don't know how long it will last, but I want to use this moment to tell you all that even when I can't express it, even when I seem far away, I carry your love with me. It's the thread I follow through the fog." Margaret was openly weeping now, her shoulders shaking as Robert held her. David stared at his father with naked love and grief etched on his face. The grandchildren watched in solemn wonder, witnessing a grandfather they had begun to lose suddenly, miraculously return to them. "And Eleanor?" James turned fully toward his wife, taking both her hands in his. "My Ellie, 60 years isn't nearly enough. I'd marry you again tomorrow. I'd marry you every day for another 60 years if I could." In that moment, Eleanor felt the weight of every day they had shared. The births of their children, the deaths of their parents, vacations and illnesses, arguments and reconciliations, the quiet Tuesday evenings and the momentous celebrations. All of it, every second, had led to this room, this moment, these words. "You would?" she asked softly. "In a heartbeat," he replied. Then, with a flash of his old humour, he added, "Though according to my most recent ECG, my heartbeats are rather irregular these days, so you might need to be patient with me." The family laughed through their tears, and Eleanor felt something tight in her chest begin to loosen. This moment of perfect clarity, of James fully present and aware, recognizing and loving his family. This was the anniversary gift she had never dared to wish for. After James's speech, the evening took on a dreamlike quality. They ate Margaret's lemon squares and drank coffee. They looked through old photo albums, James occasionally offering startlingly precise details about pictures taken decades ago. They played another record, Nat King Cole this time, and James hummed along, his foot tapping in perfect rhythm. But as the clock crept past 9, Eleanor noticed the sign she'd learned to recognise, the slight furrow returning to James's brow, his responses becoming more halting, his gaze beginning to wander. The fog was rolling back in. "Perhaps we should wrap up for the evening," she suggested gently. "It's been a wonderful celebration, but I think we're both getting tired." The family understood immediately. Goodbyes were exchanged, hugs given, promises to visit again soon offered. As they gathered their coats and leftovers, each family member took a moment with James, holding his hand or kissing his cheek, trying not to betray their awareness that the grandfather and father who'd been so vibrantly present all evening was already beginning to recede. "We'll help clean up before we go," David offered, but Eleanor shook her head. "Leave it, darling. I'll take care of it tomorrow." "Are you sure, Mom?" Margaret asked, concern evident in her voice. Eleanor nodded. "I want some quiet time with your father now, while he's still—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. As the front door closed behind the last of their family, Eleanor turned to find James standing in the middle of the living room looking lost. "Who were all those people?" he asked. Eleanor felt the familiar pang, sharper tonight after hours of having her real husband back. She crossed to him, taking his hand. "That was our family, love. Our children and grandchildren. They came to celebrate our anniversary." James nodded slowly, processing this information without fully comprehending it. "Anniversary," he repeated, the words seeming to float disconnected from any meaning. 60 years of marriage," Eleanor explained patiently. "Diamond anniversary. Though I told you long ago I didn't need more diamonds." She led him toward the stairs, moving slowly to accommodate his hesitant steps. "You gave me something much better tonight, James. You gave me yourself." He followed her, docile now. The commanding presence that had held the room captivated just an hour ago vanished like morning mist under a strengthening sun. Yet even in this state there was something gentle and dignified about him. The essence of James, his fundamental kindness, his quiet grace, remained intact even as his memories fractured and dispersed. In their bedroom, she helped him undress and put on his pyjamas. This intimate ritual had evolved over the past few years from something occasionally embarrassing for them both to a comfortable routine. Eleanor had been a nurse before retiring, and she brought that professional efficiency to the task, though she never stopped seeing her husband's body with love. The broad shoulders now stooped, the stomach that had softened with age, the surgical scar on his left knee from a skiing accident in his 50s. "Arms up," she instructed gently, helping him into his pyjama top, then guiding him to sit on the edge of the bed while she removed his slippers and helped him into the pants. "You're very kind," James said, the formal politeness he often adopted when confusion set in. "I'm your wife," Eleanor replied simply. "I promise to love you in sickness and in health." She helped him into bed, tucking the covers around him the way he liked, making sure the pillow was positioned properly under his head. Then she moved to her vanity to remove her makeup and change into her own nightgown. In the mirror she could see James watching her, his expression peaceful though distant. She wondered what he was thinking, if he recognised her at all now, or if she had become simply a kind caretaker, familiar but unnamed. "You look beautiful," he said suddenly. Eleanor turned, surprised. "Thank you, James." "Are you coming to bed soon?" he asked, patting the space beside him. "Yes, love. Just washing up." When she slipped under the covers a few minutes later, James reached for her hand in the darkness. Eleanor's heart quickened. These small gestures of connection sometimes bridged the gaps in his memory, anchoring him to her even when words failed. "I don't remember everything," he said softly, "but I remember you smell like flowers." Eleanor turned toward him, close enough to feel his breath against her face. "Chanel No. 5, she whispered. "You gave me my first bottle the day David was born. Said every new mother deserved something that made her feel beautiful." "David," James repeated. "Our son." "Yes. He fell in the water, at the beach house." Eleanor smiled in the darkness. "That's right. Cape Cod, 1988. James was quiet for a long moment, and Eleanor thought he might have drifted to sleep. Then he spoke, again his voice barely audible. "I'm sorry, Ellie." "For what, my love?" "For forgetting. For leaving you alone while I'm still here." Eleanor propped herself up on one elbow, finding his face in the dim light filtering through the curtains. His eyes were open, looking directly at her with a lucidity that took her breath away. "You haven't left me," she said fiercely. "You're right here, and I'm right here with you, James Callahan. I always will be." He reached up to touch her face, his fingers finding the wetness on her cheeks that she hadn't realized was there. "You're crying," he observed. "Happy tears," she assured him, covering his hand with her own. Tonight was perfect. "Dance with me again tomorrow?" he asked, his voice already growing drowsy. "Every day," Eleanor promised, knowing that by morning he would likely have no recollection of this conversation, of the dance they'd shared, of the remarkable speech he'd given to their family. But she would remember for both of them every single day. James's breathing deepened as sleep claimed him. Eleanor remained awake a while longer, watching the gentle rise and fall of his chest, cataloguing every moment of this extraordinary evening in her memory. The doctors had warned her that these periods of clarity, what they clinically termed terminal lucidity, often preceded a steep decline. She pushed the thought away. Tonight was not for worrying about tomorrow. Finally, she settled beside him, her hand resting lightly over his heart, its steady rhythm lulling her towards sleep. "Good night, my love," she whispered. "Thank you for remembering us tonight." Eleanor woke before dawn, the grey light of early morning seeping around the edges of the curtains. For a moment she lay still, listening to James's breathing beside her, trying to recapture the magic of the previous evening. Then she slipped quietly from bed, wrapping her robe around her against the morning chill. Downstairs, evidence of their celebration remained, wine glasses on the coffee table, dessert plates stacked beside the sink, the record player still open with Nat King Cole waiting to be returned to his sleeve. Usually meticulous about cleaning up before bed, Eleanor had left it all, unwilling to waste a moment of James's rare lucidity on domestic chores. She put on coffee and began to tidy, moving quietly around the kitchen and living room. The house felt different this morning, charged somehow with the residual energy of last night's gathering, as if the walls themselves had absorbed some of the love that had filled the rooms. As she closed the record player, her fingers lingered on its wooden cabinet. James had bought it for their 25th anniversary, insisting that digital music couldn't compare to the warmth of vinyl. Some things are worth preserving the old way, he'd told her then. Some experiences shouldn't be compressed and streamlined. The same could be said for memory, she thought now. Modern medicine had tried to compress James's decline into neat categories and stages, to streamline their expectations with clinical terminology and brain scans. But last night had defied all predictions and prognoses. Last night had been worth preserving, old-fashioned and miraculous. She was rinsing dishes when she heard his uncertain footsteps on the stairs. Drying her hands quickly, she moved to meet him, finding him halfway down, clutching the railing with both hands, his expression wary. "Good morning," she said brightly. "You're up early." James stared at her, his gaze shifting from recognition to confusion and back again, like a radio searching for a clear signal. "Coffee?" he asked finally. "Yes, it's ready. Come down and I'll pour you a cup." She helped him navigate the rest of the stairs, then guided him to his seat at the kitchen table, the one with the view of the bird feeder he had built decades ago, and which Margaret's husband now kept filled with seed. As Eleanor poured his coffee, black with one sugar, the way he'd taken it for 60 years, she studied him surreptitiously, looking for any hint of the man who had danced with her just an hour ago, who had spoken so eloquently about love and memory. But his movements were hesitant again, his gaze unfocused. The fog had returned, perhaps thicker than before. "There's a cardinal at the feeder," she said, setting his cup before him. "Your favourite." James turned to look out the window, a small smile lifting the corners of his mouth. "Red bird," he said, the simple observation containing a hint of delight. "That's right." Eleanor sat opposite him with her own coffee. "Do you remember what we did yesterday, James?" He frowned slightly, concentrating. "We had visitors?" "Yes. The family came for dinner, for our anniversary." "Anniversary," he echoed. The same disconnected repetition as last night. Then, unexpectedly, 60 years. Eleanor's heart leaped. "That's right. 60 years of marriage." James took a sip of his coffee, his expression clearing briefly. "Did we dance?" "Yes," Eleanor whispered, her throat tight with emotion. "Yes, we danced to Frank Sinatra." "Come fly with me," James said, nodding as if confirming a fact to himself. "You wore blue." Eleanor looked down at her robe, a faded floral pattern in pinks and greens. "Last night I wore blue," she agreed. "The same colour as my dress on our first date. Do you remember that night, James, at the Starlight Ballroom?" But James's attention had shifted back to the window, to the cardinal now joined by its more subdued mate. "Two birds," he observed. Eleanor followed his gaze. "Yes, the pair always comes together. They mate for life, you know." James turned back to her, and for a brief, heart-stopping moment she saw complete clarity in his eyes. "Like us," he said. "Yes," Eleanor agreed, reaching across the table to take his hand. "Exactly like us." The days following their anniversary settled back into familiar patterns. James's remarkable lucidity had indeed been fleeting, though Eleanor treasured the small fragments that seemed to have remained. He sometimes hummed "Come Fly With Me" when she helped him dress, and once he called her Ellie unprompted, the diminutive sending a shock of joy through her. A week after the celebration, Margaret came by while James was napping to help Eleanor organise the photographs and mementos from the evening. "Michael put together this album," Margaret said, placing a leather-bound book on the kitchen table. "He included printouts of the pictures and the video he took of you and Dad dancing." Eleanor opened it carefully, her breath catching at the first photograph. James leading her in their dance, both of their faces illuminated with joy. "Oh, Margaret, it's beautiful." "There's a USB drive in the back with all the digital files," Margaret explained. "And Michael uploaded everything to the family cloud account too. He said to tell you nothing will ever be lost." Eleanor nodded, unable to speak for a moment. Their children and grandchildren had become the keepers of their memories, a role reversal both poignant and necessary. "Has Dad had any more moments?" Margaret asked carefully, setting a cup of tea before her mother. "Like at the party?" Eleanor shook her head. "Not like that night, no. But he's been... I don't know how to describe it. More present somehow. As if part of him remembers remembering, if that makes any sense." Margaret covered her mother's hand with her own. "It does. And Mom..." She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "What you do for him, every day. It's the most profound act of love I've ever witnessed." Eleanor looked up from the photo album, meeting her daughter's gaze. "It's not a burden, if that's what you're thinking." "I know it's not," Margaret assured her, "but it's still remarkable. The patience, the dignity you give him." She paused, We've been talking, David and I, about getting you some more help. Just a few hours each day, someone to be here while you run errands or have lunch with friends or just take a nap. Eleanor's first instinct was to refuse, as she had previous offers of assistance. She had managed James's care largely alone since his diagnosis, with the family helping for specific outings or appointments. Maybe, she said instead, surprising herself with the concession. Not every day, but maybe a few afternoons a week might be nice. Margaret's relief was palpable. Really? You'll consider it? Eleanor smiled, running her finger over the photograph of her and James dancing. He told me once, years ago, that taking care of yourself is how you take care of the people you love. I think I'm finally ready to listen to his advice. They spent the afternoon looking through the album and talking, their conversation wandering from serious discussions of James's care to light-hearted reminiscences. When James woke from his nap and made his careful way downstairs, he joined them at the table, accepting a cookie from Margaret with a polite thank you, though he showed no particular recognition of his daughter. "Look, Dad," Margaret said, turning the album toward him. "Pictures from your anniversary party." James studied them with mild interest, occasionally nodding or making small sounds of acknowledgement. Then he pointed to a photograph of Eleanor. "Beautiful," he said decisively. "My wife is beautiful." Margaret and Eleanor exchanged a glance, both touched by this moment of connection. "Yes, she is," Margaret agreed. "The most beautiful woman in the room, always." James nodded, satisfied with this assessment, then returned his attention to his cookie. After Margaret left, Eleanor and James settled into their evening routine. A simple dinner, some television, nature documentaries seemed to engage him most these days, and then the careful process of preparing for bed. As she helped him brush his teeth, Eleanor thought about Margaret's offer of additional help. Perhaps it was time to accept that she couldn't do everything alone, that allowing others to share the care was not a failure but a practical kindness to them both. "You're quiet tonight," James observed, as she helped him into bed, one of those startling moments of perceptiveness that still occasionally emerged from the fog. "Just thinking," Eleanor replied, smoothing the covers around him. "About what?" She sat on the edge of the bed beside him. "About love, about how it changes shape over time but never really diminishes." James considered this, his forehead creasing in concentration. "Like water," he said finally, "in different containers." Eleanor smiled at the unexpected metaphor. "Exactly like that, James. That's perfect." He reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with surprising accuracy. "Stay with me until I fall asleep." "Of course." The next morning, Eleanor woke with a sense of purpose. After helping James with breakfast and settling him in his favourite chair with a bird identification book he still enjoyed looking through, she made several phone calls, first to a home healthcare agency Margaret had recommended, then to her friend Vivian for a lunch date, and finally to David to ask if he might take James for a drive that afternoon. "Just around town," she explained. "He always enjoyed your drives together, and I have some errands to run." "Of course, Mom," David agreed readily. "I can come by around 2 if that works." "Perfect," Eleanor said. "And David, thank you." "For what?" "Taking my dad for a drive. It's nothing." "For understanding," Eleanor said simply. "For helping me see that accepting help doesn't mean I'm giving up." There was a short silence on the line. Then David said, "You've never given up on anything in your life, Mum. Least of all Dad." After she hung up, Eleanor joined James by the window. He was studying a page of warblers, his finger tracing the colourful illustrations. "Little birds," he said when she sat beside him. "Yellow ones." "Yellow warblers," Eleanor confirmed. "We saw them at the Audubon Sanctuary last spring, remember? You were so excited you almost fell into the pond leaning over the rail." James looked up from the book, a flash of indignation crossing his features. "I did not almost fall in," he protested. "I was perfectly balanced." The unexpected clarity of his response, coupled with the familiar stubborn tone that had characterised so many of their good-natured arguments over the decades, made Eleanor laugh out loud. "James Callaghan, you had one foot off the ground and were windmilling your arms like a cartoon character. If David hadn't grabbed your belt, you'd have been swimming with the tadpoles," James harumphed, returning to his book with exaggerated focus. But Eleanor caught the small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. These moments, these brief, precious windows when her real husband emerged from the fog, had become her sustenance. David arrived, promptly at 2, greeting his father with the easy warmth he'd always shown. "Ready for a drive, Dad? Thought we might cruise by the old hospital, maybe stop for ice cream at Wilson's." James looked at Eleanor, a habit formed over recent years as his own decision-making had become more difficult. "Go on," she encouraged. "I've got some things to take care of here. You two have fun." After they left, Eleanor stood in the quiet house, momentarily at a loss. It had been months since she'd been alone for more than the briefest intervals. The silence felt both strange and luxurious. She moved through the rooms slowly, seeing their home with fresh eyes. The sunlight streaming through the kitchen windows illuminated 60 years of accumulated life. Photographs crowding the refrigerator door, a collection of painted ceramic birds James had started bringing her from medical conferences around the world, the small crack in the counter from when David had dropped a frozen turkey in 1992. James's study, largely untouched since his retirement 5 years ago, his medical textbooks lined the shelves alongside mystery novels and biographies. His desk remained organised with the precision that had defined his professional life. Pens aligned, notepads centred, the leather blotter Margaret had given him for his 70th birthday still pristine. Eleanor ran her fingers along the spines of his books, then paused at a small wooden box tucked between volumes on cardiology. She recognised it immediately, the box James had carved during a woodworking phase in his 60s, inspired by a similar piece they'd seen in an antique shop in Vermont. Inside, she found what she knew would be there, a collection of small mementos he had saved throughout their marriage, movie ticket stubs from their first date, the hospital bracelet from when David was born, a pressed flower from their 20th anniversary trip to Hawaii, a small, smooth stone from the beach at Cape Cod. Each item represented a moment he had deemed worth preserving. Eleanor held the stone in her palm, remembering the day he'd found it, a perfect oval streaked with white quartz that caught the light. "Like your hair in the sun," he had said, tucking it into his pocket. She replaced the items carefully and returned the box to its spot. These tangible pieces of their history had always been important to James, as if he had somehow known that one day his internal archive of memories would begin to fail, and he would need these physical touchstones. The irony wasn't lost on Eleanor, that she, who had spent 6 decades being teased for her terrible memory — "You'd forget your own birthday if I didn't remind you," James often joked — was now the sole keeper of their shared past. All those times she had relied on him to remember the name of a restaurant they had visited, or the year they had taken that road trip through New England, and now their roles were reversed. She glanced at her watch, realising she had spent nearly an hour lost in reminiscence. Vivian would be waiting at the cafe. Eleanor changed quickly into a blouse she knew James particularly liked, a soft lavender that brought out the green in her eyes, applied a touch of lipstick and grabbed her purse. The freedom of driving alone felt almost illicit after months of careful planning around James's needs. She rolled down the windows, letting the warm spring air tousle her silver hair, and impulsively turned up the radio when one of James's favourite jazz standards came on. Vivian was already seated at an outdoor table when Eleanor arrived. Her dramatically red hair, dyed since her 40s, though she vehemently denied it, visible from the parking lot. The two women had been friends since their children were in elementary school together, their bond strengthened by shared experiences of motherhood, career transitions, and now, widowhood for Vivian and caregiving for Eleanor. "Look at you," Vivian exclaimed as Eleanor approached. "You're positively glowing. Must have been some anniversary celebration." Eleanor slid into the chair across from her friend, accepting the glass of iced tea Vivian had already ordered for her. "It was extraordinary," she admitted. "James was himself again, Viv. Really himself. For hours." She described the evening, the dancing, James's speech, the moments of perfect clarity that had seemed like a miracle. Vivian listened with the attentiveness of someone who understood exactly what such a gift would mean. "Oh, Ellie," Vivian said when Eleanor finished, reaching across the table to squeeze her hand. "I'm so happy you had that. What a precious thing." "It was," Eleanor agreed. "And it made me realise something. I've been so focused on what we're losing, on all the ways his mind is failing, that I sometimes forget to appreciate what remains." Vivian nodded. The essence of him. The James underneath the confusion. "Exactly, and I need to take better care of myself if I'm going to be there for him properly." Eleanor sipped her tea. "I'm hiring some help. Just a few hours a week to start." Vivian's eyebrows shot up in exaggerated shock. "Eleanor Callahan accepting help. Alert the media. Has hell frozen over?" Eleanor laughed, the sound surprising her with its freedom. When had she last really laughed? I know, but I'm trying to be sensible." "About time," Vivian pronounced, lifting her glass in a toast. "To sensible decisions and extraordinary men, even when they drive us crazy." "Even then," Eleanor agreed, clinking her glass against her friend's. They spent a leisurely 2 hours at the cafe, their conversation meandering from serious topics to gossip about mutual friends, punctuated by Vivian's irreverent humour. By the time Eleanor headed home, she felt lighter somehow, as if she had set down a burden she hadn't fully acknowledged carrying. She arrived back at the house just as David's car pulled into the driveway. Her son helped James from the passenger seat, and Eleanor was struck by how much they resembled each other now that David had entered his 60s. The same tall frame, the same deliberate way of moving. "How was your afternoon?" she asked, meeting them at the front walk. "Great," David replied. "We drove by the hospital, saw the new wing they're building. Dad told me about delivering twins there in '83 during that big snowstorm, remember?" Eleanor glanced at James, surprised. "You remember Dr. Peterson's twins? The ones born during the power outage?" James nodded, his expression animated in a way it rarely was these days. "Had to use flashlights," he said. "No power." "That's right," Eleanor confirmed, exchanging a look of wonder with David. "You used flashlights and delivered them both perfectly healthy." David stayed for dinner, the three of them eating on the back patio as the evening settled around them. James was unusually talkative, though his sentences remained simple and sometimes disconnected. More than once he reached for Eleanor's hand across the table, a gesture so natural and familiar that she found herself blinking back tears. After David left, they sat outside a while longer, listening to the evening chorus of birds and watching the fireflies begin their nightly display. James seemed content, his face relaxed in the gathering darkness. "Good day," he said simply. Eleanor leaned over to kiss his cheek. "Yes, love, a very good day." Over the next few months, a new rhythm established itself in their lives. 3 times a week, a home health aide named Carmen arrived at 9 in the morning, bringing with her a cheerful efficiency and genuine affection for James that made Eleanor's initial hesitation about outside help seem foolish in retrospect. "Mr. C and I have big plans today," Carmen would announce, helping James with his coffee, while Eleanor gathered her things for whatever outing she'd planned. Lunch with Vivian, a book club meeting at the library, or sometimes just a solitary walk through the park. "What trouble are you two getting into while I'm gone?" Eleanor would ask, teasing. Carmen would wink conspiratorially at James. "Oh, you know, wild parties, dancing on tables, the usual." and James would smile, sometimes playing along with a surprisingly coherent "Don't forget the motorcycles," or "and the poker game," revealing glimpses of the dry humour that had always been a cornerstone of his personality. These respites gave Eleanor space to breathe, to remember parts of herself beyond the role of caregiver. She joined a water aerobics class at the community centre, reconnected with former nursing colleagues for monthly luncheons, and even began volunteering 2 hours a week at the hospital where she and James had both worked for decades. Between Carmen's visits and the increased involvement of their children and grandchildren, the weight of James's care no longer rested solely on Eleanor's shoulders. The family had formed a loving constellation around him, each member playing their part in maintaining his connection to the world. David took him to weekly appointments with his neurologist, transforming what could have been stressful medical visits into father-son outings that often included stops at their favourite diner. Margaret came by every Wednesday evening for what she called kitchen table therapy, simple activities like sorting buttons or folding napkins that engaged James's hands and mind in manageable ways while she caught him up on family news. Michael, now pursuing a PhD in neuroscience, inspired, he admitted, by his grandfather's condition, called regularly on video chat, sometimes just to read aloud to James from the mystery novels he had always enjoyed. The younger grandchildren, Lily and Emma, visited on weekends, filling the house with the energy of youth and treating their grandfather with a natural acceptance that adults sometimes struggle to achieve. Through it all, Eleanor marvelled at how James continued to defy the usual progression charts his doctors had shown them. Yes, there were difficult days, mornings when he didn't recognise her at all, evenings when agitation overtook him and he paced the house looking for something he couldn't name. But there were also unexpected moments of connection, of recognition so profound they took her breath away. Like the afternoon in July when a summer storm knocked out the power, and she found James in the kitchen methodically gathering candles and matches from the emergency drawer, a task he had always handled during outages throughout their marriage. Or the morning he suddenly pointed to a blue jay at the feeder and recited, word for perfect word, the poem he had written for her on their 25th anniversary, which had begun, "Blue as your eyes on our first morning, bright as your smile across decades." These moments came without warning and disappeared just as suddenly, like shooting stars across the darkening sky of his consciousness. Eleanor learned to appreciate them without expectation, to receive them as gifts rather than harbingers of recovery. On their 61st anniversary, a milestone they hadn't been certain they would reach together, the family gathered again, this time for a smaller celebration in the backyard. David grilled steaks, Margaret brought her famous potato salad, and the grandchildren set up lawn games that James watched with bemused interest from his comfortable chair in the shade. "Remember our 50th?" Eleanor asked him as they sat side by side watching Michael attempt to teach Emma the proper technique for croquet. "The big party at the country club. You gave that ridiculous speech about how marriage was like golf, all about the follow-through." James turned to her, his expression suddenly sharp with recognition. "You hated that speech," he said, chuckling. "Said I made us sound like we were on a perpetual golf course." Eleanor's heart skipped. "You remember that?" "Made it up to you later," James continued, his voice dropping suggestively. "New diamond earrings, and that weekend in Montreal." Eleanor blushed, amazed that this particular memory had surfaced so clearly when he sometimes couldn't recall what he'd had for breakfast. "James Callahan, you're still full of surprises." He reached for her hand, his fingers finding hers with the certainty of long practice. "Love you, Ellie. Always will." The evening continued with a simple dinner outdoors, candles glowing as dusk settled around them. James ate with good appetite, occasionally joining the conversation with brief but relevant comments that delighted everyone. When David brought out a cake emblazoned with 61 years and counting, James insisted on feeding Eleanor the first bite, just as they had done at their wedding. As the family began to pack up, James tugged at Eleanor's sleeve. Dance? He asked, gesturing toward the portable speaker Michael had set up earlier. A hush fell over the gathering. No one had expected a repeat of the previous year's miraculous dance, least of all Eleanor. "I'd love to," she said, her voice steady despite the emotion welling in her chest. Michael quickly scrolled through his phone, finding Come Fly With Me and setting it to play. James rose from his chair with David's subtle assistance, then stood before Eleanor, extending his hand with the formal courtesy that had charmed her since their youth. They moved together more slowly than the year before, James leaning slightly on her for support, their steps smaller and more cautious. But the essential grace was still there, the way his hand settled at the small of her back, the perfect pressure of his palm against hers, the rhythm they had shared through 6 decades of marriage. The family watched in silent awe as the elderly couple moved across the patio in the soft glow of string lights and candles. Margaret wiped tears from her cheeks and David stood with his arm around Tara, both of them witnessing something they understood went beyond words. When the song ended, James didn't immediately release Eleanor. Instead, he held her gaze with unusual intensity. "Next year," he said clearly, "let's dance to that song from the vampire movie." Eleanor laughed, startled and delighted by the joke, a callback to their conversation after last year's dance. "The one about loving you for 1,000 years? James nodded, a mischievous glint in his eye. Always wanted to be immortal. Later, after the family had gone and they were preparing for bed, Eleanor found herself humming that very song, 1,000 Years by Christina Perry, as Emma had informed her with a slightly condescending patience teenagers reserve for explaining pop culture to their elders. "What are you singing?" James asked as she helped him into bed. "Just a silly love song," Eleanor replied, "about loving someone forever." James settled against his pillow, his expression thoughtful. "Forever's not long enough," he said softly. Eleanor paused in the act of straightening his blankets, struck by the lucidity of the observation. "No," she agreed, "it isn't." She finished her own bedtime routine and slipped under the covers beside him, finding his hand in the darkness as she had done for more than 22,000 nights. His fingers curled around hers, warm and familiar. "Ellie," he murmured, already half asleep. "Yes, love?" "When I forget, you remember for both of us. Promise?" Eleanor pressed closer to him, resting her head against his shoulder. "I promise, James. Always." In the quiet darkness of their bedroom, surrounded by the artifacts of their shared life and the intangible presence of 6 decades of love, Eleanor made her silent vow. She would remember it all, every dance, every argument, every ordinary Tuesday, every extraordinary celebration. She would hold their history safe within her heart, preserving it against the inevitable losses that time and illness would bring. And in the moments when the fog lifted, when James returned to himself even briefly, she would be ready with their memories, waiting to dance with him again through the cherished landscape of their life together. Because love, she had learned, was not just in the remembering. It was in the constancy, the dailiness, the quiet acts of care that continued long after the grandest gestures had faded. It was in the space between heartbeats, in the gentle pressure of hands that had held each other through joy and grief, health and sickness, clarity and confusion. It was in the dance that continued, even when the music had changed, even when the steps grew slower and less certain, even when one partner sometimes forgot the rhythm, while the other remembered for them both. As James's breathing deepened into sleep beside her, Eleanor whispered into the darkness, 1,000 years, James Callahan, and then 1,000 more. If this is enough. The clock in Dr. Raman's office ticks with the aggressive precision of something expensive. She watches the second hand complete another rotation, while her husband shifts beside her on the cream-coloured sofa, his hand resting on his knee, close enough to reach for hers but separate. "Let's try something different today," Dr. Raman says, her pen poised above her yellow legal pad. "I'd like each of you to write a letter to the other, not to share aloud, just to write. Sometimes we discover what we mean by seeing it on the page. The assignment feels both absurd and dangerous. They've been married for 7 years. What could possibly need to be written that hasn't already been said in the careful architecture of their shared life?" But she takes the paper Dr. Raman offers, and so does he. "Dear Michael, do you remember the library? Not ours, the one where we met. November, I think, or maybe early December. You were in the economics section, and I was supposed to be researching 18th century literature, but I'd gotten distracted by the way the afternoon light came through those tall windows. You looked up and our eyes met, and for just a moment I thought, but I didn't think anything. That's the truth. Or if I did, I thought, this is someone I could know. This is someone safe." She stops writing, looks up. Michael's pen moves steadily across his page, his brow furrowed in that familiar expression of concentration. She spent 7 years watching that face, learning its vocabulary of small tensions and releases. The scholarship that brought her to that campus had felt like a lifeline, a way out of a childhood spent making do, making less seem like enough. She'd learned early that gratitude was its own form of currency, that if you were careful and quiet and didn't ask for too much, people would let you stay. Michael had been careful too, she realises now, methodical in his affection, building their relationship like one of his economic models, variables controlled, outcomes predicted, risk minimised. 5 more minutes, Dr. Raman says gently. You proposed in that same library, do you remember? In the archives room where no one ever went. You said you'd been carrying the ring for 2 months, waiting for the perfect moment, but then you realised that we didn't need perfect, we needed real. I said yes immediately. I didn't hesitate. Why didn't I hesitate? She sets down her pen. That last line wasn't supposed to appear. She folds the paper quickly before Michael can see, before Dr. Raman can ask her to share. Time, Dr. Raman says. You can keep those, or share them later, if you choose. But I want you both to notice. How did it feel to write to each other rather than speak? Michael clears his throat. Easier, he says, and harder. She nods, still clutching her folded paper. That night, in their carefully curated bedroom, grey walls, white bedding, a single framed photograph from their honeymoon. In Montreal, she lies awake listening to Michael's breathing slow and deepen. The letter's in her purse downstairs in the kitchen where she left it. She should destroy it. Instead, she gets up quietly, goes downstairs in the dark and writes another. Dear Michael, what if careful isn't enough? What if all this time we've been so busy building something stable that we forgot to ask if it was what we actually wanted? I'm afraid that if I say this out loud, you'll think I'm ungrateful, or worse, that I'm someone who doesn't know how to be satisfied. My mother used to say that about women who left their marriages. She didn't know when she had it good. But here's what I can't stop thinking about. What if having it good isn't the same as having it right? What if I'm hungry for something I can't even name? She folds this letter too, puts it in the back of the drawer where she keeps old receipts and expired coupons and other small evidences of a life being lived within careful margins. Upstairs, Michael is still sleeping. She stands in the doorway and watches him. This good man, this kind man, this man who has never once raised his voice or forgotten an anniversary, or failed to notice when she's had a hard day. This man she married because he felt like safety. This man she's beginning to realise she's never fully desired. The thought stops her breath. She goes back downstairs, pulls out the letter, adds one more line. What if I told you that sometimes I dream about running? Not from you, never from you, just running into something I can't see yet, something that might be waiting, if only I were brave enough to look. She puts the letter away and goes back to bed. Michael turns toward her in his sleep, his arm draping across her waist with the unconscious familiarity of 7 years of shared nights. She lies very still and thinks about the library, about that first moment, about how she told herself that what she felt wasn't disappointment but something more, mature, relief. Relief that she'd found someone who wouldn't ask her to be anything other than what she already was, someone who would never require her to run. The clock on the nightstand ticks through the dark hours. Outside, November rain begins to fall on their tidy neighbourhood with its tidy lawns and its tidy lives, and she lies there, awake and still, wondering if the problem with careful is that it never has to be brave. Dr. Raman assigns homework. Spend 30 minutes each day in conversation without solving anything. Just talk, she says. See what emerges when you're not trying to fix it. They choose evening walks. Their neighbourhood is designed for them. Young professionals with modest but growing ambitions. Trees planted at mathematically pleasing intervals. Sidewalks smooth enough for running strollers though they don't have children yet. Haven't decided if they want them. Or rather, haven't decided if they want the version of themselves that would have them. Tell me something I don't know, Michael says on the third walk. His hands are in his pockets. They're not holding hands these days, though neither has acknowledged the shift. She thinks for a long time. The air smells like chimney smoke and fallen leaves. Someone is cooking dinner. Garlic, butter, something rich. I'm not sure I know how to be happy, she says finally. He stops walking. What? I know how to be grateful. I know how to be satisfied. I know how to make a list of everything that's good and tell myself that's enough. But actual happiness, the kind where you're not checking to make sure it's still there, I don't know if I've ever felt that. Not sustained. Not without underneath it this feeling that it could all be taken away. Michael stands very still. A leaf falls between them. Because of your childhood, he says carefully, not a question. Maybe. Probably. Does it matter why? It matters because... He stops, starts again. Because I've spent 7 years trying to give you security. I thought that was what you needed. I thought if I could just be stable enough, present enough, if I could prove that I wasn't going anywhere, you thought you could fix me. I thought I could love you into feeling safe. She looks at him then, really looks, and sees something she's never allowed herself to see before. He's terrified too. Terrified that love might not be enough. Terrified that all his careful constancy might be insufficient. Michael, she says softly, what if neither of us can be fixed? They walk in silence after that. 3 more blocks, then home to the house they bought together, the mortgage they split exactly down the middle, the life they've architected with such meticulous fairness. In the kitchen, making tea, he says, "Do you remember the night before our wedding?" She nods. They'd stayed apart that night, observing tradition. She'd been at her mother's house, in her childhood bedroom, staring at the ceiling and thinking about thresholds. "I almost called you," he says, "around midnight. I wanted to, I don't know, make sure you were sure." "Why didn't you?" "Because I was afraid you'd say you weren't." The kettle whistles. Neither moves to turn it off. "And now?" she asks. "Now I'm afraid you'll say you weren't. Past tense. That you made a mistake and you've been too kind to tell me." She turns off the burner, pours water over tea bags, watching the colour bloom and spread. "I don't think I made a mistake," she says slowly. "I think I made the safest choice I knew how to make. And I think maybe we both did." He takes his mug, wraps both hands around it though the ceramic is too hot. Is safe such a terrible thing to be? His voice is barely audible. No, but it might be a terrible thing to settle for. That night they lie in bed without touching. Not angry, not distant, just separate. She can feel the inches between them like a physical presence, a gap that contains all the words they don't know how to say. "Can I tell you something?" Michael says into the dark. "Yes." "When we met, I was in love with someone else, a woman from my ethics seminar. She was, God, she was brilliant, terrifying. She said whatever she thought and didn't apologise, and she wanted things loudly, demanded them. She was going to change the world, and she knew it." He pauses. She doesn't speak. "And I was drawn to her like gravity, but I was also exhausted by her. Every conversation felt like a test I was failing. Every silence felt like an accusation. When she finally ended it, told me I was too careful, too timid, that I'd never actually take a risk, I was devastated and relieved. And then you met me," she says quietly. "And then I met you, and you didn't require anything I couldn't give. You didn't push, you didn't demand, you just accepted. Me, us, this." He turns toward her, though they still don't touch. "I thought that was love," he says, "the absence of fear, the presence of peace. What do you think it is now?" "I don't know anymore, but I think maybe love is supposed to ask something of you, supposed to require you to grow, and I think I chose you because you let me stay exactly who I was." The confession hangs in the air between them, not cruel, but devastating in its honesty. "Why are you telling me this?" she whispers. "Because Dr. Rahman said to tell you something you don't know, and because if we're going to do this, actually do this, figure out if this marriage can be something more than safe, then I need you to know that I'm as afraid as you are." She reaches out then, not to comfort, but to confirm. Her hand finds his in the dark, palm to palm. His skin is warm, familiar. They lie like that for a long time, holding hands like teenagers, like people who don't yet know how to ask for more than this small connection. "I've been writing letters," she says finally. "Letters I don't send. To you." "What do they say?" "Things I'm afraid to say out. Loud." "Will you show me?" "I don't know. Maybe. Eventually." His thumb moves across her knuckles, a small gesture that contains multitudes. "I want to read them," he says, "even if they hurt, especially if they hurt." She thinks about the drawer downstairs, about the folded papers accumulating like small acts of sedition. Letters that say, "What if this isn't enough? What if I need something I can't name? What if the life we've built is a beautiful prison and neither of us has the courage to ask for the key?" "Okay," she says, "but not yet. I'm not ready yet." "When you are." They fall asleep still holding hands, but in the morning she wakes alone. Michael is already up, already dressed, already performing the morning routine that shapes their days. Coffee made, newspaper skimmed, emails checked. When she comes downstairs, he kisses her forehead, a habit so ingrained neither of them remembers when it started, and asks if she slept well. "Fine," she says, though she dreamed all night, of running. On their next walk, he asks her about desire. Not just, I don't mean sex, though that too, but what do you desire? If you could have anything, be anything, do anything. The question is so enormous she almost laughs. "I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know how to want things, not real things, not things that might require me to be selfish or difficult or demanding." "Try," he says. "Just try. What if there were no consequences? What if you couldn't fail? What if I wasn't here to disappoint?" They've stopped walking. They're standing under a streetlight that's flickering, some malfunction in its timing, so it keeps going dark and then bright again, dark and then bright. "I want," she says slowly, testing each word, "to feel necessary, not needed in the way that's about function, not about being useful or good or appropriate. I want to feel like my presence in the world makes some kind of essential difference, like I'm not just..." She struggles for the word. Interchangeable. The light flickers. In the darkness, she can barely see his face. "You've never felt that?" he asks. "With me? I felt cherished, protected, valued." She takes a breath. "But not necessary. Not like if I disappeared, there would be a hole in the shape of me. More like I've been a good solution to the problem of your loneliness." It's the most honest thing she's ever said to him, and she braces for his anger, his hurt, his defense. Instead, he says, "Yes, I think that's fair." The light comes back on. They look at each other. "I don't know how to love someone in the way you're describing," he says. "I don't know if I'm capable of that kind of intensity, obsession, whatever you want to call it. I love through steadiness, through showing up, through being present and predictable, and I don't know if that will ever feel like enough to you." "I don't know either," she admits. They walk home in silence, but something has shifted. Not resolution, but recognition. That night she writes another letter. "Dear Michael, you asked what I desire. Here's the truth. I desire to be devoured. Not destroyed, devoured. I want someone to need me the way fire needs air. I want to be looked at like I'm the answer to a question someone's been asking their whole life. I want to matter urgently, not just steadily. And I don't know if that's something you can give me. I don't know if it's something anyone can give anyone. Maybe it's something I have to give myself. But here's what I do know. I don't want to spend the rest of my life being grateful for a love that doesn't challenge me. I don't want to be comfortable. I want to be claimed. And I don't know if that makes me ungrateful or honest. But I'm tired of not knowing the difference." She folds the letter, adds it to the drawer. Upstairs, Michael is already asleep. She stands in the doorway watching him. This good man, this careful man, and feels a tenderness so acute it's almost grief, because she loves him, and she's beginning to understand that love might not be enough. The letter is discovered on a Wednesday. She doesn't remember leaving it out. Must have been careless, distracted, must have forgotten to put it back in the drawer with the others. Michael finds it in the morning while looking for a warranty receipt. Something mundane, something that doesn't matter now and will never matter again. She's upstairs when she hears the silence change quality, the particular stillness of someone absorbing a blow. When she comes down, he's sitting at the kitchen table, the letter unfolded between his hands. He's not reading it anymore, just staring at it, like it might rearrange itself into something less damaging. "Michael," she says, but her voice has no power. He looks up. His face is very pale. "How many are there?" She doesn't pretend to misunderstand. 8, maybe 9. "All like this?" "Some, not all. Some are kinda." He makes a sound that might be a laugh, but isn't. "Kinda. Jesus." He puts his head in his hands. "I'm not sure which would be worse, if you'd been planning to show them to me or if you never were." She sits down across from him. The morning light is coming through the kitchen window, illuminating the breakfast dishes neither of them has cleared, the coffee growing cold in their mugs. Evidence of an ordinary morning about to calcify into the morning everything changed. "I wasn't planning anything," she says. "I was just trying to figure out what I felt, what I wanted. And what you wanted was to be devoured." He picks up the letter, quotes from it without looking. "I want someone to need me the way fire needs air. That's what you wrote. 3 weeks ago, according to the date. Yes. Did you mean it?" She wants to lie, wants to soften it, explain it away, tell him it was just words, just a confused moment, just the aftermath of too much therapy. Instead, she says, "Yes, I meant it." He leaves for work without saying goodbye. She hears the door close, the car start, the sound of him driving away. She sits at the kitchen table for a long time, the letter still lying there, her handwriting looking strange and accusatory in the morning light. She reads it again, tries to find the lie in it, the exaggeration, the unfair thing that would let her take it back. But it's all true. Every word. She wants to be necessary. She wants to matter urgently. She wants to be more than a good solution to someone's loneliness. And she doesn't know if Michael can give her that. Worse, she doesn't know if she has the right to ask. He doesn't come home that night. Sends a text around 6, staying at David's. Need time to think. She walks through their house, their carefully assembled life, and sees it differently now. The furniture they chose together at IKEA, assembling it on Saturday afternoons with patient domesticity. The paint colours they debated, settling always on the safest choice, the one that wouldn't offend or challenge. The bookshelves organised by subject, then alphabetically, because Michael likes order and she likes the look of order even if she doesn't care about it intrinsically. Everything in this house is a compromise. Everything is reasonable. Nothing demands anything. She makes dinner for one, doesn't eat it. Pours a glass of wine, then a second. Sits on their sensible grey couch and stares at the wall. Around 9, her phone rings. It's Michael. "I read the others," he says without preamble. Her stomach drops. "How did you—" "The drawer under the warranties. I found them all. I've been at David's reading them." She closes her eyes. "Do you know what the worst part is?" His voice is very steady, very controlled. "Not that you're unhappy. I knew you were unhappy. Maybe not how much, but I knew. The worst part is that in 8 letters, you never once say that you love me. Michael, you say you respect me. You say you're grateful. You say I'm a good man, a kind man, a safe man. But you never say you love me. Did you notice that?" She hadn't. But now that he's said it, she can't unsay it. "I do love you," she whispers. "Do you? Or do you just appreciate me? Because those aren't the same thing, and I think we've been pretending they are for 7 years," she can't answer. "I need to ask you something," he says, "and I need you to be honest. Is there someone else?" "No. God, no. There's never been anyone else." "I don't mean physically. I mean in your head. In these letters. Are you writing to me, or are you writing to someone you wish I was?" The question lands like a blade. "I don't know," she says. The line is quiet for a long time. "I'll be at David's for a while," he says finally. "A week. Maybe more. You can stay in the house. It's half yours anyway. But I need—" His voice cracks. "I need time to figure out if I'm mourning something I never actually had. Michael, I loved you," he says. Past tense. I'm not sure I can say it in the present. Anymore. Not until I know if the person I loved actually exists. He hangs up before she can respond. She doesn't sleep. She lies in their bed. Her bed now, temporarily, maybe permanently, and stares at the ceiling and thinks about all the ways she's been cruel without meaning to be. Because he's right. She never said she loved him. Not in the letters. Not in the raw, unguarded place where she was trying to be honest. She said she wanted to be devoured. She said she was hungry. She said she felt like she was living in a beautiful prison. But she never said, "I love you." And that's what makes this so hard. Around 3 in the morning she gets up and writes another letter. But this one she doesn't fold and hide. This one she leaves on his pillow, where he'll find it if he comes home. When he comes home. If. "Dear Michael, you're right. I never said I loved you. I don't know why. Maybe because I was so busy trying to explain what was wrong that I forgot to name what was right. But here it is. I love you. I have always loved you. Even when I was writing those other letters, even when I was imagining running, even when I was cruel enough to call what we have a compromise. I love your steadiness. I love the way you fold laundry with the same careful attention you give to everything. I love that you've never once made me feel stupid or small. I love that you remember things. My mother's birthday, the name of my childhood dog, how I like my coffee. I love that you chose me, that you keep choosing me, even though I'm making it so hard. But here's the thing, I don't know if love is enough, and I'm terrified that saying that out loud makes me sound like a romantic child who thinks passion is more important than commitment. I don't think that. I know that what we have is rare and precious, and so many people never find even this much peace. But I'm also terrified that if I settle for peace, I'll spend the rest of my life wondering what I gave up to get it. You asked if there's someone else. There isn't. But maybe there's a version of myself I never became, and I can feel her watching me, asking why I chose safety over courage. I don't know how to reconcile these things. I don't know how to be both grateful and hungry, how to love you and still feel like I'm dying of thirst. All I know is that I'm sorry. For the hurt, for the confusion, for not being clear enough or brave enough to say this before I wrote it in letters I never meant for you to see. I love you, and I don't know if that's enough for either of us anymore. She leaves the letter and goes downstairs, makes coffee in the pre-dawn dark, watches the streetlights blink off as morning comes. Her phone buzzes. A text from Michael. I'm coming home tomorrow, not to decide anything, just to talk, okay? She types back, okay. Then she goes outside and sits on the front steps in her pyjamas and waits for the sun to rise on whatever comes next. Michael comes home on a Friday evening. She's made dinner. Nothing elaborate, just pasta and salad. The kind of meal they've shared 1,000 times. But her hands shake as she sets the table, and she has to try 3 times to open the wine. He looks tired when he walks in. Thinner maybe, or just worn. He puts his bag down by the door and stands there, neither of them sure of the protocol for this moment. Hi, she says. Hi. They sit at the kitchen table, the food between them like a neutral territory. For a while they just eat, or pretend to. She pushes pasta around her plate. He takes small, methodical bites, the way he does everything. Finally he sets down his fork. I read your last letter, he says. The one you left on the pillow. She nods. You said you don't know if love is enough, and I've been thinking about that all week. What does enough even mean? Enough for what? To stay married? To be happy? To justify the investment of 7 years? I don't know. I don't either, but I think... He stops, starts again. I think maybe we've been asking the wrong question. Maybe it's not whether love is enough. Maybe it's whether we're willing to let it be enough, even when it's not perfect, even when we're hungry for things we can't name. She feels something crack open in her chest. Michael, Wait, let me finish. He reaches across the table, takes her hand. His palm is warm, solid. I've spent this week being angry, hurt, feeling betrayed, even though I know that's not entirely fair. But underneath all that, there's this other feeling I keep trying to ignore. What feeling? Relief. She stares at him. Relief that it's finally on the table, that we're not pretending anymore, that we can stop being so fucking careful with each other and just... He makes a helpless gesture. Be honest, even if honesty hurts, especially if it hurts. Are you saying you want to stay married? Her voice is barely audible. I'm saying I want to know who we are when we're not being careful, when we're not trying, to be the people we think we should be. I want to know what happens if we actually risk something. Risk what? He squeezes her hand. Risk this. Risk us. Risk the possibility that if we tell the whole truth, we might not survive it. They don't make love that night, but they talk. They talk until midnight, then until 2, then until the sky starts to lighten. They talk about the thesis advisor she had a crush on in grad school, the one who made her feel visible in a way Michael never has. About the woman from his ethics seminar, the one he mentioned before, and how he still sometimes wonders what his life would have looked like if he'd been brave enough to keep her. They talk about desire, not the safe, comfortable desire of 7 years together, but the dangerous kind. The kind that asks you to change, to risk, to surrender. Do you know what I'm afraid of? She asks as the sun comes up. They're on the couch now, sitting at opposite ends, facing each other. Tell me. I'm afraid that if I admit how much I want, I'll be unlovable, that I'll be too much, that you'll look at me and see someone greedy and demanding and you'll realise you made a mistake. And do you know what I'm afraid of? He leans forward. I'm afraid that I'm not capable of the kind of love you need, that I'll try and still fall short and you'll leave anyway, and I'll have proven that I was never enough to begin with. They look at each other across the coffee table, across 7 years, across the careful architecture they've built and are now dismantling brick by brick. What if, she says slowly, we stopped trying to be enough? What if we just tried to be honest? How? I don't know. But maybe we start by admitting what we actually want, not what we think we should want, not what's reasonable or fair or safe, just what we want. Michael nods slowly. Okay, you first. She takes a breath. I want you to need me. Not in the calm, grateful way you need a good partner. I want you to need me desperately. I want to matter to you in a way that scares you. She's crying now, can't help it. I want to feel essential. He moves across the couch, pulls her into his arms. She can feel his heart beating against her cheek. Okay, he says. Okay, my turn. She waits. I want to let go, he says quietly. I want to stop being so controlled. I want to be able to want you without worrying about whether I'm doing it right, whether I'm enough. I want to be selfish. I want to take. And I've never let myself do that because I was so afraid that if I did, you'd see how desperate I actually am. She pulls back, looks at him. Desperate. For you. For this. For the feeling that I'm not just maintaining a system, keeping a marriage running smoothly. His voice breaks. I want to lose control with you, and I don't know how. Something shifts in the air between them, a door opening, a possibility emerging. Show me, she whispers. He kisses her. It's not like their usual kisses, not the polite, affectionate kisses they exchange in greeting and parting. This is raw, urgent. His hands in her hair, pulling her closer, almost rough in his need. Her hands grip his shoulders, nails pressing through the fabric of his shirt, holding on like she might fall. They break apart, breathless. His eyes are dark, pupils wide, and she can see 7 years of restraint beginning to crack. Upstairs, she says, her voice hoarse. No. His hand finds the small of her back, pulls her flush against him. Here, now, I'm done waiting. The words send heat flooding through her. She's never heard this tone in his voice, command mixed with desperation, control slipping into pure need. He kisses her again, deeper this time, his mouth claiming hers with an intensity that makes her knees weaken. His tongue traces her lower lip before delving deeper, tasting her, and she responds with equal hunger, her hands moving to the buttons of his shirt. Wait, he breathes against her mouth. He takes both her wrists in one hand, gentle but firm, holding them still. I said I wanted to take. Let me. The words, the touch, the way he's looking at her, like she's water and he's been crossing a desert. It's everything she wrote about in those hidden letters. Everything she was afraid to ask for. Yes, she whispers. Yes. He releases her wrists only to frame her face with both hands, kissing her with a thoroughness that makes her dizzy. His thumbs trace her cheekbones, tender even in his urgency, and when he finally pulls back, they're both breathing hard. I need to see you, he says. All of you. Not just your body. I want to see everything you've been hiding. She understands what he means. She stands, and with trembling fingers begins to unbutton her blouse. Not seductively. She's never been good at that kind of performance. But honestly, each button revealing more skin, more vulnerability until the Fabric slides from her shoulders. Michael's breath catches audibly. In 7 years he's seen her countless times, but never like this. Never with her standing before him in the grey morning light, chin lifted, eyes meeting his, offering herself not out of duty or routine, but out of genuine desire. "I'm hungry," she says, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "I'm so hungry, Michael, for something I don't even know how to name. And I'm afraid that hunger makes me ungrateful, makes me broken." "You're not broken." He stands, crosses to her, and the way he moves, purposeful, predatory, makes her pulse quicken. He traces the line of her collarbone with his fingertips, feather-light, and she shivers. "You're just alive, and so beautiful it hurts to look at you." His hands slide down her arms, across her ribs, learning her body as if for the first time. When his palms find her, his touch gentle but possessive, she gasps. "Are you?" she manages to ask. "Are you alive with me?" Instead of answering, he lowers his head, his mouth finding the curve of her neck, the hollow of her throat. Each kiss is a brand, a claim, and she arches into him, her hands tangling in his hair. "Michael," she gasps, "please." "Please what?" He looks up at her, and there's something in his eyes she's never seen before. Power, possession, pure satisfaction at her need. "Tell me what you want." "You. I want you. Not the careful version. I want..." She struggles for the words, her mind hazy with desire. "I want you to be ruthless with me. I want you to take. I want to feel necessary." Something breaks in his expression, the last restraint shattering. "You are necessary," he says, his voice rough. "You're so necessary I can't breathe without you." She stands before him, vulnerable in ways that have nothing to do with clothing, everything to do with honesty. The asymmetry should frighten her. It does frighten her, but it's exactly what she needs, to be exposed while he remains in control, to surrender without safety. His hands bracket her hips, thumbs tracing gentle circles. "Is that enough?" he asks. "Is that what you need?" "Yes," she gasps. "Yes, but don't stop. Don't be gentle. I don't want gentle." "Good." He pulls her against him. "Because I don't think I can be gentle right now." He kisses her again, one hand tangling in her hair, tilting her head back to give him access to her throat. He kisses down the column of her neck, and when his teeth graze the sensitive skin where neck meets shoulder, she cries out. "Too much," he murmurs against her skin. "Not enough," she breathes. "More." He lifts her. She weighs nothing to him in this moment, and carries her the 3 steps to the couch. Lays her down on the cushions. The morning light through the windows paints her skin gold, illuminates every curve. "God," he says, 7 years. 7 years, and I never let myself just look at you like this." "Look at me now," she says. "See me now." He does. His gaze travels the length of her body, and she fights the instinct to cover herself, to hide. Instead, she opens to him, arms, heart, everything. An invitation, a claim. His hand traces a path from her ankle to her inner thigh, his touch light but deliberate. "Tell me," he says, "tell me what you need." "Touch me," she whispers. "Touch me like you own me." "I do own you." His fingers move higher. "Just like you own me. We've always belonged to each other. I've just been too afraid to act like it." His touch is revelation. He explores with patience that's almost cruel, learning every response, every gasp, every shiver. She's beyond words now, lost in sensation, in the building heat, in the way he's claiming her with hands and mouth and breath. "You're so responsive," he murmurs, watching her face. "So beautiful like this. I want to memorize every sound you make." When his mouth follows where his hands have been, she cries out his name. The sensation is overwhelming, heat and pressure and pleasure building like a storm. She's never felt so exposed, so claimed, so thoroughly possessed. "Michael," she gasps, "I can't—" "Yes, you can." He doesn't stop. "Let go. I want to feel you come apart for me." And she does. The climax crashes through her like a wave, powerful and consuming, making her back arch and her hands fist in his hair. He works her through it, gentling as she becomes sensitive, pressing soft kisses as she trembles and gasps. When she finally opens her eyes, he's watching her with an expression of such naked desire that it steals her breath all over again. "Come here," she says, reaching for him. He stands and she watches as he removes his own barriers. She's always known he was beautiful, but she's never allowed herself to really look, to really appreciate the lines of his body, the strength in his frame. When he returns to her, skin to skin, the contact is electric. They fit together perfectly. They always have. But this time there's no hesitation, no careful choreography. Just need and heat and 7 years of restraint finally breaking. "Look at me," he says as they join. "I want to see your eyes." She meets his gaze, and the connection, physical, emotional, spiritual, is almost more than she can bear. For a moment, neither of them moves. They just breathe together, complete. Then he begins to move, and thought becomes impossible. It's not gentle. She asked for ruthless, and he gives it to her, each movement deep and purposeful, making her gasp. His hands grip her hips, holding her, grounding her even as he sends her flying. "Is this what you wanted?" he asks, his voice rough. "Is this how you needed it?" "Yes," she cries out. "Yes, don't stop. Never." He leans down, captures her mouth in a fierce kiss. "I'm never stopping. You're mine. Say it." "I'm yours," she gasps against his lips. "I'm yours." The rhythm builds, urgent and relentless. She wraps her legs around him, takes him deeper, meets him movement for movement. The couch creaks beneath them. The morning light strengthens. Somewhere outside their neighbourhood is waking, but here in this room there's nothing ordinary, nothing careful, nothing held back. "I'm close," she gasps. "Michael, wait for me." His rhythm becomes erratic, control fraying. "Surrender with me." She holds back barely, her whole body tensing. Then he shifts angle and she shatters, crying out as waves of pleasure crash through her. She feels the moment he follows, the way he shudders, the way he groans her name, the way he collapses against her, trembling. They lie tangled together, hearts racing, skin damp with exertion. She can feel the occasional aftershock ripple through both of them. "That was," he starts. "I know. We've never. I know." He lifts his head, looks at her, and his eyes are bright with emotion. "I love you. God, I love you so much." "I love you too." She touches his face, traces the line of his jaw. "I didn't know it could be like that. Between us. I didn't know we could—" "Neither did I." He kisses her softly. "But I want it to be like that. Always. No more holding back. No more being careful. Promise. I promise. I'm going to need you like this every day. I'm going to make you feel essential every time I touch you." She pulls him down for another kiss, deeper this time, already feeling desire stirring again despite her exhaustion. "Upstairs," she murmurs against his mouth. "Take me to bed. We have years of careful to make up for." He lifts her, she wraps around him, and carries her toward the stairs. They leave evidence scattered in the living room, passion finally unleashed, restraint finally abandoned. At the top of the stairs, he presses her against the wall, kisses her breathless, and she can feel his desire building again. "I can't get enough of you," he says. "Good," she replies. "Don't." They make it to the bedroom. They have all day. They have the rest of their lives. And for the first time in 7 years, she doesn't feel like she's dying of thirst. She feels claimed, desired, essential. She feels enough. They burn the letters on a Saturday morning in early December, almost exactly 7 years after they met. They do it in the fireplace, standing together, taking turns feeding the pages to the flames. 8 letters, 9 letters. She's lost count. Each one a confession, an accusation, a map of the territory between who they were and who they're becoming. "Do you want to read them first?" she asks. "There are a few you haven't seen." He considers, then shakes his head. "No, I know what they say, or enough of what they say. I think maybe they've done their work." So they burn them. The paper catches quickly, curling at the edges, the ink disappearing into ash. She watches her own handwriting consumed and feels lighter, feels like she's releasing something she's been carrying for too long. When the last letter is burning, Michael puts his arm around her waist, pulls her against him. "Are you sad?" he asks. "A little, but mostly relieved." "Me too." They watch the flames until there's nothing left but embers, and then they go to the kitchen and make breakfast together. Eggs, toast, coffee, the ordinary rituals of a Saturday morning, but different now, easier. "I have something for you," she says after they've eaten, after the dishes are washed and put away. She hands him an envelope, her name on it, his name below it, a stamp already affixed. "What is this?" "A letter. The last one, I think. Or the first new one. I'm not sure which." "Should I read it now?" "If you want." He opens it carefully, unfolds the single page. She watches his face as he reads, sees the moment when his eyes brighten, when his mouth softens. When he's done, he looks at her. "I choose you," he reads aloud. "Not because you're safe, not because you're stable, not because you're the best option or the most practical choice. I choose you because you're willing to be scared with me, because you're willing to admit you don't have the answers, because you kiss me like you're claiming me and touch me like I matter urgently, and need me in a way that gives me permission to need you back." He folds the letter, puts it in his pocket. "Is that true?" he asks. "Every word. And if it gets hard again, when we forget, when we fall back into being careful, then we remind each other, we write more letters, we tell the truth, we ask for what we want." He nods slowly. "And you'll stay? I'm not going anywhere, are you?" "No." He pulls her close, kisses the top of her head. "I'm right where I want to be." They decide to take a trip. Not a grand vacation, neither of them has time for that, but a weekend away. Somewhere they've never been. Somewhere new. They choose a cabin in the mountains, 3 hours north, where December snow is already falling. They arrive at dusk, the sky purple and pink, the trees heavy with white. "It's beautiful," she says, standing on the porch while Michael brings in their bags. "Come inside," he calls. "It's freezing out there." But she stays a moment longer, breathing cold air, feeling alive in her skin in a way she hasn't in years. Then she goes inside, where Michael has already started a fire, where wine is being opened, where a weekend of honesty and hunger and choosing each other is just beginning. That night, after they've made love, not carefully, not quietly, but with the urgent need that's become their new language, she lies in his arms and asks, "Do you think we would have made it? If I hadn't written those letters, if you hadn't found them?" "I don't know," he says honestly. "Maybe. Or maybe we would have just continued, been fine, been comfortable. Would that have been enough? For me? Maybe. I'm good at accepting things, at making do." He pauses. "But not for you. And eventually your hunger would have eaten through everything. I'd rather have this. Risk and truth and actually feeling things than slow suffocation disguised as peace." She turns to look at him. "When did you get so wise?" "When I got so scared I had no choice." They fall asleep like that, skin to skin, honest and whole. The weekend passes in a blur of snow and firelight, long conversations and longer silences, the kind where you can just be present without having to perform being together. On Sunday morning, he wakes early and finds her standing at the window, watching the snowfall. "What are you thinking?" he asks, coming to stand behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "That I'm happy," she says, "and that it scares me, because I keep waiting for something to ruin it. Keep waiting to wake up and find out it was temporary." "It might be," he says. "Not the love. I don't think that's temporary, but the ease, the feeling that we've figured it out, that might not last. So what do? We don't wait for it to get hard again. We don't brace for impact. We just stay here, in this moment, in this happiness. And when it gets hard, because it will, we remember that we did this once. We found our way back. We can do it again." She leans back against him, feels his warmth, his solidity, his presence. "I choose you," she says. "I want you to know that. I choose you." "I know," he says. "I can feel it." They drive home through snow that's still falling, the road slick and slow. Neither of them minds. They're not in a hurry. When they pull into their driveway, their house looks different. Or maybe they're different, and the house just looks like itself. A place they've chosen, a life they're building, a commitment they're honouring not out of obligation but out of desire. Inside, there's a letter waiting for her on the kitchen table, from him. "When did you write this?" she asks, holding the envelope. "Last night, after you fell asleep." She opens it. "Dear love, I'm watching you sleep, and I'm thinking about thresholds. The one we crossed 7 years ago when we got married. The one we crossed when I found your letters. The one we're crossing now into whatever comes next. You asked me once if love is enough. I told you I didn't know, but I think I do now. Love isn't enough if you're asking it to be a shield. If you're asking it to protect you from hunger, from fear, from the terror of wanting something you might not get. But love is enough if you're asking it to be a foundation, if you're asking it to be the place you return to after you've been brave, after you've risked, after you've admitted what you actually want. I want you, not the version of you who's grateful and patient and accommodating. I want the version who's hungry, who admits she's thirsty, who demands to be devoured. And I want to be the man who does the devouring, not carefully, not apologetically, but completely. So here's my promise. I will need you. I will claim you. I will remind you every day that you're essential. And if we forget, when we forget, we'll write more letters. We'll tell the truth. We'll choose each other again. Because that's what love is, I think. Not a feeling that arrives and stays, but a choice we make over and over, a threshold we cross again and again. I choose you. I will always choose you. She reads it twice, then sets it down and goes to find him. He's in the living room, standing by the window looking out at their snow-covered street. "Thank you," she says. He turns. "For what?" "For being willing to be scared with me," he smiles. "Thank you for making it worth it." She goes to him, and he wraps his arms around her, and they stand there as evening falls, as their life together continues, as the future they're building moment by moment unfolds, and she thinks, yes, this is enough. This is more than enough. This is everything. The end. The quiet return. The airport smelled of burnt coffee and recycled air, underlaid with something else, jet fuel perhaps, or the accumulated exhaustion of 10,000 travellers passing through. Margaret stood with her hands clasped before her, watching their son's back disappear into the security line. He was 20 now, confident in his shoulders, wearing the backpack they'd bought him just last week. When he turned to wave, just once briefly, his smile held no uncertainty, no shadow of homesickness. He was ready. He had always been ready. She felt David shift beside her, heard the small intake of breath that meant he was fighting something down. After 23 years of marriage, she knew all his tells, the way he pressed his thumb against his forefinger when he was anxious, the particular stillness he assumed when emotions threatened to overwhelm him. He was doing it now, going very quiet beside her, a man turned to stone. He didn't look back twice, she said, and was surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. No, David's voice was quiet, careful. That's good, isn't it? That's what we wanted. They had wanted it, had raised all 3 children to be sturdy and self-sufficient, to leave without tearing, without the terrible clinging that had marked Margaret's own departure from her mother's house 30 years ago. But now, standing in Terminal B while strangers rushed past with their urgent destinations and rolling suitcases and crying babies, Margaret felt the absence of urgency in herself like a physical thing, a hollowness. She and David had nowhere they needed to be, nothing pressing waiting for them at home. For the first time in 2 decades, they were simply unnecessary. "Coffee?" David asked. "I've had 3 cups already. My hands are shaking." "So have I." They stayed anyway, sitting at a small table near the windows, watching planes lift into the colourless dawn. The chairs were uncomfortable, moulded plastic designed to discourage loitering. The other patrons were mostly business travellers, typing urgently on laptops, their faces illuminated by blue screen glow. A janitor pushed a mop across the floor in wide, methodical arcs. Neither spoke. The silence between them was not uncomfortable. They had lived together for 23 years, had learned the architecture of each other's quiet, but it was no longer full. It was simply present, like furniture, like wallpaper, like all the things in a house you stop seeing because they've been there too long. Margaret watched a mother across the terminal trying to wrangle 2 small children into submission. The woman looked exhausted, her hair escaping from its ponytail, a stain of something, juice, yogurt, on her shirt. One of the children was crying, that particular pitch that goes straight through the skull. The mother's face held a grimness Margaret recognised, that expression of someone enduring rather than enjoying, just trying to get through the next 5 minutes and then the 5 minutes after that. "That was us," she said, nodding toward the woman. David followed her gaze. "God, yes. Remember that flight to Florida when Emma was 2? She screamed for 4 hours straight. The man in front of us actually asked if we could make her stop, as if we were choosing not to. You were so angry. I thought you might hit him. I wanted to." David's mouth quirked in something that wasn't quite a smile. But then Emma threw up on him instead, and that seemed like justice enough. Margaret felt herself laugh, actually laugh, a sound that surprised them both. I'd forgotten that part. "I haven't. His face was..." David shook his head. "Pure poetry." The memory sat between them, warm and strange. When was the last time they'd laughed together? Really laughed. Not the polite chuckle that accompanied some shared observation about the news or the neighbours. When they finally rose to leave, David's hand briefly touched the small of her back, guiding her through the crowd. It was an automatic gesture, husbandly and protective, the kind of touch that meant nothing except habit. But Margaret felt the warmth of it through her coat, and wondered when touch had become so rare between them that she noticed it. When had his hand on her back become remarkable instead of ordinary? The drive home took 40 minutes through thickening traffic. David handled the morning rush with the same steady competence he brought to everything. Bill paying, dinner conversation, the careful architecture of their separate lives under one roof. Margaret watched the suburbs slide past, the same route they'd driven 1,000 times, ferrying children to practices and friends' houses and orthodontist appointments and birthday parties at bowling alleys, where the pizza was always terrible and the noise was always deafening. "I should start dinner early," she said as they pulled into the driveway. "Emma has that presentation tomorrow." David turned off the engine but didn't move. He looked at her for a long moment, and she saw something in his face she couldn't quite name. Sadness, maybe, or recognition. "Margaret," he said gently, "Emma's at college." She blinked. The garage door stood open before them, dark and empty. "Of course, I meant—" But she hadn't meant anything. The habit of feeding children, of planning meals around their schedules, had simply filled her mouth with words. Her brain still ran on the old rhythms: wake, feed, organise, manage, endure, even though there was no one left to feed. Inside, the house seemed larger. Thomas would be home from university in 3 months, but his absence had been familiar for 2 years now. Emma's room still smelled faintly of her perfume, but she called only twice a week, her voice bright with new independence. And now James, the middle child, the easy one, the boy who had never given them a moment's worry, was gone too. Margaret stood in the kitchen, staring at the refrigerator. She had bought groceries yesterday. Chicken breasts, fresh vegetables, the ingredients for meals that now seemed absurdly large. "We could order in," David said from the doorway. "We could. Or I could make pasta, the simple kind." She turned to look at him. He had loosened his tie, and in the afternoon light filtering through the window, she could see the grey threading through his hair more clearly than she had in years. When had that happened? When had she stopped looking? "I'll help," she said. They worked in the kitchen together, moving around each other with long practice. David chopped garlic while Margaret set water to boil. He had good hands, she noticed, careful and precise. Hands that had held their babies, built bookshelves, steadied her elbow when she slipped on ice. "Do you remember," David said, not looking up from the cutting board, "when James was 3 and he insisted on wearing his Superman cape to the grocery store?" Margaret felt herself smile. "He wore it for 6 months straight. I had to wash it at night while he slept. You cried the day it finally fell apart." "I didn't cry." "You did. I saw you." David scraped the garlic into the pan, and the kitchen filled with its sharp, warm scent. "You were standing at the washing machine holding that tattered red thing, and your shoulders were shaking." Margaret remembered. She remembered everything. The weight of that small cape in her hands, the knowledge that James would wake up and ask for it, and she would have to tell him it was gone, that he was too old for it anyway, that growing up meant letting things fall apart. "I should have sewn it," she said quietly. "You couldn't have saved it forever." The pasta water began to boil, too loud for conversation. Margaret measured out the spaghetti, watching it soften and bend in the heat. They ate at the kitchen table, just the two of them, and the silence was different now. Not empty, but full of things, unsaid. That night, Margaret couldn't sleep. She lay in the darkness, listening to David's steady breathing beside her. They had shared this bed for more than 2 decades, but somewhere in the endless nights of infant feedings and childhood illnesses and teenage anxieties, they had learned to sleep separately within it. She on her side, he on his, an ocean of sheets between them. She thought about James at the airport turning to wave. She thought about the way David's hand had felt on her back. She thought about the last time they had touched each other with intention. 2. The days developed a new rhythm, slow and uncertain. Margaret still woke early. Her body, trained by years of infant feedings and school drop-offs, refused to sleep past 6:30. But instead of packing lunches and signing permission slips, she found herself reading the newspaper over coffee. Actually reading it, not just skimming headlines while simultaneously making breakfast and finding lost shoes and arbitrating sibling disputes. The silence of the house was profound. She could hear the refrigerator humming. the creak of the floors settling, the distant bark of the Hendersons' dog 3 houses down. David came down later, his hair still damp from the shower, smelling of soap and shaving cream. He would pour his coffee and sit across from her at the kitchen table, and they would exist in the same space without the buffer of children's chatter, without the blessed distraction of other people's needs. It should have been easy. They had longed for this, hadn't they? Those exhausted nights when the baby wouldn't sleep, and the toddler had an ear infection, and the preteen was having a meltdown about some social crisis at school. Someday, they used to say to each other, someday we'll have time for ourselves again. But now that someday had arrived, and neither of them quite knew what to do with it. The Hendersons are selling their house, Margaret said one morning, pointing to the real estate section. The newspaper crinkled under her finger, and she noticed absently that her nails needed trimming. Already? They only moved in, 5 years ago? 6, right before Emma started high school. Everything was measured that way, Margaret realised. Before Thomas went to college, after James got his driver's licence, when Emma had braces. Their kids are grown, they're downsizing. She said it neutrally, but the word hung between them. Downsizing, as if children were inventory that had been sold off, as if the space they took up could simply be eliminated like clearing out a storage closet. David looked at her over his coffee cup. Do you want to downsize? I don't know what I want. It was the most honest thing she'd said in years. The conversations began to unspool after that. Small admissions, tentative and testing. Margaret told him about the book she was reading. Not a summary, but what it made her feel. David described a piece of music he'd heard on the radio, how it had made him pull over to the side of the road just to listen. I'd forgotten, he said, that you could do that. Just stop and pay attention to something beautiful. They went for walks in the evening, circling the neighbourhood while the light faded. David pointed out houses they had admired when they first moved here, when everything was new and full of possibility. Margaret remembered the way they used to walk then, his hand in hers, talking about the family they would build. We did it, she said one evening, pausing beneath a maple tree. We built what we imagined. We did. So why does it feel like we lost something along the way? David was quiet for a long moment. A car passed, its headlights briefly illuminating his face. I think we lost ourselves, he said finally. Or maybe we just forgot to look. That night they sat together on the sofa, not at opposite ends as they usually did, but in the middle, their shoulders nearly touching. They were watching some forgettable programme, but Margaret was acutely aware of the small distance between them, the warmth radiating from his body. When David's hand moved to rest on the cushion between them, she stared at it. Long fingers, a callus on his thumb from where he held his pen. She remembered those hands on her skin, remembered the way he used to trace the curve of her hip in the darkness, wordless and reverent. Margaret, he said, and his voice was rough. I miss you. I'm right here. Are you? She turned to look at him then, really look at him, and saw something she hadn't expected. Desire, naked and uncertain in his eyes. It frightened her, that look, not because it was unwelcome, but because she felt it echo in her own chest, fierce and terrifying. I don't know how to do this anymore, she whispered. Neither do I. But when he reached for her hand, she let him take it. His palm was warm, familiar and strange at once. They sat like that, hands joined, watching the television neither of them was seeing, and Margaret felt something unlock inside her chest. The fear came later, as she knew it would. Margaret lay awake at 3 a.m, David asleep beside her, and felt panic rising in her throat like water filling a drowning person's lungs. What were they doing? They had survived years of parallel living by not asking too much of each other, by accepting that love could be quiet and steady and safe. that it could exist in the margins of child-rearing and bill-paying and all the mundane necessities of a shared life. This new thing between them, this wanting, was none of those things. It was dangerous. She thought of all the ways they could hurt each other, all the ways they had already hurt each other, with silence and absence and the slow erosion of intimacy. The night she'd gone to bed crying about something. She couldn't even remember what, and he hadn't noticed. The year he'd been so consumed with work that she'd felt like a single parent, managing everything alone. The 1,000 small abandonments that had taught them both to stop reaching. What if they tried and failed? What if this rekindling was just the shock of the empty nest, a grief-stricken grasping at what used to be? What if they were two people who had grown so far apart that physical proximity couldn't bridge the distance? Worse, what if she opened herself to him again, let herself want him again, need him again, and he left? Not physically, but emotionally. What if he pulled away the moment she became vulnerable? Outside, rain had begun to fall, tapping against the windows. The sound was almost comforting, but not quite. Nothing was comforting at 3 a.m. when your heart was racing and your thoughts were spiralling, and the person sleeping peacefully beside you seemed like a stranger. The next morning, she was careful, polite. She made coffee and toast and kept her hands busy, wiping down counters that were already clean, reorganizing the spice cabinet, anything to avoid looking at him directly. David noticed. Of course he noticed. "What is it?" he asked. "Nothing. I'm fine." "Margaret." "I have errands to run." She left the house and drove aimlessly, ending up at the park where they used to take the children. The playground was full of young mothers, their toddlers shrieking with joy on the swings. Margaret watched them and felt impossibly old. Her phone buzzed. A text from David. "Wherever you are, it's okay. Take your time." She sat on a bench and cried. When she came home, David was in the garden, pulling weeds from the flower bed she had neglected all summer. He looked up when he heard the car but didn't come to her, didn't demand explanations. He just went back to his work, patient and present. Margaret stood at the window and watched him. His shirt was damp with sweat, his movements steady and methodical. He had always been like this, reliable, constant there, and she had mistaken reliability for the absence of passion, had thought that because he didn't speak of desire, he didn't feel it. But she remembered now, David had never been a man of words. He spoke in actions, in small gestures, in the way he noticed what she needed before she asked. He spoke in the garden he was tending because she had once mentioned loving roses. She went outside. The afternoon sun was warm on her shoulders, and the scent of earth and growing things filled the air. "David." He looked up, squinting against the light. "I'm afraid," she said. He stood slowly, brushing dirt from his hands. "Of what?" "Of wanting you. Of wanting this. Of everything changing. Everything has already changed." "I know." She took a step closer. "That's what scares me." David crossed the space between them in 3 strides. He didn't touch her, but he stood close enough that she could feel the heat of him, could see the pulse beating in his throat. "I'm afraid too," he said. I've been afraid for years. Afraid that you'd wake up one day and realize you'd wasted your life on someone who couldn't give you what you needed. Someone who turned love into a list of responsibilities and forgot about joy." "David, let me finish." His hands were shaking. "I know I failed you. I know I let the marriage become something hollow. But Margaret, I never stopped wanting you. I never stopped loving you. I just stopped believing I had the right to ask for more." Margaret felt something crack open inside her. All the careful control, all the years of managing and enduring and surviving. She reached for him, and he caught her hands, and they stood in the garden like that, holding on, neither of them quite brave enough to close the final distance. "What if we break?" she whispered. What if we don't? The sun slanted through the trees, painting everything gold. Margaret looked at her husband, his lined face, his gentle eyes, his hands still holding hers like she was something precious, and made a choice. She kissed him. It was tentative at first, a question more than an answer, but David made a sound low in his throat and pulled her closer, and suddenly they were 23 again, standing in his college apartment, drowning in each other. Except this was better because it was earned, because they knew what they had nearly lost. When they finally pulled apart, both breathing hard, David rested his forehead against hers. "Come inside," he said. "I fee." They moved through the house like sleepwalkers, hands joined, not speaking. Margaret felt her heart hammering against her ribs, felt the blood rushing in her ears. The afternoon light slanted through the windows, painting everything in shades of honey and amber. She was acutely aware of everything. The creak of the stairs under their feet, the smell of the jasmine candle she'd lit that morning, the particular way David's thumb moved across her knuckles as he led her upstairs, the bedroom. Door closed behind them with a soft click, and then they were alone in the dimness, the curtains drawn against the afternoon. Dust motes danced in the thin bar of light that escaped through the gap. David cupped her face in his hands, his palms warm against her cheeks. "Are you sure?" The question undid her. After 23 years, he was still asking permission, still treating her like someone whose answer mattered. She had forgotten this about him, this fundamental gentleness, this respect that had never wavered even when everything else between them had. She answered by kissing him again, deeper this time, her hands finding the buttons of his shirt. Her fingers trembled slightly, and she fumbled with the second button. He helped her, shrugging out of it, and she pressed her palms to his bare chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heartbeat, the warmth of his skin, the slight roughness of hair beneath her fingers. "I'd forgotten," she murmured, "how warm you are." His laugh was shaky, breathless. "I'd forgotten everything. How you taste, how you feel." He kissed her neck, her collarbone, the hollow at the base of her neck. "How you make that sound when I—" She did make a sound then, surprise and pleasure mingled, because his mouth had found the spot just below her ear that had always undone her, that he apparently still remembered after all these years of not touching. They undressed each other slowly, reverently, relearning the landscape of familiar bodies. Margaret traced the scar on his shoulder from the bike accident when James was 5. He'd been teaching the boy to ride without training wheels and had somehow ended up going over the handlebars himself. David kissed the stretch marks on her belly, the evidence of the children they'd made together, the silver lines she had once hated and now wore like battle scars. "You're beautiful," he said against her skin, his breath warm. "I'm older. So am I. We earned this." His hands moved, up her sides, making her shiver, making her arch toward him. "We earned each other, every line, every mark, every year." When they finally came together, it was not the frantic coupling of their youth, all urgency and inexperience. It was deliberate and intense, a conversation conducted in touch and breath, and the sounds they made without words. David moved above her with aching slowness, watching her face, and Margaret met his gaze and did not look away. This was not performance. This was recognition. She traced the line of his jaw, roughened now with afternoon stubble, the corner of his mouth, the small crescent scar above his eyebrow where he'd been hit with a baseball in 3rd grade. He caught her hand and kissed her palm, then her wrist, then the inside of her elbow, his mouth hot against her skin, and she felt herself unravelling, all the careful distance she had maintained for years dissolving in the heat of his attention. "Margaret," he breathed, and her name in his mouth was a prayer, a claim, a promise. God, Margaret. When they peeked together, it was like a door opening onto a room she had forgotten existed. A room full of light and air and the possibility of joy. She cried out, and he swallowed the sound with his mouth, his body shuddering against hers, his hands fisted in the sheets beside her head. Afterward they lay tangled in the sheets, sweaty and breathless, David's hand moving idly through her hair. She could feel his heart still racing against her side, could feel the tremor in his fingers. "I love you," he said, his voice raw. "I need you to know that. Not past tense, not in spite of everything. Just love. Present. Ongoing. You." Margaret turned in his arms to face him. His eyes were very blue, very clear, and there was something naked in them that made her chest ache. "I love you too," she said. "I think I forgot how to say it out loud, how to believe anyone wanted to hear it. Then we'll practice." He kissed her forehead, her nose, her mouth. "Every day. We'll practice until it feels normal again." They made love again as the sun set, slower this time, exploratory and playful. Margaret discovered that David was ticklish behind his knee. David discovered that she liked having her hair pulled, just a little. They laughed and touched and learned each other again, and the years fell away like old skin. V. The house was quiet when Margaret woke. Early morning light filtered through the curtains, painting everything in shades of pearl and rose. David was still asleep beside her, one arm flung across her waist, his breath warm and steady against her shoulder. In sleep, his face looked younger, the worry lines smoothed out, his mouth soft. She lay very still, afraid to move, afraid to break whatever spell had been cast. Her body ached in unfamiliar places, good aches, earned aches. She felt tender and open, like something long frozen had finally thawed. But as the light strengthened and the world outside began to wake, birds singing in the oak tree outside their window, a car starting somewhere down the street, she understood that this was not a spell. This was not some temporary enchantment that would dissolve with daylight. This was a choice they would have to make again and again, every day for the rest of their lives. The choice to reach instead of retreat, to speak instead of silence, to risk instead of protect. David stirred, his eyes opening slowly. When he saw her watching him, he smiled. A real smile, unguarded and warm. The smile she remembered from their early days when everything was new and terrifying and wonderful. "Hi," he said, his voice rough with sleep. "Hi. Still here?" "Still here." He pulled her closer, kissing her temple, her cheekbone, the corner of her mouth. "Good. That's good." They rose eventually, moving through the morning routine with a new awareness of each other. Every casual touch was electric, his hand on the small of her back as he reached past her for the coffee mugs, her fingers brushing his as she handed him the milk, the way their knees touched under the table. David made coffee while Margaret showered, and she came down to find him standing at the stove making eggs, humming something under his breath. She paused in the doorway just watching him. He had put on an old sweater, the navy blue one with the fraying cuffs that she'd been threatening to throw away for 3 years. His hair was still messy from sleep, standing up in tufts at the crown where she'd run her fingers through it last night. "You're singing," she said. He turned, spatula in hand, looking sheepish. "I am, aren't I? Can't even carry a tune. I haven't heard you sing in years. I haven't had anything to sing about." He said it simply, without drama, but the words landed between them with weight. Margaret crossed the kitchen and wrapped her arms around him from behind, resting her cheek against his back. She could feel the solid warmth of him, the rise and fall of his breathing. He covered her hands with his, and they stood like that while the eggs cooked, just breathing together, just being. The days that followed were not perfect. They still had difficult conversations, still navigated old hurts and new uncertainties. Margaret found herself angry one afternoon about something David had said, something thoughtless about her mother, and instead of swallowing it, she told him, actually told him. And instead of getting defensive, he apologised. Actually apologised without qualifications or excuses. "You're right," he said. "That was unkind. I'm sorry." She'd stood in the kitchen, dish towel in hand, staring at him like he'd spoken a foreign language. They talked about money, about retirement, about whether they should finally replace the ancient water heater. They talked about the year Emma was 12 and had stopped speaking to Margaret for a month, and how terrified Margaret had been that she'd lost her daughter forever. They talked about the night Thomas called from college, drunk and crying, admitting he'd failed 2 classes, and how David had driven 4 hours in the dark to bring him home. They talked, and in talking they remembered who they were, not just parents, not just co-managers of a household, but people with histories and fears and desires all their own. Margaret caught herself smiling at odd moments, folding laundry and remembering the way David had kissed the inside of her wrist that morning, driving to the grocery store and thinking about the way he'd looked at her across the breakfast table, reading in bed while David worked beside her, and feeling a contentment so profound it was almost painful. David touched her constantly, casually, a hand on her shoulder as he passed, fingers tangling with hers while they watched television, kisses dropped on the top of her head for no reason at all. As if he were making up for lost time, as if he were afraid she might disappear if he didn't keep reaching. When Emma called on Sunday, she heard it immediately. "Mum, you sound different. Are you okay?" Margaret looked across the room to where David sat reading the newspaper, his reading glasses perched on his nose, completely absorbed in whatever article had caught his attention. As if sensing her gaze, he looked up and winked. Actually winked, like they were conspirators in some delicious secret. "I'm fine, sweetheart. Better than fine." "Is Dad there?" "Yes," Margaret said, warmth flooding through her. "He's here." She thought about telling Emma everything, about the airport and the garden and the way they had found each other again in the wreckage of an empty nest, about how sometimes the things you think you've lost forever are just waiting for you to remember they exist. But some things were too private, too precious to share. Some things were just for them. "We miss you," Margaret said instead. "Both of us. Very much." "I miss you too. But Mum, you really do sound happy. Really happy." After she hung up, David came to sit beside her on the sofa, close enough that their thighs pressed together. "Everything all right?" "Everything's good." Margaret leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder, breathing in the scent of him, laundry detergent and coffee and something essentially him that she'd loved since she was 22 years old. "Emma thinks I sound happy." "Do you? Feel happy?" She considered the question seriously. Happiness seemed too small a word for what she felt, this deep, abiding sense of rightness, of having come home to herself and to him, of having been lost and found herself found. "Yes," she said finally, "I do. Terrifyingly happy. Terrifyingly. Because I could lose it again. Lose you again. Lose us." David was quiet for a moment, his arm tightening around her. "You could," he said. "We could. That's always the risk, isn't it? That's what makes it worth something, knowing it's fragile, knowing we have to tend it." That evening they stood together in the kitchen, cooking dinner side by side. It was an ordinary moment, vegetables sizzling in a pan, music playing softly on the radio, the smell of garlic and wine in the air. But Margaret understood now that ordinary moments were the ones that mattered, that a marriage was not built on grand gestures, but on the small, daily choice to be present with each other, to show up, to try. David set down his knife and turned to her, his expression serious. "I want to do this right," he said. "Not perfectly. I know we'll stumble. I know there will be days when we're tired or frustrated, or when old patterns try to reassert themselves. But I want to really try, to really live with you, not just alongside you. I want that too. Then we'll figure it out, together. He picked up her hand, studied it like he was memorizing it. We'll keep figuring it out every day until we get it right, and even then we'll keep trying. He kissed her, and Margaret tasted wine on his lips, tasted promise and commitment and the sweetness of second chances. When they pulled apart, she saw her whole future in his eyes, not the future she'd imagined at 20, full of romance and adventure and passionate declarations, but something better, a future built on honesty and effort and the deep knowledge of what they had almost lost, a future built on choosing each other again and again and again. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of amber and violet and deep rose. The house was quiet around them, full of memories and possibility. Their children were out in the world, becoming themselves, strong and capable and ready, just as they'd hoped. And here in the kitchen, in the golden light of evening, two people who had loved each other for half their lives were learning to love each other again. It was enough. It was everything. It was just the beginning. The end. What we borrow from tomorrow. The apartment existed at the intersection of aspiration and sterility, glass and steel mostly, walls that refused opacity, furniture that suggested function without comfort. Dr. Marcus Webb had arranged it like an exhibition. Books alphabetized by author within subject, screens positioned at ergonomic angles, even the coffee maker calibrated to produce exactly 195 degrees Fahrenheit. Everything had its reason. Nothing had warmth. Outside, the city performed its nightly restlessness. Sirens and laughter, the hiss of tyres on wet pavement, lives unfolding in their glorious disorder. Marcus didn't watch anymore. The view had become data, traffic patterns, weather systems, the predictable pulse of urban metabolism. He had trained himself to see trends rather than moments, aggregates rather than individuals. It was a discipline born of necessity. 2 years ago he had been someone else, the ethical futurist whose TED talk on long-term thinking had gone viral, whose consulting firm advised governments on policy that might not bear fruit for generations. Then came the accident. Not quite an accident, really. An experiment. His own design. He had been developing a neural interface meant to enhance long-term cognitive modelling, a way to make the future feel as immediate as the present. The prototype had worked, after a fashion. It had also left him with tremors in his left hand, episodes of temporal disorientation, and a prognosis that made planning beyond 5 years an exercise in optimism he could no longer afford. The irony was not lost on him. He had spent his career advocating for decisions that privileged future generations, and now he barely had a future of his own. The university had been generous with disability leave. His colleagues had been kind. The media had been mercifully quiet. But Marcus knew what he had become, a cautionary tale, useful only as warning. His remaining work was cataloguing his own, failures for posterity. Which was why, when the department chair suggested a graduate assistant to help organise his papers, Marcus had initially refused. He didn't need a witness to his decline. He didn't need someone young and hopeful moving through his spaces, disturbing his careful equilibrium. But the chair had been insistent. Just for the semester. The student needs the funding. You need the help. Besides, it's Cora Brown. She's brilliant. You won't even notice she's there. He noticed. She arrived on a Tuesday morning with rain in her hair and an apology on her lips. I'm so sorry I'm late. The bus. She stopped, took in the apartment, and her expression shifted to something between appreciation and unease. Wow, it's very organised. Marcus stood awkwardly near his desk, unsure where to position himself in his own space now that she had entered it. She was smaller than he'd expected, slight in a way that made her seem younger than her CV suggested. 26, the department chair had said, working on a dissertation about moral obligations across temporal distances. Perfect match, he'd said. The files are here, Marcus gestured to 3 bankers' boxes. Correspondence, lecture notes, research materials. They need to be digitised and catalogued according to the system I've outlined. He handed her a document, 12 pages of single-spaced instructions. Cora took it, scanned the first page, and smiled. Not the polite smile he'd expected, but something genuine and slightly amused. You've alphabetized your filing system guidelines. Is that a problem? No, it's just very you. I mean, she caught herself. Sorry, I've read your work. I meant it as a compliment. You're thorough. The word landed between them, innocuous and somehow cutting. Thorough. A polite way of saying obsessive, inflexible, impossible to please. Marcus felt the familiar defensiveness rising but tamped it down. She was here to work, not to understand him. The desk in this corner is yours. Internet password is on the router. If you have questions, I'll figure it out, Cora said. She was already moving toward the boxes, shrugging out of her rain-dampened jacket. Underneath she wore a sweater that had seen better days, jeans with frayed hems. Everything about her looked temporary, provisional. It irritated him. For the first week they maintained a careful distance. Marcus worked at his desk, Cora at hers. The apartment filled with the sound of typing, the occasional rustle of paper, the click of his fingers against his water glass when the tremors started. She never commented on the tremors. He noticed. But gradually, inevitably, their orbits intersected. She would ask a question about his handwriting. He would clarify a reference. She would bring him coffee, incorrectly made, too much cream, and he would drink it rather than explain the calibrated precision of his own brewing method. Small surrenders. One evening, as autumn light slanted through the windows, Cora looked up from a stack of correspondence and said, "Can I ask you something?" Marcus braced himself. Here it would come. The question about the accident, about his prognosis, about what it felt like to have your body betray your intellect. In your paper on intergenerational ethics, you argued that we owe future people the same consideration as present ones. But what about when the future is uncertain? What if we can't predict what they'll need or value? The question caught him off guard. It was good, sharp. We work with probabilities, he said slowly. We can't predict everything, but we can identify trends, likely outcomes. We plan for the most probable futures. But isn't that a kind of arrogance, assuming we know what's likely? She was leaning forward now, genuinely engaged. I mean, look at the last 50 years. Who predicted the internet, climate change, AI? We're terrible at prediction. So we should do nothing, make no plans? His voice had an edge now. No, we should be humble about our predictions, leave room for error, for change. She paused, then added more softly, for hope. The word hung in the air between them. Hope. Marcus wanted to laugh, to inform her that hope was a cognitive bias, a failure to properly assess probability. Instead, he said, hope is not a strategy. No, Cora agreed, but maybe it's a prerequisite. After that, the arguments became routine. She would challenge his assumptions. He would defend them with increasing heat. They debated over coffee and through dinner. She had started bringing food, claiming she needed to eat anyway, and it was wasteful to cook for one. Marcus suspected charity but accepted it, because the alternative was admitting he'd been living on delivery and protein shakes. She brought disorder too, music playing from her laptop, Nothing he recognised, everything slightly too loud. Coffee cups appearing on surfaces he had designated non-beverage zones. Questions that disrupted his train of thought just when he had achieved focus. And laughter. God, the laughter. At first it had seemed inappropriate, almost offensive. How could someone laugh so freely in a space dedicated to serious intellectual work? But gradually he'd found himself listening for it, the way one might listen for birdsong after a long winter. One night, very late, Marcus's hand began to shake so badly he couldn't hold his pen. He sat there, willing it to stop, watching the tremors ripple up his forearm. Cora had been working across the room, but she must have noticed because suddenly she was beside him, her hand covering his. "It's okay," she said quietly. "You don't have to." Her touch was warm, steadying. The tremors didn't stop, but they mattered less somehow. Marcus looked at her, really looked, and saw concern without pity, care without condescension. She met his gaze and didn't look away. The moment stretched, charged with something he couldn't name, or wouldn't, because naming it would mean acknowledging it. An acknowledgement would require response, and response might lead to... She pulled her hand back. "I should go. It's late." "Yes," he managed. "Late." After she left, Marcus sat in the dark apartment and felt the absence of her like a physical thing. November arrived with its particular melancholy, the city wrapped in grey light and early darkness. Marcus found himself adjusting his schedule to match Cora's, working when she worked, taking breaks when she did, eating meals at her suggestion rather than his own carefully planned intervals. They had moved beyond cataloguing into something more ambitious, a complete revision of his unfinished manuscript on temporal ethics. It had been sitting, half done, since before the accident. He'd assumed he would never complete it, but Cora had read the draft and declared it too important to abandon. "Your framework is solid," she'd said, spreading printouts across his desk with characteristic disregard for his filing system. "But you're missing the human element. All this talk about future generations, they're abstractions to you. Numbers, probabilities. But they're people, Marcus. They'll fall in love and make mistakes and worry about things we can't imagine." "That's precisely why we need rigorous analysis," he'd countered. "Sentiment clouds judgment." Does it? Or does pure rationality miss something essential? She'd tapped one of his chapters. "Here, you argue we should make sacrifices now for people who don't exist yet. But you never address why. Why should we care about strangers who won't be born for decades? Because it's the right thing to do. Ethically coherent. That's circular logic." She'd smiled then, not mockingly, but with something like affection. "Come on, Marcus, you're better than that. There has to be something deeper, some fundamental reason we extend our moral circle beyond ourselves." He'd thought about it for days after. Why did we care about future people? The utilitarian answer was straightforward. More happiness, less suffering, the greatest good. But Cora was right. That felt hollow, incomplete. There had to be something else. Some essential human impulse toward continuity, toward meaning that exceeded our own brief span. Late one evening, as they worked through a particularly thorny section on discount rates, Marcus found himself confessing something he'd told no one else. "Before the accident, I used to run these mental simulations, imagining myself at 60, 70, looking back on decisions I'd made. It helped me think long-term, made the future feel real." He paused, staring at the screen. "I can't do that anymore. Can't imagine myself old. The simulation stops at 43, maybe 45. After that, it's just blank." Cora was quiet for a long moment. Then, "My mother died when I was 17. Sudden. No warning. For months after, I couldn't imagine any future at all. It felt dishonest. like I was assuming something I had no right to assume. How did you get past it? I didn't exactly, I just started making smaller plans. Next week instead of next year, then next month. Eventually the horizon expanded again, not because I was certain of the future, but because I chose to act as if I had one. That sounds like denial. Or faith, she said softly. Maybe they're not so different. They'd moved closer during the conversation, Marcus realised. Not deliberately, but gravitationally, as if proximity were the natural state between them. He could see the flecks of amber in her dark eyes, the small scar above her left eyebrow, the way her lips parted slightly when she was thinking. Cora. He wasn't sure what he meant to say. Wasn't sure he could say anything that wouldn't sound foolish or presumptuous or desperate. She leaned in, or he did. The movement was mutual, inevitable. His hand found her face, fingers trembling against her cheek. Her breath caught. The space between them contracted to nothing, and then his phone rang. They sprang apart. The moment shattered. Marcus grabbed the phone with shaking hands, his doctor calling to discuss his latest test results. He took the call in his bedroom, door closed, and when he emerged 50 minutes later, Cora was gathering her things. "Everything okay?" she asked, too casually. "Fine. Routine follow-up." A lie. The results had not been good. "You're leaving?" "It's late. I should..." She gestured vaguely toward the door. "See you tomorrow?" Yes, tomorrow. But tomorrow was different. She arrived on time, worked efficiently, left promptly. The easy rhythm they'd developed, the arguments and laughter and comfortable silences, had been replaced by politeness, professional distance. Marcus told himself it was for the best. He had no right to want her, to need her. He was a dying man with nothing to offer but burdens. Still, the apartment felt emptier when she was gone. The silence that had once been peaceful now felt accusatory. His careful systems, the alphabetized books, the calibrated coffee maker, the 12-page filing protocols seemed suddenly pathetic. A desperate attempt to control an inherently uncontrollable existence. A week passed, then two. They worked side by side like strangers. Marcus ached with the wrongness of it, but didn't know how to cross back to whatever they'd almost had. Cora seemed equally trapped. Her usual spark dimmed to something manageable and safe. Then, late on a Friday evening, she broke. "This is ridiculous," she announced, closing her laptop with more force than necessary. "We're adults. We can talk about it." Marcus looked up from his work, heart suddenly racing. "Talk about what?" "Don't." Her voice was sharp. "Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. We almost..." She stopped, regrouped. "Look, I get it. You're my supervisor, technically. There's a power dynamic, and you're dealing with serious health issues. The timing is terrible. I understand all the rational reasons why this is a bad idea." "It is a bad idea," Marcus said quietly. "I know, but that doesn't change how I feel." She was standing now, pacing. "God, do you know how frustrating it is? Working next to you every day, pretending I don't..." She cut herself off, colour rising in her cheeks. "Cora, no, let me finish. I'm not asking for anything. I just need you to know that this isn't... I'm not confused. I'm not some naive student with a crush on her professor. I see you, the real you, the brilliant, impossible, infuriating man who alphabetizes his filing instructions and drinks coffee at exactly 195 degrees and still believes, despite everything, that the future matters." Her voice softened. "I see you, Marcus, and He was across the room before he'd made a conscious decision to move. His hands found her face, and this time there was no phone to interrupt, no excuse to retreat. He kissed her the way a drowning man might grasp at air, desperately, gratefully, with the full knowledge that this might be his only chance. She kissed him back with equal fervour, her fingers tangling in his hair, her body pressing against his. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Marcus rested his forehead against hers. "This is still a bad idea," he whispered. "Terrible," she agreed, completely ill-advised. "I don't have much to offer. You have now. That's enough." "Is it?" The question was raw, vulnerable in a way he'd never allowed himself to be. "I can't promise you a future, Cora. Can't even promise you next year." She pulled back just enough to meet his eyes. "I'm not asking for promises. I'm asking for honesty, for presence, for whatever time we have." A slight smile. "Remember what I said about making smaller plans? Next week instead of next year." "Exactly." She kissed him again, softer this time. "So, what's our plan for next week?" Marcus felt something shift in his chest, a loosening, like a fist unclenching after years of tension. "I suppose we should finish chapter 7, she laughed. "God, you're romantic. And maybe dinner, somewhere that isn't my apartment." "Better." She was smiling now, that full, uninhibited smile that had been absent for weeks. "What else?" "I don't know," he admitted, and then quieter. "Show me." For 6 weeks, Marcus lived in a state he could only describe as radical present tense. The future, that vast, unknowable country he'd spent his career trying to map, receded to the edges of his consciousness. What mattered was now. Cora's laughter over badly cooked pasta, her hand warm in his as they walked through Winterbear Parks, the way she sprawled across his precisely made bed, reading drafts of his manuscript and making notes in the margins. She'd moved some of her things into the apartment: a toothbrush, spare clothes, books that multiplied like living things across his surfaces. The disorder that had once irritated him now felt essential, evidence of life, of her. They worked on manuscript together, her optimism tempering his bleakness, his rigour sharpening her idealism. It was becoming something neither could have created alone, a work that acknowledged uncertainty without surrendering to despair, that demanded responsibility without requiring omniscience. "You know what this is about," Cora said one evening, curled against him on the sofa. "It's about love. Not the romantic kind, though that too, but the basic act of caring about someone you'll never meet. That's what binds us across time. We love forward." Marcus kissed the top of her head. "You're going to make me rewrite chapter 3, aren't you?" "Completely." She grinned up at him. "But you'll thank me when it wins awards." The call came on a Tuesday afternoon in early January. Marcus was in the kitchen making tea. Cora had finally broken him of his coffee-only habit when his phone rang. The Webb Institute, his former research foundation. He almost didn't answer. "Dr. Webb? This is Director Morrison. I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time." "Not at all." Professional autopilot. "Wonderful. I'll get straight to the point. The board has been discussing your legacy archive. We'd like to formalise it, create a comprehensive collection of your work, your research, everything. It would be housed permanently at the Institute, a complete scholarly resource." Marcus felt something cold settle in his chest. "I'm still working. The manuscript isn't—" Of course. But we want to begin the cataloguing process. Get ahead of things, so to speak. We're prepared to offer quite generous terms. Full funding for any research assistance you might need, and—" Morrison paused delicately. "We understand your health situation. We want to ensure your work is preserved. Whatever happens. Whatever happens." The euphemism hung in the air like smoke. "I'll think about it," Marcus said. "Please do. Oh, and Dr. Webb, we need a decision within the month. There's significant donor interest, but the funding window is limited." After he hung up, Marcus stood in the kitchen holding his cooling tea. A legacy archive. They were cataloguing him like he was already dead. Preserving his work because they assumed he wouldn't live long enough to produce more. They were probably right. "Who was that?" Cora emerged from the bedroom where she'd been video conferencing with her dissertation committee. The Institute. They want to archive my work. That's good. Her tone was uncertain. It means they think I'm done. Finished. Worth preserving because I won't be producing anything new. That's not... Marcus, that's a huge honour. It means your work matters. Will continue to matter. It means I'm a relic. The bitterness surprised even him. Cora was quiet for a moment. Then, actually, I got some news today too. A funding offer. Full ride for the next 3 years. Research stipend. Everything. From Stanford. Something plummeted in Marcus's chest. Stanford? Yeah, it's incredible actually. I'd be working with Brown and Parfit's former students. Access to resources I couldn't dream of here. She was trying to sound excited, but there was something strained in her voice. When would you start? Full semester, if I accept. She moved closer, took his hand. Marcus, I haven't decided anything. I wanted to talk to you first. You should go. The words came out flat, automatic. Cora's hand tightened on his. I said I haven't decided. It's an extraordinary opportunity. You'd be foolish not to take it. Don't do that. Her voice had an edge now. Don't reduce this to a cost-benefit analysis. I'm being rational. One of us should be. She pulled her hand away. You know what I think? I think you're scared. I think good things are happening for both of us, and you're looking for reasons to sabotage them. I'm being realistic about my prognosis. No, you're using your prognosis as an excuse. She was fully angry now. You're so convinced that you don't deserve a future that you're willing to destroy the present to prove yourself right. The accusation hit like a physical blow. That's not fair, isn't it? You say you love me, but you won't even discuss the possibility of me staying. You won't consider that maybe I want to be here, with you, regardless of what happens. Because it's not about what you want. The words erupted from him. Don't you see? You think you're choosing me, but you're choosing my disease, my decline. You're choosing to waste your brilliant career sitting vigil over a man who's already halfway gone. Cora's face went pale. Is that really what you think? That loving you is some kind of martyrdom? Some noble sacrifice? I think you're too young to understand what you're signing up for. God, you're so arrogant. Her voice was shaking now. You think you're the only one who gets to make hard choices? The only one who understands consequences? I know exactly what I'm signing up for, Marcus. The question is whether you do. What's that supposed to mean? It means you don't actually want me here. You want the idea of me, the grad student who makes you feel less alone, who validates your work. But the real me, the one who might need things from you, who might stay even when it gets hard. You can't handle that. It's too much risk, too much vulnerability. That's not true. Prove it. She was crying now, angry tears streaming down her face. Tell me you want me to stay. Tell me you're willing to try, even if it's scary, even if we don't know how it ends. Marcus opened his mouth, closed it. The words were there. I want you to stay. I love you. Please don't go. But they tangled in his throat, caught on the hooks of his terror. What if he asked her to stay and she regretted it? What if she wasted her youth on his death? What if loving him cost her everything and left her with nothing? The silence stretched between them, thick and poisonous. That's what I thought, Cora said, quietly. She grabbed her bag, her jacket. I'll come back for the rest of my things. Cora, don't. She paused at the door, not turning around. You were right about one thing. This was a bad idea. I just wish I'd realised it sooner. Then she was gone, and Marcus was alone in his perfectly organised apartment with its calibrated coffee maker and alphabetised books, and the sudden, devastating knowledge that he had just made the worst decision of his life. Marcus spent 3 weeks in a state that felt less like existence and more like suspended animation. He worked on the manuscript mechanically, each word extracted with pliers. The sections Cora had touched, her notes in the margins, her arguments woven through his, were unbearable to read. He tried to delete them, couldn't. She'd come back once as promised to collect her things. He'd made sure to be out. Couldn't watch her erase herself from his space. When he returned, the apartment looked exactly as it had before she'd arrived. Pristine, organised, empty. Even the mismatched coffee cup she'd favoured was gone. Only her scent remained faintly on the pillow she'd used. He told himself he'd done the right thing, the rational thing. She had her future now, unencumbered by his decline. She would go to Stanford, do brilliant work, find someone whole to love. He'd given her that. It should have felt noble. It felt like dying. The breaking point came on a Wednesday evening. Marcus was trying to work through a section on ethical uncertainty when his hand began to shake. Not the usual tremor, but something more violent, uncontrollable. The pen clattered to the desk. He watched his fingers spasm, useless and betraying, and something in him fractured. He thought of Cora's hand covering his that first time, the steadiness of her touch, the way she'd looked at him without pity, without fear, just presence. And suddenly he understood what she'd been trying to tell him. It wasn't about the future, probable or possible or planned. It was about being willing to show up day after day in the full knowledge that nothing was guaranteed. To love not despite uncertainty but within it. To choose connection even when, especially when, the outcome was unknown. He'd spent his career trying to make the future predictable, manageable, safe. But the future was never those things. The future was Cora, laughing in his kitchen. The future was risk and mess and the terrifying possibility of joy. And he'd thrown it away because he was too much of a coward to try. Marcus grabbed his phone with shaking hands, called Cora. It rang 4 times, went to voicemail. He hung up, called again, same result. On the 3rd attempt she answered. "Marcus, it's late. I was wrong." Silence on the other end, then, "About what?" "Everything. All of it." The words tumbled out. "You were right. I was scared. I am scared. Terrified, actually. Of needing you. Of letting you see me get worse. Of loving you and losing you and having to live with the fact that I had something precious and couldn't hold on to it. Marcus, please, let me finish." He took a shaking breath. "I spent my whole life trying to predict the future, model it, control it. And then the future happened anyway, and it broke me. Not the accident. That was just mechanics. But you were the thing I couldn't model or predict or control. You made me feel things I'd convinced myself I'd outgrown. Hope, want, the possibility that maybe, just maybe, I could have something good. And you pushed me away. Because I'm an idiot. A brilliant idiot who can model 50-year policy outcomes but can't figure out that love isn't a problem to be solved. It's a choice to be made. Over and over. Every day." He could hear her breathing on the other end, waiting. "I don't know how much time I have," Marcus continued. "Could be 2 years, could be 10. My doctors don't know. I don't know. But I know this. Whatever time I have, I want to spend it with you. I want to argue about my manuscript and drink improperly calibrated coffee and watch you spread disorder through my pristine apartment. I want to be scared with you. I want to hope with you. I want to learn how to live in the present tense. What about Stanford? Take it. Don't take it. Whatever you decide, I'll support you, but please," his voice broke, "please consider the possibility that you don't have to choose between your future and our future. That maybe they could be the same thing." The silence on the other end stretched so long Marcus thought she'd hung up. Then, "Where are you?" Home, my apartment. Stay there. She arrived 40 minutes later, hair wild from the rain, eyes red-rimmed. They stood in the doorway staring at each other. You hurt me, Cora said finally. I know. You made me feel like I was delusional for loving you, like it was pathological or naive or... I was wrong, completely, utterly wrong. Marcus stepped closer. You weren't naive. I was terrified, and I took my fear out on the best thing that's ever happened to me. You can't do that again. Her voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. If we're going to try this, really try, you have to trust me. Trust that I know my own mind, that I can make my own choices about what I'm willing to risk. I do. I will. He reached for her hands, held them gently. I can't promise I won't be scared. Can't promise I won't mess up, but I promise I'll try to be present, to let you in, to believe that we're worth the risk. Cora looked at their joined hands, then up at his face. I turned down Stanford. His heart lurched. Cora, not because of you, not entirely. I realised something when I was considering it. All that prestige, those resources, they're incredible. But they're not what I need. What I need is to finish work that matters. Our work. The manuscript we've been building together. I can't do that from California. You could have told me. We could have figured something out. You told me to go. The accusation was quiet but sharp. I was an idiot. We've established this. A smile tugged at her lips despite herself. A brilliant idiot. The worst kind. Marcus pulled her closer. I love you. I should have said it before, but I was too busy being terrified and rational and self-sabotaging. So I'm saying it now. I love you, Cora Brown. I love your disorder and your optimism and the way you argue with my footnotes. I love how you make terrible coffee and laugh too loudly and refuse to accept my careful predictions about the future. She was crying now, but smiling too. You really are terrible at romance. I know, but I'm trying. He wiped her tears with his thumbs. What do you say? Will you teach me? Instead of answering, she kissed him. And this time there were no interruptions, no retreats, no carefully maintained distance. Just two people choosing each other, fully and completely, in the face of an uncertain future. Later, tangled, together in his bed. Her bed now, their bed. Marcus felt something he hadn't experienced in years. Not happiness exactly, but something deeper. Permission. To want. To need. To be vulnerable and still worthy of love. Cora traced patterns on his chest, her touch light and unhurried. So, she said softly, what's our plan for next week? Marcus smiled into her hair. Finish chapter 8. Have dinner somewhere that isn't here. Maybe... He paused, testing the words. Maybe look at apartments. Together. She lifted her head to look at him. Really? This place is mine. Past tense. I want something that's ours. No alphabetized filing instructions? Maybe just a few. At her look, he laughed. Okay, fine. No filing instructions. But I draw the line at the coffee maker. Deal. She kissed him, soft and slow. What about the month after next? Don't know. What about it? Exactly. She settled back against him, her hand finding his, their fingers intertwining. That's the point. And for the first time in years, Marcus found he could live with not knowing. Spring came late that year, arriving not with fanfare but with gradual insistence. Buds forcing their way through bark, green asserting itself against grey. Marcus noticed it first from the new apartment's window, a smaller space than his old one, less meticulously organised but somehow more alive. They'd moved in together in February, a decision that felt both inevitable and radical. The apartment was a compromise. Cora's willingness to maintain some order, Marcus's willingness to accept some chaos. Books were still alphabetized, but not obsessively. The coffee maker still existed, but so did Cora's French press. They'd learned to negotiate space, both physical and emotional. The manuscript was nearly finished. They'd worked on it through winter, through Marcus's good days and bad ones, through Cora's dissertation deadline and his medical appointments. It had become a true collaboration, neither of their, voices dominant but woven together, his rigour and her heart, his caution and her hope. "I think we're done," Cora announced one morning in April, reading through the final chapter. "Or as done as we're going to be. We could tinker forever, but at some point you have to let it go into the world." Marcus looked at the document on his screen. 300 pages that had consumed the better part of 2 years. The title had changed from his original stiff formulation to something more honest. What We Owe Tomorrow. Essays on love, responsibility, and uncertain futures. "Do you think it's good?" he asked. "I think it's real," Cora said. "That's better than good." The book went out to publishers in May. By June, they had 3 offers. Marcus chose the press that promised not to market it as his final work or posthumous reflection, the ones that would let it exist simply as what it was. His health had stabilised, much to everyone's surprise. The tremors remained, and there were days when the temporal disorientation made work impossible. But there were also days, more of them now, when he felt almost normal. His doctors were cautiously optimistic. Marcus had learned to be the same. Cora had defended her dissertation in March and taken a postdoc at the university. She was working on a project about care ethics and temporal responsibility, building on the framework they'd developed together. Sometimes Marcus would find her at her desk at 2 a.m, lost in thought, and would pull her to bed with gentle insistence. "You can finish tomorrow," he'd say. "Maybe," she'd reply, "but probably not." Then she'd grin. "Good thing we don't have to finish everything in one day." One evening in late June, as summer light stretched golden across the city, Marcus did something he hadn't done since before the accident. He opened his future modelling software, the same program that had once consumed his days, the one that had stopped at age 45 with nothing beyond but blank. Cora looked over his shoulder. "What are you doing?" "An experiment." He began entering variables, not the broad societal ones he'd once focused on, but something more personal. Small plans, next month, next year. A conference they might attend together, a sabbatical they'd discussed, the book tour, if the book did well. Holidays with Cora's family, whom he'd met and who'd welcomed him with surprising warmth, despite the age difference and his condition. The projection extended. 46, 47, 50. The numbers felt less certain than they once had, but somehow more real. "What do you see?" Cora asked softly. "Possibilities," Marcus said. "Not certainties, not even probabilities. Just options. Things that might happen if we're lucky," she finished. "If we choose well. If we keep showing up." "Yes." He closed the program, turned to face her. "I have a question." "Okay. It's probably too soon. Definitely not rational. But I've learned that waiting for the perfect moment is another form of cowardice." Cora's eyes widened. "Marcus, I don't have a ring. Haven't planned a speech. I'm doing this all wrong." He took her hands, felt the familiar tremor in his own. "But here's what I know. I want to make plans with you. Not just for next week or next month, but for years. As many as we get. I want to argue about footnotes and drink improperly calibrated coffee and watch you spread disorder through our lives. I want to be scared with you and hopeful with you and present with you." Tears were already streaming down her face. "So," Marcus continued, voice shaking, "will you marry me? Knowing that I can't promise you forever, can't even promise you next year with certainty, but can promise you that I will show up every day for as long as I possibly can." Cora laughed through her tears. "That is possibly the least romantic proposal in history." "I know, I'm terrible at this." "You really are," she kissed him soft and certain. "Yes, absolutely yes." They were married in September, a small ceremony in the university chapel. Cora wore blue. Marcus managed to get through his vows without his hand shaking too badly. Their friends and colleagues filled the pews, a community neither had fully appreciated until they'd needed it. During the reception, Marcus's former department chair pulled him aside. "I have to admit, when I suggested Cora as your assistant, I was just trying to help her with funding. I had no idea." He gestured at the celebration, at Cora laughing with her friends across the room. "Neither did I," Marcus said. "I thought I was finished, done, but it turns out I was just waiting to begin." The book published in November to unexpected acclaim. Reviewers praised its honesty, its refusal to offer easy answers, its insistence that uncertainty was not the same as hopelessness. It became required reading in philosophy departments, policy programs, even medical ethics courses. But what mattered most to Marcus was a letter he received 3 months after publication from a woman in Oregon. She'd been diagnosed with early-onset Alzheimer's at 38, she wrote, and had been preparing to die. Then she'd read the book. It hadn't changed her prognosis, she said, but it had changed how she thought about the time she'd left. She was making plans again. Small ones, yes, but plans nonetheless. Marcus showed the letter to Cora, who cried over it and then insisted they frame it. "This is why," she said. "This is why we care about the future. Not because we can control it, but because our choices echo. We love forward." On their first anniversary, Marcus and Cora stood at the window of their apartment as dawn broke over the city. The view was nothing like his old place, less impressive, more human-scaled, but it was theirs. "What should we plan for next year?" Cora asked, leaning back against him. Marcus thought about it. A year ago he wouldn't have been able to answer. The future had been a wall, impenetrable and close. Now it stretched before him, uncertain but navigable. "A trip," he said. "Somewhere we've never been. Maybe Greece. We've always wanted to see the Parthenon. We could work on the new project there, the one about hope as epistemic virtue." "We could?" He kissed the top of her head. "What else?" "I don't know." She turned in his arms, smiled up at him. "That's the beauty of it, isn't it? We don't have to know. We just have to choose." The sun broke fully over the horizon, washing the room in gold. Marcus watched the light touch everything, the books on their shelves, the coffee maker and French press coexisting on the counter, the ring on Cora's finger that matched his own. Outside, the city was waking up. People were making plans, small and large. Some would work out, many wouldn't. But they were trying, all of them, to build futures from the uncertain present. Marcus thought about the title of their book, What We Owe Tomorrow. They owed tomorrow honesty. He'd come to understand, not certainty but presence, not predictions but choices, the willingness to show up, to try, to love forward into the unknown. "Ready?" Cora asked. He knew she was talking about breakfast, about starting their day. But the question felt larger somehow. Ready for what came next? For the uncertain future they were building together? "Yes," Marcus said, and meant it. The end. Ink and illusions. The rhythmic tap of Harper Lennox's fingers on her keyboard paused as she heard the telltale sound of a motorcycle pulling into the driveway next door. She glanced at the clock, 6:15 p.m, right on schedule. Her fingers hovered over the keys, waiting for the engine to cut off, for the heavy footsteps to cross the gravel drive, for the door to shut with a definitive click. Only then did she exhale and resume typing. His hands moved deliberately, each touch calculated yet somehow instinctive, as if his body remembered a map his mind had forgotten. Harper pushed her glasses up her nose and squinted at the screen. too cliché. She deleted the sentence and tried again. The image of her neighbour, broad-shouldered, perpetually frowning Jack Maddox, floating unbidden into her mind. His touch was careful, almost cautious, like a man who had spent years learning the exact force needed to disarm explosives rather than ignite them. Better. Harper saved the file, a small smile playing at her lips. 2 more chapters and Midnight Reconnaissance, the 5th instalment in her best-selling Covert Hearts series, would be complete. Her editor at Pinnacle Publishing would be thrilled. The readers of L.L. Moon's steamy military romance novels would be ecstatic, and Harper Lennox, head librarian of Windermere Cove's small public library, would remain exactly what she had always been, invisible. The duality of her existence had never bothered her before. In fact, she'd cultivated it deliberately. By day, she was the quiet, bookish woman who recommended gentle mysteries to elderly patrons and organised children's reading hours. By night, she transformed into L.L. Moon, whose novels featured strong-willed heroines and damaged heroes finding redemption through love, and spectacularly detailed intimate encounters. Her phone chirped with a text notification. "Brilliant news, darling. Covert Hearts series just hit 2 million in sales. NYT list. Confirmed for Midnight Reconnaissance pre-orders alone. We need to talk publicity. Call me." Margot Harper groaned, dropping her head into her hands. Publicity. The word alone made her stomach clench. L.L. Moon had never done interviews, never attended book signings. Her author photo was an artfully shadowed silhouette, her bio purposefully vague. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town, L.L. Moon spent her days surrounded by books and her nights writing about passion. The deception had been easy at first, when her debut novel had been a modest success. 5 years and 14 books later, the mystique surrounding L.L. Moon had only intensified her popularity. Harper shut her laptop and walked to the window, peering through the curtains at the cottage next door. A single light burned in what she knew was the kitchen. Jack would be making dinner now, something simple and nutritious. In the 3 years since he'd inherited his grandfather's house, she'd learned his routines as intimately as if they were characters in one of her books. Monday was grilled chicken night, Tuesday was fish, Wednesday, like today, was pasta, whole grain, with a sauce he made from scratch. He'd eat at the counter, standing, reading something on his tablet. Afterward he'd wash his dishes immediately, then spend an hour or 2 working on renovations before showering and reading until precisely 10 p.m, when his light would go out. Harper knew all of this not because she was a stalker, but because the rhythm of his life had become the metronome that kept time for her own. She structured her writing sessions around the comings and goings of the man who, without knowing it, had become the template for every brooding hero she'd created since he arrived. She'd spoken to him exactly 47 times. 47 brief, awkward exchanges that consisted primarily of good morning, nice weather, and have a good day. Once, during a power outage, he'd come to check if she had candles. Once, she'd gathered the courage to bring him cookies as a welcome gift when he first moved in. Beyond that, their relationship existed entirely in her imagination, and on the pages of books that had sold millions of copies. Her phone rang, startling her from her thoughts. Margot wasn't one to be ignored. "Harper, darling, did you get my text? This is tremendous news." "I did, yes. It's wonderful," Harper replied, moving away from the window and back to her desk. "So, publicity. We need to strike while the iron is hot. I've been thinking." Harper tensed. Margot's thinking usually led to suggestions involving public appearances. What if we arrange a small, exclusive fan event? Nothing huge or intimidating. Just 20 or so devoted readers, an intimate setting. They'd love to meet the mysterious L.L. Moon. "Margot, we've discussed this. I can't. Not in New York, not at a big bookstore. Somewhere that feels safe for you." Margot paused, dramatically. What about that charming little independent bookshop in your own town? Sea Pages, is it? Harper nearly dropped the phone. Windermere Cove? You want to host an LL Moon event in my town? It's perfect. Small, controlled environment. People who've never connected Harper Lennox with LL Moon. We keep it exclusive, mysterious even. Fans get to meet you, but we maintain your public anonymity. They sign NDAs if it makes you feel better. Harper's mind raced through all the ways this could go catastrophically wrong. Everyone in town knew her. They'd recognise her voice, her mannerisms. "I can't," she said firmly. Then, more softly, "But maybe if it were truly anonymous, if they could meet the author without knowing it's me." "Go on," Margot encouraged. What if it's a masked event? Everyone, including the author, wears masks. Make it thematic. Covert identities, like my books." There was silence on the other end, then a delighted laugh. "Harper, Lennox, you brilliant woman. It's perfect. Mysterious, on brand, and just the right amount of dramatic. Unmask your passion with LL Moon, but no one actually unmasks. I love it." As Margot rattled off logistics and dates, Harper found herself agreeing to something she'd spent years avoiding. Her gaze drifted back to the window, to the light in Jack's kitchen. What would the quiet intensity of Jack Maddox think if he knew his awkward, barely speaking neighbour was the author of books that had helped thousands of women discover their own desires? What would he say if he knew that his hands, his scars, his rare but devastating half-smile had inspired countless fictional moments of passion? It was a question she would never have to answer, she assured herself. Their worlds would never collide. The next morning, Harper arrived at the library 15 minutes early, as she always did. The small stone building had been a church in the 1800s before being converted to Windermere Cove's public library in the 1950s. She loved the arched windows, the worn wooden floors that creaked in specific places, the smell of old paper and lemon polish. This was her domain, where she felt competent and calm. Not like the jittery, anxious person she became whenever she spotted Jack Maddox approaching. As if her thoughts had conjured him, the library door opened precisely at 10:15 a.m, Thursday, which meant Jack would return last week's book and check out exactly one new one. Always fiction, often classics, occasionally contemporary literary works, never romance. "Good morning," she said, proud of how steady her voice sounded. Jack nodded, placing the old man and the sea on the counter. His dark hair was damp from a recent shower, and a fresh cut on his forearm suggested he'd been working on another renovation project. "Hemingway," she said, scanning the book. "Did you enjoy it?" He seemed surprised by the question, as if their script didn't usually include this line. It was... He cleared his throat. "Good. Bit sparse." Harper smiled despite herself. Sparse is generous. Hemingway never used two words when one would do. The corner of Jack's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but nearly. "Any recommendations?" This too was off script. Harper blinked, then gestured toward the new releases section. "Depends what you're in the mood for." Jack followed her to the display, his steps nearly silent despite his size, a habit Harper had incorporated into Commander Riker Stone, the hero of her third novel. Military training so ingrained that even in civilian life he moved like a shadow. Something with more words than Hemingway, he said, and this time there was definitely a hint of humour in his voice. Harper reached for a book without thinking. This just came in. It's supposed to be excellent. She froze as she realised what she was holding. Midnight Reconnaissance by LL Moon. It wasn't supposed to be on shelves yet. The official release was still 2 weeks away. Sea Pages must have put their advance copy in the library's new release section. Jack took the book from her hands, their fingers brushing momentarily. Harper hoped he couldn't feel her pulse racing. "Military romance?" he asked. eyebrow raised as he examined the cover, which featured a silhouetted couple against a night sky filled with stars. Harper's face burned. I mean, it's popular and I'll take it, he said, cutting off her stammering. Never tried this genre before. As Harper walked back to the counter to check out her own book to her neighbour, she felt as though she might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Jack Maddox was going to read her words that had been inspired in no small part by him. "Enjoy," she managed to say as she handed him the book. He nodded, that almost smile appearing again. "See you next Thursday." As the door closed behind him, Harper sank into her chair, a mixture of horror and inexplicable excitement churning in her stomach. For the first time since she began writing as L.L. Moon, her two worlds felt dangerously close to colliding. Jack Maddox sat on his back deck, the library book open on his lap, his coffee cooling beside him. The morning sun filtered through the oak trees, casting dappled shadows across the pages. He'd been reading for 3 hours straight, unable to put the damn thing down. It wasn't what he had expected. Yes, there were intimate scenes that made him shift uncomfortably in his chair. But beyond that, there was something about the writing that felt personal. The way the author described the protagonist's hypervigilance, his difficulty sleeping, the way certain sounds triggered memories he'd rather forget. It was unnervingly accurate. He flipped to the author bio on the back flap. L.L. Moon. The photo was artfully obscured, just a silhouette against a window. A former literature professor who now lives in a coastal town, Jack frowned. Could be any coastal town, anywhere. But something nagged at him, a sense of familiarity in the prose that he couldn't quite place. His phone buzzed with a text from his former squad mate, Mike. "You coming to Derek's wedding next month?" Jack sighed. The thought of a large social gathering made his skin crawl, but Derek had been there for him during the worst days of his recovery. He owed him this much. "Yes, but I'm not dancing." Mike's response was immediate. "We'll see about that after a few beers, Captain No Fun." Jack pocketed his phone and returned to the book, losing himself once again in the story of a Special Forces commander and the war correspondent who saw through his defences. By the time he finished the final chapter, the sun was high overhead, and he felt strangely exposed, as if the author had somehow peered into his soul. On impulse, he walked to his laptop and searched for information about L.L. Moon. There wasn't much. No interviews, no public appearances, just a website with book information and a contact form for fan mail that probably went straight to a publicist. A new link caught his eye. Unmask Your Passion, an exclusive event with L.L. Moon at C. Page's bookstore, Winmere Cove. Jack stared at the screen. L.L. Moon was coming here, to this tiny coastal town that barely registered on most maps. The event was described as intimate and exclusive, limited to 20 attendees. A masquerade theme meant everyone, including the author, would remain anonymous. Before he could talk himself out of it, Jack clicked register and filled out the form. What was the worst that could happen? He'd spend an evening in a room full of romance readers, most likely women, all of them strangers. The thought made him wince, but his curiosity about the author overrode his discomfort. He wanted to know how she had written so accurately about things he'd never discussed with anyone outside his unit. How she understood the weight of command, the burden of responsibility for other people's lives. How she knew exactly what it felt like to wake up screaming from dreams filled with sand and blood and failure. The confirmation email arrived instantly. "Congratulations, you're invited to an exclusive evening with L.L. Moon. Thursday 7 p.m, C. Page's bookstore. Masks required. Identities optional. Passion guaranteed." Jack closed his laptop, oddly unsettled. He picked up the novel again, rereading a passage that had struck him earlier. "The hardest thing about coming home," he told her, isn't adjusting to comfort or routine. It's realizing that while you were living in a world where every decision might be your last, everyone else was just living, buying groceries, watching TV, falling in love, and you don't know how to do those simple things anymore without scanning for threats, without waiting for the other shoe to drop. How did she know? How did this mysterious LL Moon, whoever she was, understand exactly what it felt like to be in his head? For the first time since moving to Windermere Cove 3 years ago, Jack felt a flicker of something like hope. Hope that maybe there was someone who might understand the parts of himself he'd never been able to explain. Harper's hands trembled as she applied mascara, careful not to smudge it onto her glasses. No, not her glasses. Tonight she'd wear contacts, another layer of disguise. Her hair, usually pulled back in a practical bun, fell in loose waves past her shoulders. The dress she'd chosen, a deep blue wrap style that emphasised her waist and showed more cleavage than anything in her normal wardrobe, had been ordered online specifically for this event. "You can do this," she whispered to her reflection. "It's just one evening. No one will know it's you." Her phone chimed with a text from Margot. "Car will pick you up at 6:30. Remember, you're just another guest until the revealed moment. You've got this, superstar." The plan was simple. Harper would arrive with the other attendees, mingle anonymously, and only at a predetermined moment would the bookstore owner, who was the only person in town who knew her secret, indicate that LL Moon was ready to take questions. Even then, she would remain masked, her identity protected. At exactly 6:30, a sleek black car pulled up outside her cottage. Harper grabbed her purse and the ornate masquerade mask she'd purchased online, casting one last glance at Jack's house. His motorcycle was gone, which meant he was out for the evening. One less worry, at least. C. Page's bookstore had been transformed for the evening. Fairy lights twinkled from the ceiling. Candles, flameless, Harper noted with librarian approval, flickered on tables scattered with rose petals, and soft jazz played in the background. Champagne flutes were being filled as masked attendees, mostly women, but a few men, chatted excitedly. Harper slipped in, securing her mask over her eyes. The elaborate design covered most of her upper face, with delicate silver filigree extending to her hairline. Between that, the contacts, and her unusual styling, she doubted even her regular library patrons would recognise her. "Welcome," said Abby, the bookstore owner, with a wink that only Harper could see. "Please, enjoy some champagne. LL Moon will be circulating among you before the formal Q&A. Harper accepted a glass gratefully, taking a larger sip than she intended. The bubbles went straight to her head, but the alcohol helped calm her nerves. She could do this. She was just playing a role, like her characters did. She turned, intent on finding a quiet corner to observe from, when she collided with a solid chest. "Sorry," a deep voice said, steadying her with hands that were warm and firm on her bare arms. Harper looked up and nearly dropped her champagne. Through the simple black mask that covered the upper half of his face, she would recognise those eyes anywhere. Grey-blue, like the ocean during a storm. Jack Maddox was at her book event. Jack Maddox, her neighbour, her unwitting muse, the man whose silent intensity had inspired an entire series of romantic heroes, was standing in front of her, apologising for bumping into her, completely unaware that she was both the woman who lived next door and the author whose event he was attending. "It's fine," she said, pitching her voice slightly lower than normal. "No harm done." He nodded, and she waited for him to move on, but instead he remained standing there, studying her with an intensity that made her pulse quicken. "Are you a fan of LL Moon?" she asked, desperate to break the silence. A faint flush appeared above his mask. "I've only read one of her books, actually. Just finished it today." "And?" Harper couldn't help herself. "What did you think?" Jack took a sip of his drink. Whiskey, Not champagne, she noted, before answering. It wasn't what I expected. There was a lot more understanding than I anticipated. Understanding of what it's like to come back from war. His voice had dropped, becoming almost confessional. Most people who write about it get it wrong. They focus on the dramatic parts, the firefights, the explosions. They don't understand that the hardest battles happen in the quiet moments afterward. Harper's breath caught. This was more than Jack had ever said to her in their 3 years as neighbours. "You served?" she asked, even though she knew the answer. He nodded once. "Special Forces? 8 years." Just like Commander Riker Stone from Midnight Reconnaissance. Harper felt a wave of guilt. Had she been too specific in her characterization? Had she somehow invaded his privacy without realizing it? "And the book captured that experience for you?" she asked carefully. "Parts of it." He swirled the amber liquid in his glass. "I'd like to ask the author how she knew, how she could describe so accurately what it feels like to..." He trailed off, seeming embarrassed by his own openness. "To what?" Harper encouraged gently. "Jack's." Eyes met hers, and for a moment she forgot they were in a room full of people. "To feel broken in ways that can't be seen or fixed." The rawness in his voice made her heart ache. Without thinking, she placed her hand on his arm. Maybe she knows that even broken things can be beautiful. That's what her books are about, right? Finding wholeness even with the broken pieces. He looked at her with surprise, then something like recognition. "You sound like you know her work well." Harper withdrew her hand quickly. "I'm a big fan," she said lightly. "Have you read her other books?" "Not yet, but I might now." There was a warmth in his gaze that made her stomach flutter. "I'm Jack, by the way." "L." Harper caught herself just in time. "Carly," she improvised. "Nice to meet you, Jack." Before they could continue their conversation, Abby clinked a glass for attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, L.L. Moon has been among you all evening, and now she's ready to take your questions. However, in keeping with the spirit of mystery, she'll remain masked, and we ask that you respect her privacy." All eyes turned expectantly to Harper, who took a deep breath and stepped forward, feeling Jack's gaze on her back as she moved to the front of the room. "Good evening, everyone," she said, still using the slightly lower register she had adopted with Jack. "Thank you for coming tonight. I'm honoured that my words have meant something to you." For the next 45 minutes, Harper fielded questions about her writing process, her inspiration, her characters. She grew more confident with each answer, especially when her responses elicited appreciative nods from Jack, who stood at the back of the room, watching her intently. "One final question," Abby announced, pointing to a woman near the front. "Your male characters are so authentic," the woman said. "Do you base them on real men in your life?" Harper froze, acutely aware of Jack's attention. "I observe," she said carefully. "I believe that the best fiction comes from emotional truth, even if the specific details are invented. So while none of my characters are exactly based on real people, they all contain elements of humanity that I've witnessed or experienced." It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the complete truth either. She didn't mention that Commander Riker Stone's habit of running his thumb along his jaw when thinking was something she'd seen Jack do countless times from her kitchen window, or that the scar on Lieutenant Drake Mason's left shoulder in Covert Seduction was inspired by the glimpse she'd caught of Jack's own scar one summer day when he was working shirtless in his yard. As the event wound down, Harper felt both exhilarated and exhausted. She'd done it. She'd appeared publicly as L.L. Moon without compromising her identity. Guests were leaving, thanking Abby, and casting curious glances back at Harper, who remained by the refreshment table sipping a glass of water. That was illuminating. She turned to find Jack beside her again, his expression thoughtful behind his mask. "I'm glad you enjoyed it," she said, fighting to maintain her composure. You never answered that last question fully, he said quietly. About your inspiration. Harper's pulse jumped. Some things a writer has to keep to herself. Fair enough. He hesitated, then added, I'd like to write to you. To LL Moon, I mean. There are things I want to say about your book, about what it meant to me, that I couldn't express here. The website has a contact form, Harper said, her mouth suddenly dry. Jack shook his head. Those go to publicists, editors. I'd like to know my words would reach you directly. Abby appeared at Harper's side, a lifeline. We actually have a special arrangement with LL Moon, she said smoothly. Letters can be left here at the bookstore. We forward them directly to the author, no intermediaries. Thank you, Jack said, his eyes still on Harper. It was nice meeting you, Carly. As he walked away, Harper let out a shaky breath. That was too close, she whispered to Abby. But exciting, right? Abby grinned. Who was that masked man, anyway? He couldn't take his eyes off you. That, Harper said, watching Jack's broad shoulders disappear through the door, was my next-door neighbour. Jack sat at his kitchen counter, staring at the blank page before him. He'd started and discarded 5 versions of this letter already. How did you write to someone whose words had reached inside your chest and found all the broken pieces you'd been hiding? He took another sip of coffee and began again. Dear LL Moon, I'm not good with words. That's your territory. But I wanted to thank you for Midnight Reconnaissance. It's the first time I've read something that captured what it feels like to come home from war and find that home isn't home anymore. I served 8 years in Special Forces, 4 deployments. I've been back in civilian life for 3 years now, and most days I still feel like I'm operating undercover in a foreign country, trying to remember how normal people behave. Your character, Commander Stone, thinks at one point that the hardest part of peace is that there's no mission objective, no clear measure of success or failure. That's exactly right. Some days getting out of bed and talking to the grocery store cashier feels like a successful operation. Other days, it feels like failure when I can't manage a simple conversation with... Jack paused, thinking of Harper Lennox's shy smile when she'd recommended LL Moon's book to him. The way she'd blushed when he'd taken it, as if embarrassed by the suggestion, with someone I'd like to know better. I don't know how you understand these things. At the event I wanted to ask you, but it seemed too personal a question for a public setting. Maybe you have someone in your life who served. Maybe you're just extraordinarily observant. Either way, thank you for seeing us, those of us who came back. Different than we left. I'll be reading the rest of your books now, all of them. Respectfully, Jay. He read it over once, folded it, and sealed it in an envelope before he could second-guess himself. Tomorrow he'd drop it off at Sea Pages, as Abby had suggested. The next morning, as Jack was leaving to deliver the letter, he spotted Harper coming out of her cottage, arms full of books and papers, struggling to lock her door. Without thinking, he jogged over to help. Let me, he said, taking the stack from her arm so she could find her keys. Oh, thank you. She seemed flustered, pushing her glasses up her nose with one finger. Just bringing some work home for the weekend. Research, he asked, nodding at what appeared to be historical reference books. She blinked in surprise. Yes, actually, for the, summer reading program. We're doing a historical theme. As she successfully locked her door, Jack returned the stack to her arms, their fingers brushing briefly in the exchange. Strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Something about her eyes. I read that book, he said suddenly. The one you recommended. LL Moon. Harper's cheeks flushed pink. Oh, did you... was it... It was excellent, he said. I'm going to read more of her work. A smile transformed Harper's face, making her look younger, less reserved. I'm glad. Her writing is... special. There was an event last night at Sea Pages, a masked meet and greet with the author. It was interesting. Oh? I didn't know, Harper said, not quite meeting his eyes. How was it? Jack studied her for a moment. revealing in some ways. She seems thoughtful, smart. Harper nodded, shifting the books in her arms. Well, I should get these inside. Thanks for your help. Any time, Jack said, watching her hurry back to her door. There was something about her voice just then that had niggled at the back of his mind, a cadence that seemed familiar. Shaking off the thought, he headed to Sea Pages to deliver his letter. Harper closed her door and leaned against it, heart racing. Jack had been at her event. He'd liked her book. He thought L.L. Moon was thoughtful and smart. The strange double life she'd been leading suddenly felt more complicated than ever. As Harper Lennox, she could barely string together a coherent sentence around Jack Maddox. As L.L. Moon, or as Carly at the masquerade, she'd had a real conversation with him, had connected with him in a way she'd only dreamed about. Her phone rang, Margot's name flashing on the screen. The event was a triumph, Margot crowed without preamble. Abby says everyone loved you, and we've already seen a spike in pre-orders. We should do more of these. Small, exclusive, mysterious. It's perfect branding. It was intense, Harper admitted, sinking onto her couch. But yes, I think it went well. Tell me everything, Margot demanded. Any standout moments, interesting questions? Harper hesitated. There was a man there, a veteran. He said my portrayal of military experience was accurate. It was validating. That's what I've been telling you. Your work resonates because it feels authentic, even when you're writing about experiences you haven't had personally. You have that rare gift of emotional insight. But it wasn't just emotional insight, Harper thought as she ended the call. It was 3 years of watching Jack Maddox, of cataloguing his expressions, his movements, his rare smiles. It was imagining his life before Windmere Cove, creating scenarios that explained the shadows in his eyes. She'd built her most successful characters on the scaffold of a man she barely knew. Was that creative genius, as Margot suggested? Or was it a strange, one-sided intimacy that bordered on invasion of privacy? The question haunted her as she tried to focus on her historical research. By mid-afternoon, she gave up and decided to walk to Sea Pages to see if Abby had any insights from the event that might help her make sense of her conflicted feelings. The small bookstore was busy with Saturday shoppers. Abby spotted her and waved her over to the counter. Harper, just the person I wanted to see. Abby reached under the counter and pulled out an envelope. This came for L.L. Moon this morning. I thought you might want it right away. Harper stared at the envelope labelled simply L.L. Moon. The handwriting was bold and angular, masculine. It's from him, isn't it? Abby whispered, leaning forward. Your hot neighbour who couldn't take his eyes off Carly last night. We don't know that, Harper protested, but her racing pulse suggested otherwise. Did he say anything when he dropped it off? Just that he hoped it would reach you. He seemed earnest. Abby studied Harper's face. You're really into him, aren't you? This isn't just a crush on the guy next door. Harper sighed, tucking the letter into her bag. It's complicated. I hardly know him in real life, but I feel like I understand parts of him that maybe no one else does. It's why my characters work. They're pieces of him, filtered through my imagination. Well, now you have a way to know the real him, Abby said, nodding at Harper's bag where the letter lay hidden. This could be the start of something, Harper. A real connection, not just one in your head. Harper wasn't so sure, but she thanked Abby and left, the letter burning a hole in her bag all the way home. Once inside, she made tea, arranged herself on the window seat, and carefully opened the envelope. By the time she finished reading Jack's letter, tears were streaming down her face. The raw honesty of his words, the vulnerability he'd shown to a person he believed was a stranger. It moved her in ways she hadn't expected. She hadn't been wrong about him. The man she'd imagined, the one who inspired Commander Stone and her other heroes, was real. But he was also so much more complicated. more genuine, more wounded and hopeful than any character she could create. Without allowing herself to overthink it, Harper took out a sheet of her personal stationery, cream-coloured with a small lighthouse embossed in the corner, a gift from a library patron, and began to write. "Dear Jay, your letter touched me deeply. Thank you for your service, but more importantly, thank you for trusting me with your thoughts about coming home, about the challenges of returning to a world that seems to operate on different rules than the one you left. I don't have direct experience with military service. My understanding comes from research, from listening, and perhaps from a kind of emotional empathy that has always allowed me to imagine my way into others' experiences. But nothing I write has the legitimacy of lived experience, so your confirmation that I got some of it right means more than you know. You mentioned struggling with simple conversations with someone you'd like to know better. I understand that feeling, though from a different angle. I'm a naturally reserved person. In my daily life, I often find myself tongue-tied around others, especially people I admire or am drawn to. It's ironic that I can write thousands of words about the most intimate human connections, yet sometimes fail to make small talk in real life. Perhaps that's why writing is so freeing. On the page, we can be our best, most articulate selves. We can say the things we wish we could say out loud, like this. Thank you for seeing me. Not just LL Moon, the author with a mysterious persona, but the person behind the words who is trying, just like you, to make sense of human connection in all its beautiful complexity. Warmly, L. Harper sealed the letter before she could reconsider. Tomorrow she'd take it to Abby for delivery back to Jack. It was a risk, revealing even this much of herself, but something about Jack's honesty demanded honesty in return. And thus began a correspondence that would change everything. Over the next 3 weeks, Harper lived in 2 parallel worlds that were increasingly difficult to keep separate. In one world she was Harper Lennox, librarian, who now exchanged slightly longer but still awkward greetings with Jack Maddox when they crossed paths. She'd progressed from good morning to actual questions like, did you enjoy the Steinbeck? And comments such as, the garden looks nice. Baby steps, but progress nonetheless. In the other world she was LL Moon, who exchanged increasingly intimate letters with Jay, sharing thoughts, fears, and hopes that she'd never expressed to anyone else. Their correspondence had quickly evolved from discussion of her books to deeper reflections on life, purpose, and connection. Jack wrote about nightmares that still plagued him, missions he couldn't discuss but whose weight he still carried. She wrote about her fear of being truly seen, the contradiction of craving connection but fearing exposure. Neither mentioned identifying details. She was careful never to reference her work as librarian, and he never mentioned Windmere Cove by name, but with each exchange they revealed more of their true selves. Meanwhile, Harper was halfway through writing the next book in her series, and for the first time she felt a twinge of guilt using Jack as inspiration. The man in her imagination was being replaced by the real person she was coming to know through his letters, more complex, more vulnerable, more human than any character she could create. On a rainy Thursday afternoon, Harper was shelving books in the reference section when she heard the library door open. A quick glance at her watch confirmed it was 10:15, Jack's regular time. She smoothed her cardigan and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear before emerging from between the shelves. "Good morning," she said, smiling more naturally than she once had. Jack returned the smile, a real one that reached his eyes, not the guarded half-smile she was used to. "Morning, I finished these," he said, placing 2 LL Moon books on the counter. They were illuminating. Harper's pulse quickened. "You're working your way through her catalogue, I see." "I am." Jack ran a hand through his hair, slightly damp from the rain. "I had some correspondence with her, actually, through the bookstore." "Oh?" Harper hoped her surprise sounded genuine. "She's not what I expected." He seemed to be choosing his words carefully. more genuine, less steamy romance novelist, Harper supplied with a small laugh. Jack's eyes crinkled at the corners. Exactly. There's a depth there that surprised me. He hesitated. Have you read her new one, Midnight Reconnaissance? Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. Of course. I ordered it for the library. The main character stone. Did you notice anything familiar about him? Harper froze, alarm bells clanging in her head. Familiar how? Jack shook his head, as if dismissing a thought. Nothing. Just something that struck me. He glanced at the new releases section. Anything good coming this week? Crisis temporarily averted, Harper led him to the display, recommending a few titles she thought he might enjoy. As they talked, more easily than ever before, she couldn't help but notice the way his expression softened when he looked at her. How he seemed more present, less guarded. Was it possible that their letter exchange was affecting how he saw her, even though he had no idea that Harper and L.L. Moon were one and the same? I was wondering, Jack said as she checked out his new selections, if you'd like to get coffee sometime. There's a new place on the pier that's supposed to be good. Harper nearly dropped his book. Coffee? With me? A flash of uncertainty crossed his face. If you're interested, no pressure. Yes, she said quickly. I'd like that. Very much. His smile then, warm, genuine, a little relieved, sent a flutter through her chest. Great, Saturday morning around 10. Perfect, Harper. Agreed, handing him his books. As Jack left, Harper sank into her chair, conflicting emotions washing over her. Joy at the prospect of spending time with him, guilt at the deception that was growing more complicated by the day, and a gnawing fear that when the truth inevitably came out, she would lose both the real connection they were forming and the fantasy one she'd created through their letters. That evening, another letter from Jack arrived via Abby. Harper made herself wait until after dinner to open it, savouring the anticipation. These letters had become the highlight of her weeks, a space where she could be completely herself without fear of judgment. Dear Elle, I did something impulsive today. I asked out my neighbour, the shy librarian I mentioned before. We're getting coffee Saturday. I'm both looking forward to it and terrified I'll say the wrong thing and ruin whatever small progress we've made toward actual conversation. Is it strange that I feel I can talk to you more easily than to someone standing right in front of me? With you, the words flow. With her, I fumble and forget basic English. Yet there's something about her that draws me, a quietness that feels like it's full of thoughts she doesn't share, a sense that there's so much more beneath the surface than she lets people see. In your last letter, you asked what I hope for now that I'm back in civilian life. I've been thinking about it for days. The honest answer is that for a long time, I didn't hope for anything. I came back, inherited my grandfather's house, and existed. I renovated rooms. I read books. I went through the motions. But lately I've started to want more. Connection. Purpose. Maybe even a future that feels like more than just surviving each day. Your books, your words, helped with that. They reminded me that broken people can still find wholeness, that the past doesn't have to define everything that comes after, so thank you for that gift, and wish me luck on Saturday. I'll try not to be completely awkward. Yours, Jay. Harper set the letter down, her hands trembling slightly. Jack was developing feelings for both versions of her, the author he corresponded with and the librarian he was getting to know. It was both wonderful and terrible, a dream and a nightmare colliding. She couldn't write back tonight. How could she respond to a letter about himself asking her out? The layers of deception were becoming too complex, the moral ground too shaky. For the first time since their correspondence began, Harper didn't immediately reply. Instead, she opened her laptop and stared at the manuscript of her new novel, the words blurring before her eyes. How had a simple pen name, a private way to express herself without judgment, turned into this elaborate double life. And more importantly, how could she find her way back to honesty without losing Jack in the process? Saturday morning dawned clear and bright, as if the universe were offering perfect weather as compensation for Harper's internal turmoil. She changed outfits 3 times before settling on a simple blue dress that Abby had once told her brought out her eyes. Contacts instead of glasses, hair down instead of up, small changes that made her look more like Carly from The Masquerade without being obviously different from her everyday self. The coffee shop on the pier was a charming converted boathouse with large windows overlooking the water. Harper arrived 5 minutes early but found Jack already there, securing a table by the window. He stood when he saw her, that warm smile appearing again. "You look nice," he said as she sat down. "Thank you," Harper replied, hoping the blush she felt wasn't too obvious. "So do you." It wasn't just politeness. The blue Henley he wore matched his eyes, and he seemed more relaxed than she'd ever seen him. Conversation flowed more easily than she'd expected. They discussed books. He was making his way through the classics he'd missed while enlisted. Music. They discovered a shared appreciation for jazz and local history. Harper knew all about the town's past as a smuggler's haven, which fascinated Jack. "I've lived next door to you for 3 years," Jack said as they finished their second coffees, "and I feel like I'm just now meeting you." "I'm not very good at people," Harper admitted. "Books are easier. They don't judge if you say the wrong thing." Jack nodded, understanding in his eyes. "I get that. When I first got back, crowds were impossible. Conversations felt like tactical operations. Too many variables, too much that could go wrong." He paused. "It's better now. Some days are still hard, but overall better." "What helped?" Harper asked, genuinely curious, despite already knowing parts of the answer from his letters. "Time. Routine." He looked out at the water. "And recently, finding connections that matter. Remembering how to be human again." The way he looked at her then made Harper's heart ache with both joy and guilt. There was interest there. Warmth. The beginning of something that could be wonderful, if it weren't built on a foundation of half-truths and omissions. "Can I ask you something?" Jack said suddenly. "It might seem strange." Harper nodded, a flutter of anxiety in her stomach. "Have you ever heard Met L.L. Moon?" For a moment Harper couldn't breathe. Yes, of course. I order her books for the library. They're quite popular." Jack studied her face. "There's something familiar about her writing. Something I can't quite place." He shook his head. "Sorry, that probably sounds crazy." "Not crazy," Harper managed. "Many readers feel a personal connection to writers they enjoy. It's the magic of good writing. It feels like it's speaking directly to you." "It's more than that," Jack insisted. "There are phrases, insights. It's as if she knows things she couldn't possibly know." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Harper described in her most recent novel. "Anyway, I'm probably reading too much into it." Harper knew she should let it drop, but something pushed her to ask, "Have you read all her books now?" "Almost, and I've been writing to her through the bookstore. We've been corresponding for a few weeks." "Oh? What do you write about?" Harper held her breath, waiting for his answer. Jack's expression softened. "Everything. Nothing. Life. It's the strangest thing. Writing to someone I've never properly met, yet feeling like she understands me better than people I've known for years." The guilt Harper had been carrying crystallized into resolution. This had gone too far. She couldn't continue deceiving him, not when he was opening up to her, to both versions of her, with such honesty. "Jack, Sorry," he interrupted, looking embarrassed. "I didn't mean to go on about it. It's just been unexpected, finding that connection through letters." Harper swallowed the confession that had been on the tip of her tongue. Not here, not now. This needed to be done carefully. thoughtfully. "I understand," she said instead. "Sometimes the written word allows for a kind of honesty that's harder face to face." "Exactly." The smile he gave her then was so full of warmth that Harper knew, whatever came next, she had to find a way to tell him the truth, even if it meant losing him. As their coffee date ended and Jack walked her home, their hands occasionally brushing, Harper made a decision. She would write one more letter as LL Moon, a letter that would begin the process of revealing the truth, whatever the consequences. "Dear Jay, I've started this letter 12 times, and each attempt feels inadequate. How do you tell someone that you've been less than honest, that what began as a small omission has grown into something that keeps you awake at night? You asked in your first letter how I could understand so well what it feels like to come home from war. The truth is, I don't, not from personal experience, but I do, understand what it means to live a divided life, to present one face to the world while keeping another hidden. My pen name wasn't meant to become a deception. It was protection, a way to express parts of myself I couldn't share as the person I am in daily life. But as LL Moon became successful, the division grew. Now I find myself in an impossible situation, connected to someone in 2 separate ways, neither of them fully honest. I need to tell you something important, something that may change how you see me in these letters we've shared. I'm not asking for forgiveness, only the chance to explain in person. If you're willing to hear me out, come to See Pages this Friday at 7 p.m. No masks this time, just truth." With hope, L. Harper read the letter one last time before sealing it, her hands trembling slightly. She'd chosen her words carefully, revealing enough to be honest without giving away everything in writing. Some truths needed to be spoken face to face. Abby had agreed to close the bookstore early on Friday to give Harper and Jack privacy for what promised to be a difficult conversation. Now all Harper could do was deliver the letter and wait, the knot in her stomach growing tighter with each passing day. On Thursday morning, Harper was shelving new arrivals when she heard the library door open. Jack's distinctive footsteps approached, and she steeled herself to face him, unsure what his reaction to her letter had been. "Good morning," she said, turning with a smile she hoped didn't betray her nerves. "Morning." His expression was unreadable. "Got a minute to talk?" Harper nodded, her mouth suddenly dry. "Of course. Let me just..." She finished shelving the book in her hand and led him to the small reading nook at the back of the library, away from the few morning patrons browsing the shelves. "Is everything okay?" she asked as they sat in adjacent armchairs. Jack studied her face for a long moment. "I got a strange letter from LL Moon yesterday. She wants to meet in person, says she hasn't been honest with me." Harper's pulse hammered in her ears. "Are you going to go?" "I don't know." He ran a hand through his hair. "It's complicated." "Because of the pen name? The anonymity?" Harper asked carefully. "Partly." Jack leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "But also because of you." "Me?" Her voice came out higher than she intended. "This thing between us, coffee, conversations, getting to know each other, it matters to me. A lot." His eyes held hers, sincere and direct. "And these letters with LL Moon, they've meant something too. It's confusing to feel connected to 2 different people at the same time." Harper's heart ached with the irony of his words. Maybe they're not as different as you think," Jack frowned. "What do you mean?" It was now or never. Harper took a deep breath. "Jack, I need to tell you something important. The library door chimed, and Martha, Harper's elderly assistant, appeared at the end of the aisle. "Harper, dear, the school group is here for the reading hour. 33rd graders waiting in the children's section." Harper closed her eyes briefly, frustration washing over her. "I'll be right there, Martha." She turned back to Jack. "I'm sorry. I have to..." "It's okay," he said, standing. "We can talk later." "Friday," Harper said impulsively. Are you free Friday evening?" Jack's expression shifted, something like suspicion crossing his features. "Friday at 7? Harper nodded, her heart racing. "Please come. It's important." He studied her face for a long moment. "Harper, are you—" "I have to go," she said, rising quickly. "But please, Jack, Friday at 7, see Page's bookstore. I'll explain everything." Before he could respond, she hurried away, leaving him standing alone in the reading nook, confusion evident in his expression. The next day and a half were among the longest of Harper's life. She checked her phone obsessively, half expecting a message from Jack, though they'd never actually exchanged numbers. She jumped every time the library door opened, but Jack didn't return. By Friday evening, Harper was a bundle of nerves as she walked to see Page's. Abby had arranged the store much as she had for the masquerade event, but more simply. Just 2 comfortable chairs facing each other in a quiet corner, a bottle of wine and 2 glasses on a small table between them. "He'll come," Abby reassured her, squeezing her shoulder before leaving. "And it'll work out. He cares about you. Both versions of you." Harper smiled weakly. "Thanks. For everything." As Abby's car pulled away, Harper poured herself a glass of wine with shaking hands. It was 6:55 p.m. She sat in one of the chairs, smoothing her dress, the same deep blue one she'd worn to the masquerade, a deliberate choice to help Jack make the connection. At 7:10, there was still no sign of him. Harper's hope began to fade. He wasn't coming. He'd figured it out and was too angry, too hurt to face her. At 7:22, just as she was about to give up, the bookstore door opened. Jack stood there, his expression guarded as he took in the scene. The empty store, the wine, Harper in her blue dress. "You came," she said softly, standing. "You knew I would," he replied, closing the door behind him. "You're her, aren't you? L.L. Moon." Harper nodded, her heart in her throat. "Yes." Jack moved closer, his eyes never leaving her face. "I suspected, after I got your letter. Things started falling into place. The way you both use certain phrases, the timing of the masked event, how much L.L. Moon seemed to know about me in her books." "When did you know for sure?" Harper asked. "I didn't. Not until just now." He stopped a few feet away from her. "Were you ever going to tell me if I hadn't started to figure it out?" "Yes," Harper said firmly. "That's why I wrote the letter, why I asked you to come tonight. I couldn't keep lying to you, not when you were being so honest with me, both as Harper and as L.L. Moon." Jack was quiet for a long moment. Why the deception? Why not just tell me from the beginning? Harper gestured to the chairs. "It's a long story. Will you sit? Please?" After a moment's hesitation, Jack nodded, taking the seat across from her. Harper poured him a glass of wine, which he accepted but didn't drink. "I never meant to deceive you specifically," she began. "The pen name came first, years before you moved to Windermere Cove. I was teaching literature at a small college then, shy, insecure about my writing. L.L. Moon was protection, a way to separate my professional life from what I thought would be a small, private, creative outlet." "But it wasn't small for long," Jack said. Harper shook her head. "No, the books took off, and suddenly maintaining my anonymity became crucial. I moved here for the privacy, for a fresh start where no one knew me as either person. Then you moved in next door and—" "And what?" Jack prompted when she paused. Harper met his eyes. "And you became my muse, the quiet, guarded neighbour with ghosts in his eyes. I started writing characters inspired by what I imagined your story might be." A flicker of discomfort crossed Jack's face. "You wrote about me without knowing me." "Yes," Harper admitted, "and I'm sorry for that. It was presumptuous and unfair. But then I got to know you, through our letters, through our conversations at the library and over coffee, and I realised how much more complex, how much more human you are than any character I could create." Jack was quiet, processing her words. "At the masquerade event when we talked, you knew exactly who I was. Yes, and I was terrified you'd recognise me, but also thrilled to finally have a real conversation with you, without my usual shyness getting in the way. So Carly was what? A performance? There was a hint of hurt in his voice. No, Harper said quickly. That was me, a version of me without the barriers I usually put up. Just like LL Moon in our letters was me, being more honest and open than I've ever been with anyone. Jack took a sip of his wine, his expression thoughtful. You've been living a double life all this time? Triple, actually, Harper said with a sad smile. Harper the shy librarian, Carly the confident woman at the masquerade, and LL Moon the successful author who writes the words I can't say out loud. But they're all me, Jack, different facets of the same person. And which one was falling for me? The directness of his question took her breath away. All of them, she whispered. That's why I had to tell you the truth. Because I couldn't bear to keep lying to someone She trailed off, unable to say the words. Someone you what? Jack pressed, leaning forward. Someone I'm falling in love with, Harper finished, her voice barely audible. Jack was silent for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, he reached across the table and took her hand in his. I have one more question. Harper nodded, her heart pounding. Anything. The letter you wrote me after the masquerade, was that real? Were those your true feelings, or just part of the act? Every word was real, Harper said without hesitation. I've never been more honest than in those letters, Jack. That's the irony of all this. I had to hide behind a pen name to show you who I really am. Jack's thumb traced small circles on the back of her hand. I understand that better than you might think. It's sometimes easier to be brave on paper or behind a mask. Are you angry? Harper asked softly. I was, he admitted. When I first suspected, I felt betrayed, used even. But then I reread our letters and realised that whatever name you were using, the connection between us was real. He paused. I'm still processing all this, Harper. It's a lot to take in. I know, and I'll understand if you need time, or if you can't forgive the deception. Jack studied their joined hands. I've spent years building walls, keeping people at a distance. Through your books, your letters, you somehow found a way past those defences. That matters more to me than the name you used to do it. Hope bloomed in Harper's chest. So where do we go from here? Jack finally smiled. That rare, genuine smile that had always made her heart skip. I think we start over. No masks, no pen names. Just Jack and Harper, getting to know each other for real this time. He stood, still holding her hand, and pulled her gently to her feet. Harper Lennox, would you like to have dinner with me tomorrow night? I'd like to properly meet the woman behind the words that helped me find my way home. Harper felt tears of relief sting her eyes. I'd love that, Jack Maddox. As he drew her into his arms, Harper felt the walls between her separate selves beginning to dissolve. She wasn't Harper or Carly or LL Moon. She was all of them, and more. A whole person finally brave enough to be seen. Jack's lips met hers, in a kiss that felt like both a beginning and a homecoming. When they parted, his forehead resting against hers, he whispered, I think our story might be even better than the ones you write. Harper smiled up at him, no longer hiding. Then let's write it together, one page at a time. Outside C. Page's bookstore, the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, while inside, two people who had spent years living in shadows finally stepped into the light, ready to discover what happened after Happily Ever After, when the real story was just beginning. The end. The Hollow of Whispers. The air in the Hollow of Whispers did not merely sit, it clung. There was a thick, syrupy suspension of humid Kentucky heat, and the heavy narcotic scent of curing tobacco from the nearby barns. To Abigail Thorne, this humidity felt like a physical weight against her ribs, a reminder of the gravity of her station. She stood at the edge of the limestone-rimmed creek, her grey cotton dress a stark, unadorned line against the riotous green of the overgrowth. To any observer, she was the very image of Quaker composure, a woman whose life was governed by the inner light and the profound stillness of her faith. Yet, beneath the starched linen of her bodice, Abigail's heart was a frozen thing. It had been cold since the morning they brought her brother Thomas home on a shutter, his chest torn open by a lead ball from an honour duel. She had looked at the blood on the floor and seen the vanity of all human aggression. To her, every raised hand, every glint of a bayonet was a stain upon the soul. She had committed herself to the quiet, believing that if she could simply move through the world without friction, she might remain unscarred. She knelt by the water, her fingers reaching for a patch of wild mint that grew in the shade of a jagged rock. As her hand closed around the stems, the sharp, cool, bruised scent rose up, a sudden, bracing clarity in the oppressive heat. "The water is higher than it looks, Miss Thorne." The voice was like a low vibration in the earth. Abigail did not start. She was too well schooled for that. But the mint stems snapped in her hand. She stood slowly, turning to find a man in a tunic of new, coarse grey wool. Silas Vance did not belong in the hollow. He was a creature of motion and iron, his frame hardened by a life of tethers he had tried to outrun. His father had been a man of the cavalry, returning from Mexico as little more than a ghost who eventually vanished into the woods, leaving Silas with the bitter knowledge that to love was to be abandoned. Silas had enlisted for the Confederacy not because he believed in the sovereignty of the states, but because the regiment offered a rhythm he understood. The bit, the saddle, the charge. He feared the stillness Abigail inhabited. He feared that if he stopped moving, the silence would swallow him whole. "The storm upstream has swollen the bed," Silas said, stepping closer. He looked at the bruised mint in her hand. "You have a fondness for things that require crushing to show their worth." Abigail met his gaze. His eyes were the colour of the river after a flood, turbid and deep. "I have a fondness for things that remain where they are planted, Mr. Vance, unlike some who find it necessary to dress for destruction." Silas's jaw tightened. The uniform felt heavy, the wool scratching at his neck. He stepped into the shallows, the water swirling around his leather boots. "I am here to ensure the safety of this border. Even a pacifist needs a bridge on occasion." He reached out a hand. It was a massive thing, calloused and stained with the oil of his carbine. Abigail hesitated. To touch him was to acknowledge the war, but the creek was indeed a churning froth of mud and debris. She placed her hand in his. The contact was not a mere touch. It was an intrusion. Through the thin cotton of her sleeve, the heat of his palm seared her skin. It was a visceral, thrumming electricity that defied every vow of restraint she had ever made. Her breath caught, not in her throat, but in the very centre of her chest. For a moment, the world narrowed to the point of contact, the solid, unyielding weight of him against her own fragile poise. "Steady," he whispered. The word was a ghost of a sound, lost to the rush of the water. As he pulled her toward the bank, his thumb grazed the underside of her wrist, where the pulse hammered like a trapped bird. Abigail felt the frost in her heart crack. It was a terrifying sensation, a sudden thaw that promised only the chaos of the flood. When she finally stepped onto the dry silt, she pulled her hand away as if burned. "I am obliged to thee," she said, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to use the formal, plain speech of her people. "Don't be," Silas replied, his gaze lingering on the mint leaves scattered at her feet. "Some things are better left uncrossed." 2 weeks later, the heat had broken into a series of fitful electric drizzles. Abigail found Silas in the shade of the old smokehouse, his large hands moving with unexpected delicacy over a bundle of feathers. "He hit the telegraph wire," Silas said without looking up. In his lap lay a kestrel, its wing hanging at a sickening angle. The bird's eyes were wide, golden orbs of terror. Abigail knelt beside him, the hem of her skirts soaking up the damp earth. "Thou art trying to mend what thy kind usually breaks." "I am not a destroyer by nature, Abigail, only by circumstance." Together they worked to bind the wing. It required a terrible, intimate proximity. Silas held the bird's body against his thigh, his muscular legs framing the small creature. Abigail wound the linen strips. Her knuckles repeatedly brushed against the rough wool of his trousers, and the scent of him, salt, horse, and wood smoke, began to overwhelm the smell of the damp earth. "I fear the silence," Silas confessed suddenly. His voice was raw, stripped of its military bark. Not the dark, but the silence after the cannons stop, when you realize everyone is waiting for a sound that will never come. Abigail looked up. For the first time she did not see a soldier. She saw a man who was profoundly, fundamentally lonely. A laugh bubbled up in her, not of mockery, but of pure, unguarded recognition. It was a rich, melodic sound that seemed to startle even the kestrel. "Then we are two of a kind, Silas Vance," she said, "for I'm terrified of the noise. I thought if I stayed quiet enough I would be safe from the world's clamour." The air between them changed. It became thick, charged with the same tension that precedes a lightning strike. A few days later, the tension found its home in the tobacco dry house. The room was a cathedral of hanging leaf, the air so dense with the musk of curing tobacco that it felt like breathing gold. Abigail was checking the racks when Silas entered. He didn't speak. He simply stood in the doorway, the backlighting of the afternoon sun throwing his broad shoulders into sharp relief. He moved toward her, his footsteps silent on the packed earth floor. The heat in the barn was oppressive, causing beads of moisture to form on Abigail's upper lip. Silas stopped inches from her. He didn't touch her, but the radiant heat of his body was a physical presence. He raised his hand, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw, never quite making contact with her skin, but tracking the frantic pulse in her throat. Abigail felt an ache begin in the pit of her stomach, a hollow, demanding hunger she had no name for. She wanted him to close the distance. She wanted the rough wool of his tunic to rasp against her sensitized skin. She looked at his mouth, and the world seemed to dissolve into the scent of tobacco and the sound of their synchronized shallow breaths. "You are mending my soul, Quaker," he whispered. She reached out, her fingers trembling as she took a needle and thread to a small tear in his tunic, right over the heart. She didn't ask him to remove it. She mended it while he wore it, her knuckles grazing the hard, rhythmic rise and fall of his chest. The proximity was a slow torture. Every time her hand moved, she felt the vibration of his life force. He stood perfectly still, a predator-turned statue, his eyes fixed on her lowered lashes. The air was a liquid fire, and for a moment the war outside, the politics, the blood, the honour seemed like a fiction. Only the weight of his gaze and the scent of the mint she had tucked into her waistband were real. The breaking point came with the dawn. The aching silence was shattered by the rhythmic thud of the hooves and the jangle of the iron. Silas's regiment had been ordered to seize all able-bodied livestock for the spring campaign. Abigail stood in the centre of the paddock, her arms wrapped around the neck of her lead mare, a gentle beast that was the literal lifeblood of the Thorn farm. Silas sat atop his own mount, his face a mask of cold military indifference. "Step aside, Abigail," he said. His voice was a flat, dead thing. "Thou wouldst take the bread from our mouths," she cried, her voice cracking. Thou wouldst use these animals to carry men to their graves? It is an order. If I do not take them, the next man will be less gentle. He refused to look at her. He looked instead at the horizon, at the grey clouds gathering over the hills. When he signalled his men to move forward, Abigail did not move. She stood like a stone until Silas himself dismounted. He took the lead rope from her hands, his fingers brushing hers. But there was no thrum of electricity now, only a cold, hollow void. "This is your duty," she whispered, her eyes burning with a rage she hadn't known she possessed. "To weaponize your presence against those who fed you." Silas didn't answer. He led the horses away, the dust from their departure coating Abigail's tongue with the taste of ash. That night the distance between the plantation and the cavalry encampment felt like a literal wound. Silas sat by a small sputtering fire in the rain. He didn't seek cover. He let the cold water soak through his wool tunic, feeling the corrosive rot of duty eating at his insides. He looked toward the distant glow of a single candle in Abigail's window. He felt like a man watching a star from the bottom of a well. Every instinct told him to go to her, to throw down the iron and the wool and simply be. But the legacy of his father, the fear of being the one who leaves, kept him pinned to the mud. In the house, Abigail sat in the dark. The silence she had once cherished was now a predatory thing. She felt the absence of his heat as if she had lost a limb. She realized then that her frozen heart hadn't been protected. It had merely been waiting to be shattered. The pining was a physical ache, a rhythmic throb in her temples that matched the rain against the glass. On the eve of the regiment's departure for the front, Abigail found him. She did not come with the inner light or the plain speech. She came through the woods, her dress torn by briars, her hair escaping its pins. She found him near the limestone cave at the edge of the hollow. "Silas!" she screamed, the sound echoing off the rock. He turned, his face haggard in the moonlight. "Go back, Abigail. There is nothing left here but the dying. I will not let thee go into the dark, thinking I hate thee for thy duty," she cried, closing the distance. She struck his chest with her fists, not with the strength of a fighter, but with the desperation of a woman trying to wake a sleeper. "It is a waste. Thy life, this war, this pride. It is all a waste if thou dost not understand that I am alive, and thou art alive, and we are here," Silas snapped. The restraint he had cultivated for years disintegrated. He caught her wrists, pulling her flush against him. The collision was violent, a battle of breaths. He dragged her into the shadows of the limestone cave, the air inside cool and smelling of ancient earth and damp stone. He pressed her back against the jagged wall, his mouth finding hers with a hunger that was primal and absolute. There was no gentleness in this first encounter. It was an urgent, desperate possession. Silas's hands, rough and impatient, moved over the cotton of her bodice, the sound of tearing fabric loud in the small space. Abigail didn't shrink away. She met his intensity with a fervour that shocked them both. She wanted the weight of him. She wanted the reality of his skin against hers to drown out the memory of the horses and the guns. When his hands found the bare skin of her waist, she let out a low, guttural sound, a surrender that was also a victory. The texture of the cold stone against her back contrasted sharply with the molten heat of his body. Silas's movements were rhythmic and urgent, a defiance of the mortality that awaited him on the battlefield. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, his breath hot and ragged. "You are the only thing that is real," he groaned, his voice breaking against her skin. Their union was an earthy, visceral thing. Every touch was a declaration of sovereignty over their own bodies, a refusal to let the war dictate the terms of their existence. Abigail felt the frost within her entirely consumed by the fire he brought. She realized that fighting for this, for the heat of a living man, for the connection that transcended ideology was the only righteous war she would ever know. Later, as the moon climbed higher, a second encounter unfolded, this one slower, more rhythmic, and filled with a devastating tenderness. The desperation had been replaced by a deep, resonant awareness. Silas moved with a deliberate grace, his eyes never leaving hers. He traced the lines of her body as if memorizing a map that would lead him home. The molten heat of their connection was no longer a fire that burned, but a tide that carried them both. In the quiet of the cave, the power dynamic shifted. Silas, the soldier, surrendered his strength to her vulnerability, and Abigail, the pacifist, found the courage to claim him as her own. "Come back," she whispered into the silence. "Do not let the silence be the end." "I will find my way to the Mint," he promised, his forehead pressed against hers. 1865. The war had ended not with a flourish, but with a long, exhausting exhale. The Kentucky hills were scarred, the tobacco barns empty, and the air held the metallic tang of old blood and new iron. Abigail was in the hollow, kneeling among the herbs. She was older, the lines around her eyes speaking of a woman who had survived the smoke of the past. She was gathering sage and thyme when the sound of a limping footstep on the limestone reached her. She didn't look up immediately. She couldn't. Her heart, once frozen, then melted, was now a fragile thing held together by hope. Then the scent rose. A foot stepped on a patch of wild mint. The aroma wasn't the bruised, sharp scent of their first meeting. It was bright, revitalizing, and incredibly strong. It was the scent of a thing that had been crushed and had returned with twice the vigor. Abigail stood. Silas Vance stood at the edge of the creek. He was thinner, a jagged scar running from his temple to his jaw, and he leaned heavily on a hickory cane. The grey wool tunic was gone, replaced by a threadbare linen shirt that hung loose on his frame. But his eyes, those turbid, river-coloured eyes, were clear. He wasn't a soldier anymore. He was a man who had walked through the fire and found his way to the water. "I heard the silence," he said, his voice a ghost of its former self, "and I followed the scent of the mint." Abigail didn't speak. She crossed the creek, her feet splashing in the clear water. She met him in the centre of the bed, the water rushing around their ankles. She didn't offer a formal greeting. She simply reached out and took his hand, her fingers interlacing with his calloused ones. Behind them, the tobacco fields, once the source of their conflict and the scent of their longing, were being cleared. They weren't being replanted with the narcotic leaf of the past. Men were tilling the soil for corn. It was a shift from the smoke of the past to the sustenance of the future. Silas pulled her close, his cane clicking against the limestone. They pressed their foreheads together, the humid Kentucky air finally feeling like a blessing rather than a burden. "The war is over, Abigail," he whispered. "The war is over," she agreed. The final tableau was one of profound, lingering peace. The cinematic focus narrowed to their entwined hands. Silas's cavalry ring was long gone, traded perhaps for bread or passage. In its place was the simple, permanent weight of her touch. They stood in the hollow of whispers, but the whispers were no longer of ghosts or duty. They were the sounds of the water, the wind in the corn, and the steady rhythmic beat of two hearts that had survived the incineration. In the quiet, as the sun began to set, they shared a moment of tender, realistic intimacy, a simple kiss that tasted of salt, mint, and the incredible hard-won promise of tomorrow. Night Takes Queen. Andrew Welsh had always been more comfortable with algorithms than emotions. In the soft glow of his laptop screen, he moved chess pieces across a digital board with the kind of precision that had earned him a 2600 rating online, a fact known only to the anonymous usernames he regularly defeated. Here, in his darkened NYU dorm room, he could be brilliant without having to be seen. The autumn sun was setting over Washington Square Park, painting his sparse room in shades of amber. His economics textbooks lay untouched on his desk, his latest problem set only half completed. On his screen, another victory flashed. Grandmaster X99 has resigned. Andrew leaned back in his chair, feeling the familiar hollow satisfaction of winning without risk, of being exceptional in a void. His phone buzzed. Probably Liam, his roommate, trying to drag him to another party he'd only pretend to enjoy. Andrew ignored it, opening another chess game instead. This was safer. This made sense. Here, every move had a clear consequence, every choice a logical outcome. Unlike life, unlike relationships, unlike... A knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. "Dude, you're not seriously staying in again?" Liam's voice carried through the wood, tinged with equal parts concern and exasperation. "It's Friday night. The whole city's alive, and you're in here playing computer games?" "Chess isn't just a computer game," Andrew muttered, but he opened the door anyway. Liam stood there, already dressed for a night out, his easy smile a stark contrast to Andrew's perpetual overthinking. "Look," Liam said, leaning against the doorframe, "I'm not saying you need to come clubbing, but at least get some fresh air. Central Park's beautiful this time of year. Who knows? Maybe you'll even find someone to play chess with in real life." Andrew almost smiled at the irony. If Liam only knew how good he really was, how many grandmasters he defeated online. But explaining would mean revealing himself, stepping out of the shadows he'd grown so comfortable in. Ever since that crushing defeat in his one and only tournament at 16, he'd learned that being exceptional came with expectations he wasn't sure he could handle. "Fine," Andrew conceded, more to end the conversation than anything else. "I'll take a walk." The crisp October air hit his face as he stepped onto Fifth Avenue, his hands tucked deep in the pockets of his navy peacoat. The city thrummed with its usual energy, students rushing to Friday night plans, tourists snapping photos, street vendors calling out to passers-by. Andrew walked north, letting his feet carry him while his mind wandered through potential chess variations, safe in the abstract. He was halfway through Central Park when he noticed the crowd. A circle of people, phones raised, excited murmurs rippling through the gathering. Curiosity drew him closer, though he usually avoided crowds. Then he heard it, the distinctive sound of chess pieces on wood, followed by scattered applause. "Another challenger," a voice called out, bright and confident. "Come on, New York, show me what you've got." Andrew's heart skipped. He knew that voice. He'd heard it countless times in YouTube videos, watching her take on players around the world. Sky James, the chess prodigy turned content creator who'd made the game accessible to millions. He'd studied her matches, admired her aggressive style, even while telling himself he could probably beat her if they ever played. The crowd shifted, and suddenly he could see her. Blonde hair catching the late afternoon light, her blue eyes sparkling with the thrill of competition as she reset the pieces on a wooden board. She was even more striking in person, her presence magnetic in a way videos couldn't capture. She wore a cream sweater that caught the autumn light, her hands moving with practiced grace over the board. "No one else wants to try?" Sky asked, scanning the crowd with a playful smile. "I promise to go easy on you." Andrew's feet moved before his brain could stop them, pushing through the crowd until he stood at the edge of the circle. Sky's eyes met his, and for a moment the city seemed to hold its breath. "Well," she said, her smile warming, "looks like we have a challenger. What's your name?" His throat felt dry. "Andrew," he managed, his voice steadier than he expected. Andrew Welsh. Nice to meet you, Andrew Welsh. She gestured to the empty chair across from her. Fair warning, I've won my last 17 games today. As he sat down, his hands nearly trembling, Andrew noticed a detail that almost made him smile. She'd set up the board wrong. The white queen was on the wrong square. She was testing her opponents, seeing if they'd notice. Most wouldn't. Without comment, he reached out and corrected the piece's position. Sky's eyebrows rose slightly, a flash of genuine interest crossing her face. Well, she said softly, just for him to hear. This might be interesting after all. Their fingers brushed as they shook hands, and Andrew felt an electric current run through him, not just from her touch, but from the recognition in her eyes. She saw him, really saw him, and for the first time in years he wasn't sure if he wanted to hide anymore. The game began, and with it, everything changed. The first game lasted exactly 27 minutes. Andrew played white, opening with the Queen's Gambit, a choice that made Sky's eyes light up with appreciation. What followed was a dance of minds, each move carrying whispers of possibility, of paths not taken. The crowd around them grew, their murmurs fading into white noise as Andrew lost himself in the game. He won with an elegant bishop sacrifice that brought a genuine smile to Sky's face. Well, she said, leaning back in her chair, I definitely wasn't expecting that today. The setting sun painted Central Park in shades of gold, the autumn air crisp with possibility. Sky studied him with curious intensity, as if trying to solve a puzzle. You said you've never played in tournaments? Just one, Andrew admitted, his fingers absently tracing the edge of a captured pawn. A long time ago. And yet you play like... Sky trailed off, then started resetting the pieces with practiced efficiency. Another game. They played until darkness fell, the park lights casting long shadows across the board. With each game, their conversation flowed more freely, chess terminology giving way to personal revelations. Sky told him about growing up in Los Angeles with her poker-playing mother, about the freedom and loneliness of travelling the world for her channel. Andrew found himself sharing things he'd never told anyone, about the tournament that broke his confidence, about finding refuge in anonymous online matches. You're hiding, Sky said during their fifth game, her knight capturing his pawn with a decisive click. Why? The question hung between them, heavy with implication. Andrew stared at the board, seeing not just the current position but all the games that had led him here. Sometimes, he said finally, it's easier to be exceptional in theory than in practice. Sky's hand paused over her bishop. And sometimes, she countered, the theory isn't worth anything until you test it. Their eyes met across the board, and Andrew felt something shift in his chest, a recognition of someone who saw through his carefully constructed walls. Sky wasn't just beautiful, she was dangerously perceptive. That night turned into coffee the next morning, which became daily games in Washington Square Park between Andrew's classes. Sky postponed her next trip, claiming New York had unexplored content potential. They developed a routine. She would try new opening tactics for her channel, and he would counter with strategies he'd perfected online, their games becoming increasingly personal conversations. Your style, Sky observed one afternoon, her coffee growing cold beside the board. It's like you're always holding something back, playing it safe, even when you could win with a riskier move. Says the woman who turns every game into a performance, Andrew replied, surprising himself with his boldness. Always giving the crowd what they want to see. Sky's laughter caught in her throat. For a moment, her carefully maintained persona cracked, showing something vulnerable underneath. Touché, she said softly. Maybe we're both hiding something. The weeks blurred together, autumn deepening into winter. They played chess in cafe corners while snow fell outside, their games lasting longer as neither wanted them to end. Sky's YouTube subscribers began to notice her extended New York stay. speculating about her reasons. Andrew found himself watching her videos at night, seeing how she edited their games, how she presented herself to the world. It was a version of Skye that felt both familiar and distant, like looking at a reflection in warped glass. The breaking point came during a late-night game in Skye's hotel room, the city lights twinkling below like fallen stars. They'd been analysing a particularly complex endgame, their heads bent close over the board, when Skye's phone buzzed with an email from her manager. "They want me in Dubai," she said, her voice carefully neutral. "There's a major tournament next month. Good content opportunity." Andrew felt the familiar tightening in his chest, the fear of being left behind, of returning to his solitary world of online matches and silent victories. But something else too, a growing certainty that if he let Skye leave without taking a risk, he'd regret it forever. "You should go," he heard himself say. "But before you do..." He reached for his phone, pulled up a chess tournament website he'd been staring at for weeks. "There's a qualifier here in New York next weekend." Skye's eyes widened with understanding. "Andrew, I think..." He swallowed hard. "I think I'm ready to stop hiding." She reached across the board, her fingers intertwining with his. The pieces between them toppled, forgotten, as the game they'd really been playing all along reached its crucial moment. "About time," Skye whispered, and closed the distance between them. Their first kiss tasted like coffee and possibility, like all the moves they'd been afraid to make until now. But as Skye's lips met his, as his hands tangled in her hair, neither noticed the notification lighting up her phone, an email that would soon test everything they'd built. The subject line read, "Exclusive interview opportunity, the real Skye James, life, love, and the future of chess." The interview appeared online 3 days before Andrew's first tournament. Skye's name was trending. Her face splashed across chess forums and social media, but it wasn't her latest victory-making headlines. It was a single quote taken from an hour-long conversation, stripped of context and served up for maximum impact. "My relationship with Andrew Welsh? We're just friends. Chess is my priority right now." Andrew read those words on his phone screen in the pre-dawn quiet of his dorm room, feeling them sink into his chest like stones. Around him, the pieces of his life were arranged exactly as they had been for months. His laptop open to chess tutorials, Skye's latest video paused mid-smile, tournament preparation notes scattered across his desk. But suddenly, everything felt different, off balance, like someone had shifted the board when he wasn't looking. His phone buzzed. Skye's name lit up the screen. He let it ring. The tournament venue was a converted ballroom in the Marriott Marquis, all crystal chandeliers and burgundy carpets. Andrew arrived early, his tie feeling too tight, his new blazer stiff across his shoulders. Skye was already there, filming an introduction for her channel. Their eyes met across the room, and she started toward him, but he turned away, heading for his assigned table. "Andrew, wait!" Her voice carried over the pre-tournament buzz, but he kept walking. He couldn't face her, not now, not when every move felt like it could be his last. The games began. Andrew played like he was underwater, each decision taking too long, each choice feeling wrong. His first opponent, a teenage prodigy from Boston, took advantage of his distraction. By move 30, Andrew was in trouble. That's when he heard it. A familiar voice from the past cutting through his spiral. "You're playing scared, kid." Manny Ross, the old chess hustler from Central Park, had somehow materialised in the spectator area. He stood against the wall, his weathered face creased with concern. "The board doesn't care about your feelings," Manny continued, just loud enough for Andrew to hear. "Neither does she, but both of them deserve your best game." Something clicked in Andrew's mind. He looked at the position with fresh eyes, seeing not just the pieces but the patterns beneath. His opponent had overextended, eager for the kill. 3 moves later, Andrew had turned the game around. 5 moves after that, he'd won. Between rounds, Sky cornered him in the hallway. She looked different, smaller somehow, her usual confidence replaced by something raw and uncertain. "That interview," she started. "They twisted everything. I was trying to protect you from..." "Protect me?" Andrew's laugh felt bitter in his throat. "Or protect your image? That's not fair." "No." He met her eyes fully for the first time that day. "You've been filming this whole time, Sky. Even now. Even us. Where does the content end and the real you begin?" She flinched as if he'd slapped her. "You think this isn't real? You think what I feel for you is just... what? Content?" "I think," Andrew said carefully, "that you're afraid of anything you can't edit. And I think I'm tired of being afraid. The tournament..." The director called for the next round. Andrew turned to go, but Sky caught his arm. "I'm leaving for Dubai tomorrow," she said, her voice tight. "Early flight. I needed you to know." He nodded once, not trusting himself to speak, and walked back into the playing hall. His next opponent was already waiting, the pieces set up, the clock ready. But as Andrew sat down, his hands shaking slightly, he realised something. He wasn't playing for Sky anymore. He wasn't even playing for himself. He was playing for the truth, whatever that turned out to be. The games blurred together after that. Andrew played with a clarity he'd never felt before, each move a declaration. He wasn't hiding anymore, not from his opponents, not from himself. By the final round, he'd qualified for the national championship, his ratings soaring past expectations. Cameras flashed, questions were shouted. Someone thrust a microphone in his face, asking how it felt to be the tournament's breakout star. "Chess," Andrew said quietly, "isn't about being a star. It's about being honest, with the board, with your opponent." He paused, his heart pounding. "And with yourself." He looked around the room, but Sky was already gone. Later that night in his dorm room, Andrew opened his laptop. His hands hovered over the keyboard for a long moment before he pulled up Sky's latest video. It had been posted an hour ago, titled simply, "Why I Play." The video opened not with her usual high-energy introduction, but with silence. Sky sat alone in what he recognised as her hotel room. No makeup, no carefully curated background. Just her, looking directly into the camera. "I've spent years turning chess into content," she began, her voice rough with emotion, "making it digestible, entertaining, safe. But the truth is, there's nothing safe about this game, and there's nothing safe about falling in love." She took a deep breath, and Andrew found himself holding his. "Today, I watched someone I care about choose truth over fear. So here's my truth. I'm scared. Not of losing. I've lost plenty of games. I'm scared of what happens when you can't edit out the hard parts, when you can't control the narrative, when you have to trust that what you feel is enough." She looked down at something off camera, and Andrew realised with a start that it was the scorebook from their first game in Central Park. "Someone once told me I was afraid of anything I couldn't edit," Sky continued. "He was right. But here's the thing about chess, and about love. Sometimes the most powerful moves are the ones that leave you completely exposed." The video ended there. No outro, no call to subscribe. Just Sky, raw and real, putting everything on the line. Andrew's phone lit up with a text. "My flight leaves at 6 a.m, gate B23. It was 2 a.m. Outside his window, New York hummed with possibility. The next move was his. He looked at his reflection in the darkened screen, seeing not just himself, but all the versions of himself he'd hidden away. The scared 16-year-old who'd run from his first tournament, the anonymous online player who'd racked up victories in silence, the man who'd fallen for a girl who turned chess into stories. It was time for a new story. He grabbed his coat and headed for the door. There was a cab to catch, a gate to find, and a truth to tell, if he was brave enough to make the move that counted. JFK Airport hummed with pre-dawn energy, a liminal space where time felt suspended between moments. Andrew bought a plane ticket so he could meet Sky before she boarded her plane. He ran through Terminal 4, his heart pounding against his ribs, checking gate numbers as he passed. B21, B22. He saw her before she saw him. Sky sat alone at gate B23, her golden hair tied back messily, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she hadn't slept. Her camera equipment lay packed beside her, but her hands were occupied with something else, a travel chess set, the pieces arranged in a familiar pattern, their first game. She looked up as he approached, her eyes widening with recognition, hope and fear dancing across her face. "Andrew?" "The Queen's Gambit," he said, gesturing to the board in her hands. "That's how I opened." "And I declined," Sky replied softly, her fingers touching the black pawn she'd moved that day in Central Park. "We both played it safe." Andrew sat down beside her, close enough to feel the warmth of her presence, but leaving space for the words that needed to be said. "I watched your video. I meant every word." "I know." He took a deep breath. "That's why I'm here. Because for the first time since I've known you, you weren't performing. You were just you." Sky's hands trembled slightly as she closed the travel board. "The interview," she started. "I've spent so long crafting this image, this persona that people want to see. When they asked about us, I panicked. I thought if I acknowledged what was happening between us, it would become content, something for public consumption. And I couldn't bear that because..." She met his eyes. "Because what I feel for you is the one thing I don't want to share with my subscribers." "I get it," Andrew said. "I've been hiding too. Behind screens, behind ratings, behind this idea that if no one sees me fail, it doesn't count." He smiled slightly. "But yesterday, at the tournament, I realised something. The games I played after our fight, they were the best games of my life. Not because I won, but because for the first time I wasn't afraid of losing." The first call for Sky's flight came over the speakers, making them both flinch. "Come with me," Sky said suddenly, "to Dubai. We could..." "No." Andrew's response was gentle but firm. "You need to go, and I need to stay. I have the national championship to prepare for, and you have your career. But maybe..." He reached for her hand. "Maybe we don't have to choose between love and ambition. Maybe we just need to trust that what we have is strong enough to survive being real." Sky interlaced her fingers with his, a tear sliding down her cheek. "I'm terrible at long distance. I've never..." She swallowed hard. "I've never cared enough to try. Then we'll get better at it. Together." Andrew pulled out his phone, opening his chess app. "We can play every day. Not for content, not for ratings, just for us. The time zones will be hell," he finished. "But I'm willing to lose some sleep if you are." Sky laughed through her tears, the sound pure and unedited. "You know what's crazy? I've played thousands of games for my channel, but the ones I keep replaying in my head, they're all with you." The final boarding call echoed through the terminal. Around them, passengers hurried to the gate, creating a bubble of chaos that somehow made this moment feel more intimate. "I have something for you," Andrew said, reaching into his coat pocket. He pulled out a folded piece of paper, the score sheet from the tournament. "My first official rating. I want you to have it." Sky took the paper with trembling hands, unfolding it carefully. Her eyes widened as she saw the number. "Andrew, this is proof," he said simply, "that sometimes the scariest moves are the ones most worth making." She stood, gathering her bags, but hesitated before turning to the gate. "Promise me something. Anything. Promise me that when I come back, you'll be ready to play without holding back. No safety moves, no protective strategies, just us. All in." Andrew stood, pulling her close. "I promise. But only if you promise something too." "What's that?" promise me that the next time someone asks about us in an interview, you'll tell them the truth, that some things are too important to turn into content. Sky's answer was a kiss that tasted of tears and possibility, of mornings to come and games yet to be played. When they finally parted, she pressed her forehead to his. "Your move, Grandmaster." "No," Andrew smiled. "Our move." He watched her walk through the gate, her blonde hair catching the first rays of dawn through the terminal windows. But unlike every other goodbye in his life, this one didn't feel like an ending. It felt like an opening, the kind that required courage to play, but promised something beautiful if you were brave enough to see it through. His phone buzzed as he walked out of the terminal, a notification from the chess app. "Sky James has invited you to a game." Below it, a message. "Day 1 of forever. Don't you dare let me win." Andrew smiled, the morning sun warm on his face as he stepped out of the airport. Some games, he was learning, were worth playing in the light. 1 year later, the World Chess Championships playing hall was silent except for the gentle click of pieces and the steady rhythm of chess clocks. Andrew sat at the central board, his opponent, Viktor Novikov, the reigning world champion, studying the position with cold intensity. The crowd pressed against the barriers, their phones raised to capture what could be the final game of the match. But Andrew wasn't looking at Viktor, or the crowd, or even the critical position on the board. His eyes were fixed on a familiar figure in the front row, her camera steady in her hands, her blue eyes locked on him with the same intensity he'd felt that first day in Central Park. Sky hadn't just come to film. She'd flown in from Tokyo, interrupting her Asian chess tour because she'd promised to be here. Not as a content creator, but as herself, as his. The past year had been a maze of long-distance calls, late-night chess games, and brief, precious reunions in cities around the world. They'd learned to navigate time zones and tournament schedules, to share victories and defeats across continents. Sky's channel had evolved, becoming more personal, more authentic. She'd started showing the harder parts of professional chess, the struggles behind the glamour. Her subscribers had doubled. Andrew had risen through the ranks with a style all his own, aggressive yet thoughtful, willing to take calculated risks that left commentators breathless. Chess websites called him the hidden grandmaster, at first, then just the grandmaster as his reputation grew. But only Sky knew that his greatest games weren't played in tournaments. They were played in hotel rooms at midnight, over video calls, both of them laughing as they analysed positions in their pyjamas. Now, in the most important game of his career, Andrew faced a critical decision. The position was complex, full of hidden traps and subtle possibilities. Viktor had played brilliantly, pushing Andrew to the edge of defeat several times. But there was something there, a combination so risky it was beautiful. 6 months ago, he and Sky had analysed a similar position during one of their late-night calls. She'd challenged him to find the winning line, and when he did, she'd smiled that brilliant smile and said, "Promise me you'll play it like that if you ever get the chance. No holding back." Andrew touched his queen, feeling the smooth wood beneath his fingers. In that moment, he remembered everything, the fear that had kept him hiding for so long, the girl who'd helped him step into the light, the journey that had brought him here. He wasn't that scared 16-year-old anymore. He wasn't even the same person who'd walked into Central Park a year ago. He looked at Sky one more time. She wasn't filming now. Her camera had lowered, and she was just watching, just being present. She gave him a slight nod, and he knew she was thinking of the same late-night analysis, the same promise. Andrew moved his queen, not the safe move, not the expected move, but the true one. The crowd gasped. Viktor's eyes widened. The commentators began speaking rapidly into their microphones. But Andrew sat back, perfectly calm, watching as his opponent realised what was coming. 5 moves later, it was over. "Checkmate," Andrew said softly. The hall erupted. Cameras flashed. People were shouting, cheering, trying to get quotes and reactions. But Andrew stood up, walked past the press line, and went straight to Skye. She met him halfway, her eyes shining. "You played it," she whispered. "The line we found." "I made a promise," he said, pulling her close. "No holding back." Skye laughed, the sound both joyful and tearful. "You know this is all being filmed, right? We're giving them quite a show." "Let them watch," Andrew smiled. "Some things are worth being seen." Later that night, after the interviews and ceremonies, they sat in Andrew's hotel room with a chessboard between them. But for once they weren't playing. Skye was curled against him on the couch, both of them watching the city lights sparkle through the window. "I have a confession," Skye said, tracing patterns on his palm. "I'm tired of airports." Andrew kissed her temple. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying..." She sat up, meeting his eyes. "I'm saying I want to make New York my home base. Keep travelling for tournaments, but come home to you, if that's something you want." Instead of answering, Andrew reached for his phone, pulled up their chess app and started a new game. On the first move, he placed his king in the centre of the board, the most vulnerable position possible. Skye looked at the screen, then back at him, understanding dawning in her eyes. "That's your answer." "That's my answer," he said softly. "I'm all in if you are." She took his phone, made her move, placing her king right next to his. "Checkmate," she whispered, and kissed him. Outside, New York hummed with its endless energy. Tomorrow they would face new challenges, new games, new adventures. But tonight they had this, a quiet room, a shared future, and the knowledge that some victories aren't won on a chessboard. They're won in the moments between moves, in the courage to be seen, in the choice to stay. In the end, it wasn't about winning or losing. It wasn't even about chess, really. It was about finding someone who made you brave enough to play the game with your whole heart. No moves held back, no pieces left in reserve. It was about learning that love, like chess, isn't about perfect moves. It's about making the move that counts together.